Part 4, Sections 6 and 7 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiping. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather. Part 4, Sections 6 and 7. Section 6. Day was breaking over Panther Canyon. The gulf was cold and full of heavy purplish twilight. The wood smoke which drifted from one of the cliff houses hung in a blue scarf across the chasm, until the draft caught it and whirled it away. Thea was crouching in the doorway of her rock house, while Ottenburg looked after the crackling fire in the next cave. He was waiting for it to burn down to coals before he put the coffee on to boil. They had left the ranch house that morning a little after 3 o'clock, having packed their camp equipment the day before, and had crossed the open pasture land with their lantern while the stars were still bright. During the descent into the canyon by lantern light, they were chilled through their coats and sweaters. The lantern crept slowly along the rock trail, where the heavy air seemed to offer resistance. The voice of the stream at the bottom of the gorge was hollow and threatening, much louder and deeper than it ever was by day, another voice altogether. The sullenness of the place seemed to say that the world could get on very well without people, red or white. That under the human world there was a geological world, conducting its silent, immense operations which were indifferent to man. Thea had often seen the desert sunrise, a light-hearted affair where the sun springs out of bed and the world is golden in an instant. But this canyon seemed to waken like an old man, with rheum and stiffness of the joints, with heaviness and a dull, malignant mind. She crouched against the wall while the stars faded, and thought what courage the early races must have had to endure so much for the little they got out of life. At last a kind of hopefulness broke in the air. In a moment the pine trees up on the edge of the rim were flashing with coppery fire. The thin red clouds which hung above their pointed tops began to boil and move rapidly, weaving in and out like smoke. The swallows darted out of their rock houses as at a signal and flew upward toward the rim. Little brown birds began to chirp in the bushes along the watercourse down at the bottom of the ravine, where everything was still dusky and pale. At first the golden light seemed to hang like a wave upon the rim of the canyon. The trees and bushes up there, which one scarcely noticed at noon, stood out magnified by the slanting rays. Long, thin streaks of light began to reach quiveringly down into the canyon. The red sun rose rapidly above the tops of the blazing pines, and its glow burst into the gulf about the very doorstep on which Thea sat. It bored into the wet, dark underbrush. The dripping cherry bushes, the pale aspens, and the frosty piñons were glittering and trembling, swimming in the liquid gold. All the pale, dusty little herbs of the bean family, never seen by anyone but a botanist, became for a moment individual and important, their silky leaves quite beautiful with dew and light. The arch of sky overhead, heavy as lead a little while before, lifted, became more and more transparent, and one could look up into depths of pearly blue. The savor of coffee and bacon mingled with the smell of wet cedars drying, and Fred called to Thea that he was ready for her. They sat down in the doorway of his kitchen, with the warmth of the live coals behind them and the sunlight on their faces, and began their breakfast. Mrs. Biltmer's thick coffee cups and the cream bottle between them, the coffee pot and frying pan conveniently keeping hot among the embers. I thought you were going back on the whole proposition, Thea, when you were crawling along with that lantern. I couldn't get a word out of you." "I know. I was cold and hungry, and I didn't believe there was going to be any morning anyway. Didn't you feel queer at all?" Fred squinted above his smoking cup. "Well, I'm never strong for getting up for the sun. The world looks unfinished. When I first lit the fire and had a square look at you, I thought I'd got the wrong girl. Pale, grim, you were a sight." Thea leaned back into the shadow of the rock room and warmed her hands over the coals. It was dismal enough. "How warm these walls are, all the way round, and your breakfast is so good. I'm all right now, Fred." "Yes, you're all right now." Fred lit a cigarette and looked at her critically as her head emerged into the sun again. "You get up every morning just a little bit handsomer than you were the day before. I'd love you just as much if you were not turning into one of the loveliest women I've ever seen. But you are, and that's a fact to be reckoned with." He watched her across the thin line of smoke he blew from his lips. "What are you going to do with all that beauty and all that talent, Miss Kronborg?" She turned away to the fire again. "I don't know what you're talking about," she muttered with an awkwardness which did not conceal her pleasure. Ottenburg laughed softly. "Oh, yes, you do. Nobody better. You are a close one, but you give yourself away sometimes, like everybody else. Do you know, I've decided that you never do a single thing without an ulterior motive." He threw away his cigarette, took out his tobacco pouch, and began to fill his pipe. "You ride and fence and walk and climb, but I know that all the while you are getting somewhere in your mind. All these things are instruments, and I, too, am an instrument." He looked up in time to intercept a quick, startled glance from Thea. "Oh, I don't mind," he chuckled. "Not a bit. Every woman, every interesting woman, has ulterior motives, many of them less creditable than yours. It's your constancy that amuses me. You must have been doing it ever since you were 2 feet high." Thea looked slowly up at her companion's good-humored face. His eyes, sometimes too restless and sympathetic in town, had grown steadier and clearer in the open air. His short curly beard and yellow hair had reddened in the sun and wind. The pleasant vigor of his person was always delightful to her, something to signal to and laugh with in a world of negative people. With Fred she was never becalmed. There was always life in the air, always something coming and going, a rhythm of feeling and action, stronger than the natural accord of youth. As she looked at him, leaning against the sunny wall, she felt a desire to be frank with him. She was not willfully holding anything back, but on the other hand, she could not force things that held themselves back. "Yes, it was like that when I was little," she said at last. "I had to be close, as you call it, or go under. But I didn't know I had been like that since you came. I've had nothing to be close about. I haven't thought about anything but having a good time with you. I've just drifted." Fred blew a trail of smoke out into the breeze and looked knowing. "Yes, you drift like a rifle ball, my dear. It's your direction that I like best of all. Most fellows wouldn't, you know. I'm unusual." They both laughed, but Thea frowned questioningly. "Why wouldn't most fellows? Other fellows have liked me." "Yes, serious fellows. You told me yourself they were all old or solemn. But jolly fellows want to be the whole target. They would say you were all brain and muscle, that you have no feeling." She glanced at him sidewise. "Oh, they would they?" "Of course they would," Fred continued blandly. "Jolly fellows have no imagination. They want to be the animating force. When they are not around, they want a girl to be extinct." He waved his hand. "Old fellows like Mr. Nathanmeyer understand your kind, but among the young ones, you are rather lucky to have found me. Even I wasn't always so wise. I've had my time of thinking it would not bore me to be the Apollo of a homey flat, and I've paid out a trifle to learn better. All those things get very tedious unless they are hooked up with an idea of some sort. It's because we don't come out here only to look at each other and drink coffee that it's so pleasant to look at each other." Fred drew on his pipe for a while, studying Thea's abstraction. She was staring up at the far wall of the canyon with a troubled expression that drew her eyes narrow and her mouth hard. Her hands lay in her lap, one over the other, the fingers interlacing. "Suppose," Fred came out at length, "suppose I were to offer you what most of the young men I know would offer a girl they'd been sitting up nights about. A comfortable flat in Chicago, a summer camp up in the woods, musical evenings, and a family to bring up. Would it look attractive to you?" Thea sat up straight and stared at him in alarm, glared into his eyes. "Perfectly hideous!" she exclaimed. Fred dropped back against the old stonework and laughed deep in his chest. "Well, don't be frightened. I won't offer them. You're not a nest-building bird. You know I always liked your song, 'Me for the jolt of the breakers.' I understand." She rose impatiently and walked to the edge of the cliff. "It's not that so much. It's waking up every morning with the feeling that your life is your own, and your strength is your own, and your talent is your own, that you are all there and there's no sag in you." She stood for a moment as if she were tortured by uncertainty, then turned suddenly back to him. "Don't talk about these things any more now," she entreated. "It isn't that I want to keep anything from you. The trouble is that I've got nothing to keep, except, you know as well as I, that feeling. I told you about it in Chicago once. But it always makes me unhappy to talk about it. It will spoil the day. Will you go for a climb with me?" She held out her hands with a smile so eager that it made Ottenburg feel how much she needed to get away from herself. He sprang up and caught the hands she put out so cordially and stood swinging them back and forth. "I won't tease you. A word's enough to me. But I love it all the same. Understand?" He pressed her hands and dropped them. "Now, where are you going to drag me?" "I want you to drag me. Over there, to the other houses. They're more interesting than these." She pointed across the gorge to the row of white houses in the other cliff. "The trail is broken away, but I got up there once. It's possible. You have to go to the bottom of the canyon, cross the creek, and then go up hand over hand." Ottenburg, lounging against the sunny wall, his hands in the pockets of his jacket, looked across at the distant dwellings. "It's an awful climb," he sighed, "when I could be perfectly happy here with my pipe. However," he took up his stick and hat and followed Thea down the water trail. "Do you climb this path every day? You surely earn your bath. I went down and had a look at your pool the other afternoon. Neat place, with all those little cottonwoods. Must be very becoming." "Think so?" Thea said over her shoulder as she swung round a turn. "Yes, and so do you, evidently. I'm becoming expert at reading your meaning in your back. I'm behind you so much on these single-foot trails. You don't wear stays, do you? Not here. I wouldn't anywhere if I were you. They will make you less elastic. The side muscles get flabby. If you go in for opera, there is a fortune in a flexible body. Most of the German singers are clumsy, even when they are well set up." Thea switched a pinon branch back at him. "Oh, I'll never get fat. That I can promise you." Fred smiled, looking after her. "Keep that promise. no matter how many others you break," he drawled. The upward climb, after they had crossed the stream, was at first a breathless scramble through the underbrush. When they reached the big boulders, Ottenburg went first because he had the longer leg reach, and gave Thea a hand when the step was quite beyond her, swinging her up until she could get a foothold. At last they reached a little platform among the rocks, with only 100 feet of jagged, sloping wall between them and the cliff houses. Ottenburg lay down under a pine tree and declared that he was going to have a pipe before he went any farther. "It's a good thing to know when to stop, Thea," he said meaningly. "I'm not going to stop now until I get there," Thea insisted. "I'll go on alone." Fred settled his shoulder against the tree trunk. "Go on if you like, but I'm here to enjoy myself. If you meet a rattler on the way, have it out with him." She hesitated, fanning herself with her felt hat. "I never have met one." "There's reasoning for you," Fred murmured languidly. Thea turned away resolutely and began to go up the wall, using an irregular cleft in the rock for a path. The cliff, which looked almost perpendicular from the bottom, was really made up of ledges and boulders, and behind these she soon disappeared. For a long while Fred smoked with half-closed eyes, smiling to himself now and again. Occasionally he lifted an eyebrow as he heard the rattle of small stones among the rocks above. In a temper, he concluded, do her good. Then he subsided into warm drowsiness and listened to the locusts in the yuccas and the tap-tap of the old woodpecker that was never weary of assaulting the big pine. Fred had finished his pipe and was wondering whether he wanted another, when he heard a call from the cliff far above him. Looking up, he saw Thea standing on the edge of a projecting crag. She waved to him and threw her arm over her head, as if she were snapping her fingers in the air. As he saw her there between the sky and the gulf, with that great wash of air and the morning light about her, Fred recalled the brilliant figure at Mrs. Nathanmeyer's. Thea was one of those people who emerged unexpectedly, larger than we are accustomed to see them. Even at this distance, one got the impression of muscular energy and audacity, a kind of brilliancy of motion, of a personality that carried across big spaces and expanded among big things. Lying still, with his hands under his head, Ottenburg rhetorically addressed the figure in the air. "You are the sort that used to run wild in Germany, dressed in their hair and a piece of skin. Soldiers caught them in nets. Old Nathanmeyer," he mused, "would like a peep at her now. Knowing old fellow. Always buying those Zorn etchings of peasant girls bathing. No sag in them either. Must be the cold climate." He sat up. "She'll begin to pitch rocks on me if I don't move." In response to another impatient gesture from the crag, he rose and began swinging slowly up the trail. It was the afternoon of that long day. Thea was lying on a blanket in the door of her rock house. She and Ottenburg had come back from their climb and had lunch, and he had gone off for a nap in one of the cliff houses farther down the path. He was sleeping peacefully, his coat under his head and his face turned toward the wall. Thea, too, was drowsy, and lay looking through half-closed eyes up at the blazing blue arch over the rim of the canyon. She was thinking of nothing at all. Her mind, like her body, was full of warmth, lassitude, physical content. Suddenly, an eagle, tawny and of great size, sailed over the cleft in which she lay, across the arch of sky. He dropped for a moment into the gulf between the walls, then wheeled and mounted until his plumage was so steeped in light that he looked like a golden bird. He swept on, following the course of the canyon a little way and then disappearing beyond the rim. Thea sprang to her feet as if she had been thrown up from the rock by volcanic action. She stood rigid on the edge of the stone shelf, straining her eyes after that strong, tawny flight. O eagle of eagles! Endeavor, achievement, desire, glorious striving of human art. From a cleft in the heart of the world she saluted it. It had come all the way. When men lived in caves, it was there. A vanished race, but along the trails, in the stream, under the spreading cactus, there still glittered in the sun the bits of their frail clay vessels, fragments of their desire. Section 7. From the day of Fred's arrival, he and Thea were unceasingly active. They took long rides into the Navajo pine forests, bought turquoises and silver bracelets from the wandering Indian herdsmen, and rode 20 miles to Flagstaff upon the slightest pretext. Thea had never felt this pleasant excitement about any man before, and she found herself trying very hard to please young Ottenburg. She was never tired, never dull. There was a zest about waking up in the morning and dressing, about walking, riding, even about sleep. One morning, when Thea came out from her room at 7 o'clock, she found Henry and Fred on the porch looking up at the sky. The day was already hot and there was no breeze. The sun was shining, but heavy brown clouds were hanging in the west, like the smoke of a forest fire. She and Fred had meant to ride to Flagstaff that morning, but Biltmer advised against it, foretelling a storm. After breakfast they lingered about the house, waiting for the weather to make up its mind. Fred had brought his guitar, and as they had the dining room to themselves, he made Thea go over some songs with him. They got interested and kept it up until Mrs. Biltmer came to set the table for dinner. Ottenburg knew some of the Mexican things Spanish Johnny used to sing. Thea had never before happened to tell him about Spanish Johnny, and he seemed more interested in Johnny than in Dr. Archie or Wunsch. After dinner they were too restless to endure the ranch house any longer and ran away to the canyon to practice with single sticks. Fred carried a slicker and a sweater, and he made Thea wear one of the rubber hats that hung in Biltmer's gun room. As they crossed the pasture land, the clumsy slicker kept catching in the lacings of his leggings. "Why don't you drop that thing?" Thea asked. "I won't mind a shower. I've been wet before." "No use taking chances." From the canyon they were unable to watch the sky, since only a strip of the zenith was visible. The flat ledge about the watchtower was the only level spot large enough for single-stick exercise, and they were still practicing there when, at about 4 o'clock, a tremendous roll of thunder echoed between the cliffs, and the atmosphere suddenly became thick. Fred thrust the sticks in a cleft in the rock. "We're in for it, Thea. Better make for your cave where there are blankets." He caught her elbow and hurried her along the path before the cliff houses. They made the half-mile at a quick trot, and as they ran, the rocks and the sky and the air between the cliffs turned a turbid green, like the color in a moss agate. When they reached the blanketed rock room, they looked at each other and laughed. Their faces had taken on a greenish pallor. Thea's hair, even, was green. "Dark as pitch in here," Fred exclaimed as they hurried over the old rock doorstep. "But it's warm. The rocks hold the heat. It's going to be terribly cold outside, all right." He was interrupted by a deafening peal of thunder. "Lord, what an echo! Lucky you don't mind. It's worth watching out there. We needn't come in yet." The green light grew murkier and murkier. The smaller vegetation was blotted out. The yuccas, the cedars, and piñons stood dark and rigid, like bronze. The swallows flew up with sharp, terrified twitterings. Even the quaking asps were still. While Fred and Thea watched from the doorway, the light changed to purple. Clouds of dark vapor, like chlorine gas, began to float down from the head of the canyon and hung between them and the cliff houses in the opposite wall. Before they knew it, the wall itself had disappeared. The air was positively venomous-looking and grew colder every minute. The thunder seemed to crash against one cliff, then against the other, and to go shrieking off into the inner canyon. The moment the rain broke, it beat the vapors down. In the gulf before them, the water fell in spouts and dashed from the high cliffs overhead. It tore aspens and chokeberry bushes out of the ground and left the yuccas hanging by their tough roots. Only the little cedars stood black and unmoved in the torrents that fell from so far above. The rock chamber was full of fine spray from the streams of water that shot over the doorway. Thea crept to the back wall and rolled herself in a blanket, and Fred threw the heavier blankets over her. The wool of the Navajo sheep was soon kindled by the warmth of her body, and was impenetrable to dampness. Her hair, where it hung below the rubber hat, gathered the moisture like a sponge. Fred put on the slicker, tied the sweater about his neck, and settled himself cross-legged beside her. The chamber was so dark that although he could see the outline of her head and shoulders, he could not see her face. He struck a wax match to light his pipe. As he sheltered it between his hands, it sizzled and sputtered, throwing a yellow flicker over Thea and her blankets. "You look like a gypsy," he said as he dropped the match. "Anyone you'd rather be shut up with than me?" "No." "Sure about that?" "I think I am. Aren't you cold?" "Not especially." Fred smoked in silence, listening to the roar of the water outside. "We may not get away from here right away," he remarked. "I shan't mind. Shall you?" He laughed grimly and pulled on his pipe. "Do you know where you are at, Miss Thea Kronborg?" he said at last. "You've got me going pretty hard, I suppose you know. I've had a lot of sweethearts, but I have never been so much engrossed before. What are you going to do about it?" He heard nothing from the blankets. "Are you going to play fair, or is it about my cue to cut away?" "I'll play fair. I don't see why you want to go." "What do you want me around for? To play with?" Thea struggled up among the blankets. "I want you for everything. I don't know whether I'm what people call in love with you or not. In Moonstone, that meant sitting in a hammock with somebody. I don't want to sit in a hammock with you, but I want to do almost everything else. Oh, hundreds of things. If I run away, will you go with me?" "I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Maybe I would." She freed herself from her wrappings and stood up. "It's not raining so hard now. Hadn't we better start this minute? It will be night before we get to Biltmer's." Fred struck another match. "It's 7. I don't know how much of the path may be washed away. I don't even know whether I ought to let you try it without a lantern." Thea went to the doorway and looked out. "There's nothing else to do. The sweater and the slicker will keep me dry, and this will be my chance to find out whether these shoes are really watertight. They cost a week's salary." She retreated to the back of the cave. "It's getting blacker every minute." Ottenburg took a brandy flask from his coat pocket. "Better have some of this before we start. Can you take it without water?" Thea lifted it obediently to her lips. She put on the sweater, and Fred helped her to get the clumsy slicker on over it. He buttoned it and fastened the high collar. She could feel that his hands were hurried and clumsy. The coat was too big, and he took off his necktie and belted it in at the waist. While she tucked her hair more securely under the rubber hat, he stood in front of her, between her and the great doorway, without moving. "Are you ready to go?" she asked carelessly. "If you are," he spoke quietly, without moving, except to bend his head forward a little. Thea laughed and put her hands on his shoulders. "You know how to handle me, don't you?" she whispered. For the first time, she kissed him without constraint or embarrassment. "Thea, Thea, Thea." Fred whispered her name 3 times, shaking her a little as if to waken her. It was too dark to see, but he could feel that she was smiling. When she kissed him, she had not hidden her face on his shoulder. She had risen a little on her toes and stood straight and free. In that moment, when he came close to her actual personality, he felt in her the same expansion that he had noticed at Mrs. Nathanmeyer's. She became freer and stronger under impulses. When she rose to meet him like that, he felt her flash into everything that she had ever suggested to him, as if she filled out her own shadow. She pushed him away and shot past him out into the rain. "Now for it, Fred," she called back exultantly. The rain was pouring steadily down through the dying gray twilight, and muddy streams were spouting and foaming over the cliff. Fred caught her and held her back. "Keep behind me, Thea. I don't know about the path. It may be gone altogether. Can't tell what there is under this water." But the path was older than the white man's Arizona. The rush of water had washed away the dust and stones that lay on the surface, but the rock skeleton of the Indian trail was there, ready for the foot. Where the streams poured down through gullies, there was always a cedar or a pinon to cling to. By wading and slipping and climbing, they got along. As they neared the head of the canyon, where the path lifted and rose in steep loops to the surface of the plateau, the climb was more difficult. The earth above had broken away and washed down over the trail, bringing rocks and bushes and even young trees with it. The last ghost of daylight was dying, and there was no time to lose. The canyon behind them was already black. "We've got to go right through the top of this pine tree, Thea. No time to hunt a way around. Give me your hand." After they had crashed through the mass of branches, Fred stopped abruptly. "Gosh, what a hole! Can you jump it? Wait a minute." He cleared the washout, slipped on the wet rock at the farther side, and caught himself just in time to escape a tumble. "If I could only find something to hold to, I could give you a hand. It's so cursed dark, and there are no trees here where they are needed. Here's something. It's a root. It will hold all right." He braced himself on the rock, gripped the crooked root with one hand, and swung himself across toward Thea, holding out his arm. "Good jump. I must say you don't lose your nerve in a tight place. Can you keep at it a little longer? We're almost out. Have to make that next ledge. Put your foot on my knee and catch something to pull by." Thea went up over his shoulder. "It's hard ground up here," she panted. "Did I wrench your arm when I slipped then? It was a cactus I grabbed, and it startled me. Now, one more pull and we're on the level." They emerged gasping upon the black plateau. In the last 5 minutes the darkness had solidified, and it seemed as if the sky were pouring black water. They could not see where the sky ended or the plain began. The light at the ranch house burned a steady spark through the rain. Fred drew Thea's arm through his, and they struck off toward the light. They could not see each other, and the rain at their backs seemed to drive them alone. They kept laughing as they stumbled over tufts of grass or stepped into slippery pools. They were delighted with each other and with the adventure which lay behind them. I can't even see the whites of your eyes, Thea, but I'd know who was here stepping out with me anywhere. Part coyote you are, by the feel of you. When you make up your mind to jump, you jump. My gracious, what's the matter with your hand? Cactus spines. Didn't I tell you when I grabbed the cactus? I thought it was a root. Are we going straight? I don't know. Somewhere near it, I think. I'm very comfortable, aren't you? You are warm except your cheeks. How funny they are when they're wet. Still, you always feel like you. I like this. I could walk to Flagstaff. It's fun not being able to see anything. I feel surer of you when I can't see you. Will you run away with me? Thea laughed. I won't run far tonight. I'll think about it. Look, Fred, there's somebody coming. Henry with his lantern. Good enough. Hello! Hello! Fred shouted. The moving light bobbed toward them. In half an hour, Thea was in her big feather bed, drinking hot lentil soup, and almost before the soup was swallowed, she was asleep. End of Part 4, Sections 6 and 7. Recording by Shiping. Part 4, Section 8 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shiping. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather. Part 4, Section 8. On the first day of September, Fred Ottenberg and Thea Kronborg left Flagstaff by the eastbound express. As the bright morning advanced, they sat alone on the rear platform of the observation car, watching the yellow miles unfold and disappear. With complete content, they saw the brilliant, empty country flash by. They were tired of the desert and the dead races, of a world without change or ideas. Fred said he was glad to sit back and let the Santa Fe do the work for a while. "And where are we going, anyhow?" he added. "To Chicago, I suppose. Where else would we be going?" Thea hunted for a handkerchief in her handbag. "I wasn't sure, so I had the trunks checked to Albuquerque. We can recheck there to Chicago if you like." "Why Chicago? You'll never go back to Bowers. Why wouldn't this be a good time to make a run for it? We could take the southern branch at Albuquerque, down to El Paso, and then over into Mexico. We are exceptionally free. Nobody waiting for us anywhere." Thea sighted along the steel rails that quivered in the light behind them. "I don't see why I couldn't marry you in Chicago as well as any place," she brought out with some embarrassment. Fred took the handbag out of her nervous clasp and swung it about on his finger. "You've no particular love for that spot, have you? Besides, as I've told you, my family would make a row. They are an excitable lot. They discuss and argue everlastingly. The only way I can ever put anything through is to go ahead and convince them afterward." "Yes, I understand. I don't mind that. I don't want to marry your family. I'm sure you wouldn't want to marry mine. But I don't see why we have to go so far. When we get to Winslow, you look about the freight yards, and you'll probably see several yellow cars with my name on them. That's why, my dear. When your visiting card is on every beer bottle, you can't do things quietly. Things get into the papers." As he watched her troubled expression, he grew anxious. He leaned forward on his camp chair and kept twirling the handbag between his knees. "Here's a suggestion, Thea," he said presently. "Dismiss it if you don't like it. Suppose we go down to Mexico on the chance. You've never seen anything like Mexico City. It will be a lark for you, anyhow. If you change your mind and don't want to marry me, you can go back to Chicago, and I'll take a steamer from Vera Cruz and go up to New York. When I get to Chicago, you'll be at work, and nobody will ever be the wiser. No reason why we shouldn't both travel in Mexico, is there? You'll be traveling alone. I'll merely tell you the right places to stop and come to take you driving. I won't put any pressure on you. Have I ever?" He swung the bag toward her and looked up under her hat. "No, you haven't," she murmured. She was thinking that her own position might be less difficult if he had used what he called pressure. He clearly wished her to take the responsibility. "You have your own future in the back of your mind all the time," Fred began, "and I have it in mine. I'm not going to try to carry you off as I might another girl. If you wanted to quit me, I couldn't hold you, no matter how many times you had married me. I don't want to over-persuade you, but I'd like mighty well to get you down to that jolly old city where everything would please you and give myself a chance. Then, if you thought you could have a better time with me than without me, I'd try to grab you before you change your mind. You are not a sentimental person." Thea drew her veil down over her face. "I think I am, a little, about you," she said quietly. Fred's irony somehow hurt her. "What's at the bottom of your mind, Thea?" he asked hurriedly. "I can't tell. Why do you consider it at all if you are not sure? Why are you here with me now?" Her face was half averted. He was thinking that it looked older and more firm, almost hard, under a veil. "Isn't it possible to do things without having any very clear reason?" she asked slowly. "I have no plan in the back of my mind. Now that I'm with you, I want to be with you, that's all. I can't settle down to being alone again. I'm here today because I want to be with you today." She paused. "One thing, though. If I gave you my word, I'd keep it. And you could hold me, though you don't seem to think so. Maybe I'm not sentimental, but I'm not very light either. If I went off with you like this, it wouldn't be to amuse myself." Ottenburg's eyes fell. His lips worked nervously for a moment. "Do you mean that you really care for me, Thea Kronborg?" he asked unsteadily. "I guess so. It's like anything else. It takes hold of you, and you've got to go through with it, even if you're afraid. I was afraid to leave Moonstone, and afraid to leave Harsanyi, but I had to go through with it." "And are you afraid now?" Fred asked slowly. "Yes, more than I've ever been. But I don't think I could go back. The past closes up behind one, somehow. One would rather have a new kind of misery. The old kind seems like death or unconsciousness. You can't force your life back into that mode again. No, one can't go back." She rose and stood by the back grating of the platform, her hand on the brass rail. Fred went to her side. She pushed up her veil and turned her most glowing face to him. Her eyes were wet and there were tears on her lashes, but she was smiling the rare, wholehearted smile he had seen once or twice before. He looked at her shining eyes, her parted lips, her chin a little lifted. It was as if they were colored by a sunrise he could not see. He put his hand over hers and clasped it with a strength she felt. Her eyelashes trembled, her mouth softened, but her eyes were still brilliant. "Will you always be like you were down there if I go with you?" she asked under her breath. His fingers tightened over hers. "By God, I will," he muttered. "That's the only promise I'll ask you for. Now go away for a while and let me think about it. Come back at lunchtime and I'll tell you. Would that do?" Anything will do, Thea, if you'll only let me keep an eye on you. The rest of the world doesn't interest me much. You've got me in deep." Fred dropped her hand and turned away. As he glanced back from the front end of the observation car, he saw that she was still standing there, and anyone would have known that she was brooding over something. The earnestness of her head and shoulders had a certain nobility. He stood looking at her for a moment. When he reached the forward smoking car, Fred took a seat at the end, where he could shut the other passengers from his sight. He put on his traveling cap and sat down wearily, keeping his head near the window. "In any case, I shall help her more than I shall hurt her," he kept saying to himself. He admitted that this was not the only motive which impelled him, but it was one of them. "I'll make it my business in life to get her on. There's nothing else I care about so much as seeing her have her chance. She hasn't touched her real force yet. She isn't even aware of it. Lord, don't I know something about them? There isn't one of them that has such a depth to draw from. She'll be one of the great artists of our time, playing accompaniments for that cheese-faced sneak. I'll get her off to Germany this winter, or take her. She hasn't got any time to waste now. I'll make it up to her all right." Ottenburg certainly meant to make it up to her, in so far as he could. His feeling was as generous as strong human feelings are likely to be. The only trouble was that he was married already, and had been since he was 20. His older friends in Chicago, people who had been friends of his family, knew of the unfortunate state of his personal affairs, but they were people whom in the natural course of things Thea Kronborg would scarcely meet. Mrs. Frederick Ottenburg lived in California, at Santa Barbara, where her health was supposed to be better than elsewhere, and her husband lived in Chicago. He visited his wife every winter to reinforce her position, and his devoted mother, although her hatred for her daughter-in-law was scarcely approachable in words, went to Santa Barbara every year to make things look better and to relieve her son. When Frederick Ottenburg was beginning his junior year at Harvard, he got a letter from Dick Brisbane, a Kansas City boy he knew, telling him that his fiancée, Miss Edith Beers, was going to New York to buy her trousseau. She would be at the Holland House, with her aunt and a girl from Kansas City who was to be a bridesmaid, for 2 weeks or more. If Ottenburg happened to be going down to New York, would he call upon Miss Beers and show her a good time? Fred did happen to be going to New York. He was going down from New Haven after the Thanksgiving game. He called on Miss Beers and found her, as he that night telegraphed Brisbane, a ripping beauty, no mistake. He took her and her aunt and her uninteresting friend to the theater and to the opera, and he asked them to lunch with him at the Waldorf. He took no little pains in arranging the luncheon with the head waiter. Miss Beers was the sort of girl with whom a young man liked to seem experienced. She was dark and slender and fiery. She was witty and slangy, said daring things and carried them off with nonchalance. Her childish extravagance and contempt for all the serious facts of life could be charged to her father's generosity and his long packing-house purse. Freaks that would have been vulgar and ostentatious in a more simple-minded girl, in Miss Beers seemed whimsical and picturesque. She darted about in magnificent furs and pumps and close-clinging gowns, though that was the day of full skirts. Her hats were large and floppy. When she wriggled out of her moleskin coat at luncheon, she looked like a slim black weasel. Her satin dress was a mere sheath, so conspicuous by its severity and scantness that everyone in the dining-room stared. She ate nothing but alligator pear salad and hothouse grapes, drank a little champagne, and took cognac in her coffee. She ridiculed in the raciest slang the singers they had heard at the opera the night before, and when her aunt pretended to reprove her, she murmured indifferently, "What's the matter with you, old sport?" She rattled on with a subdued loquaciousness, always keeping her voice low and monotonous, always looking out of the corner of her eye and speaking, as it were, in asides, out of the corner of her mouth. She was scornful of everything, which became her eyebrows. Her face was mobile and discontented, her eyes quick and black. There was a sort of smoldering fire about her, young Ottenburg thought. She entertained him prodigiously. After luncheon, Miss Beers said she was going uptown to be fitted, and that she would go alone because her aunt made her nervous. When Fred held her coat for her, she murmured, "Thank you, Alphonse," as if she were addressing the waiter. As she stepped into a hansom, with a long stretch of thin silk stocking, she said negligently, over her fur collar, "Better let me take you alone and drop you somewhere." He sprang in after her, and she told the driver to go to the park. It was a bright winter day and bitterly cold. Miss Beers asked Fred to tell her about the game at New Haven, and when he did so, paid no attention to what he said. She sank back into the hansom and held her muff before her face, lowering it occasionally to utter laconic remarks about the people in the carriage as they passed, interrupting Fred's narrative in a disconcerting manner. As they entered the park, he happened to glance under her white black hat at her black eyes and hair. The muff hid everything else, and discovered that she was crying. To his solicitous inquiry, she replied that it was enough to make you damp to go and try on dresses to marry a man you weren't keen about. Further explanations followed. She had thought she was perfectly cracked about Brisbane until she met Fred at the Holland House 3 days ago. Then she knew she would scratch Brisbane's eyes out if she married him. What was she going to do? Fred told the driver to keep going. What did she want to do? Well, she didn't know. One had to marry somebody, after all the machinery had been put in motion. Perhaps she might as well scratch Brisbane as anybody else, for scratch she would if she didn't get what she wanted. Of course Fred agreed. One had to marry somebody. And certainly this girl beat anything he had ever been up against before. Again he told the driver to go ahead. Did she mean that she would think of marrying him, by any chance? Of course she did, Alphonse. Hadn't he seen that all over her face 3 days ago? If he hadn't, he was a snowball. By this time Fred was beginning to feel sorry for the driver. Miss Beers, however, was compassionless. After a few more turns, Fred suggested tea at the casino. He was very cold himself, and remembering the shining silk hose and pumps, he wondered that the girl was not frozen. As they got out of the hansom, he slipped the driver a bill and told him to have something hot while he waited. At the tea table, in a snug glass enclosure, with the steam sputtering in the pipes beside them and a brilliant winter sunset without, they developed their plan. Miss Beers had with her plenty of money, destined for tradesmen, which she was quite willing to divert into other channels. The first excitement of buying a trousseau had worn off, anyway. It was very much like any other shopping. Fred had his allowance and a few hundred he had won on the game. She would meet him tomorrow morning at the Jersey ferry. They could take one of the westbound Pennsylvania trains and go anywhere, someplace where the laws weren't too fussy. Fred had not even thought about the laws. It would be all right with her father. He knew Fred's family. Now that they were engaged, she thought she would like to drive a little more. They were jerked about in the cab for another hour through the deserted park. Miss Beers, having removed her hat, reclined upon Fred's shoulder. The next morning they left Jersey City by the latest fast train out. They had some misadventures, crossed several states before they found a justice obliging enough to marry two persons whose names automatically instigated inquiry. The bride's family were rather pleased with her originality. Besides, any one of the Ottenburg boys was clearly a better match than young Brisbane. With Otto Ottenburg, however, the affair went down hard, and to his wife, the once proud Katharina Fürst, such a disappointment was almost unbearable. Her sons had always been clay in her hands, and now the geliebte Sohn had escaped her. Beers, the packer, gave his daughter a house in St. Louis, and Fred went into his father's business. At the end of the year, he was mutely appealing to his mother for sympathy. At the end of 2, he was drinking and in open rebellion. He had learned to detest his wife. Her wastefulness and cruelty revolted him. The ignorance and the fatuous conceit which lay behind her grimacing mask of slang and ridicule humiliated him so deeply that he became absolutely reckless. Her grace was only an uneasy wriggle. Her audacity was the result of insolence and envy, and her wit was restless spite. As her personal mannerisms grew more and more odious to him, he began to dull his perceptions with champagne. He had it for tea, he drank it with dinner, and during the evening he took enough to ensure that he would be well insulated when he got home. This behavior spread alarm among his friends. It was scandalous, and it did not occur among brewers. He was violating the noblesse oblige of his guild. His father and his father's partners looked alarmed. When Fred's mother went to him and with clasped hands entreated an explanation, he told her that the only trouble was that he couldn't hold enough wine to make life endurable, so he was going to get out from under and enlist in the Navy. He didn't want anything but the shirt on his back and clean salt air. His mother could look out. He was going to make a scandal. Mrs. Ottenburg went to Kansas City to see Mr. Beers, and had the satisfaction of telling him that he had brought up his daughter like a savage. Eine Ungebildete. All the Ottenburgs and all the Beers, and many of their friends, were drawn into the quarrel. It was to public opinion, however, and not to his mother's activities, that Fred owed his partial escape from bondage. The cosmopolitan brewing world of St. Louis had conservative standards. The Ottenburgs' friends were not predisposed in favor of the plunging Kansas City set, and they disliked young Fred's wife from the day that she was brought among them. They found her ignorant and ill-bred and insufferably impertinent. When they became aware of how matters were going between her and Fred, they omitted no opportunity to snub her. Young Fred had always been popular, and St. Louis people took up his cause with warmth. Even the younger men, among whom Mrs. Fred tried to draft a following, at first avoided and then ignored her. Her defeat was so conspicuous, her life became such a desert, that she at last consented to accept the house in Santa Barbara, which Mrs. Otto Ottenburg had long owned and cherished. This villa, with its luxuriant gardens, was the price of Fred's furlough. His mother was only too glad to offer it in his behalf. As soon as his wife was established in California, Fred was transferred from St. Louis to Chicago. A divorce was the one thing Edith would never, never give him. She told him so, and she told his family so, and her father stood behind her. She would enter into no arrangement that might eventually lead to divorce. She had insulted her husband before guests and servants, had scratched his face, thrown hand mirrors and hair brushes and nail scissors at him often enough. But she knew that Fred was hardly the fellow who would go into court and offer that sort of evidence. In her behavior with other men, she was discreet. After Fred went to Chicago, his mother visited him often and dropped a word to her old friends there, who were already kindly disposed toward the young man. They gossiped a little as was compatible with the interest they felt, undertook to make life agreeable for Fred, and told his story only where they felt it would do good, to girls who seemed to find the young brewer attractive. So far he had behaved well, and had kept out of entanglements. Since he was transferred to Chicago, Fred had been abroad several times, and had fallen more and more into the way of going about among young artists, people with whom personal relations were incidental, with women, and even girls, who had careers to follow. A young man might have pleasant friendships without being regarded as a prospective suitor or lover. Among artists his position was not irregular, because with them his marriageableness was not an issue. His tastes, his enthusiasm, and his agreeable personality made him welcome. With Thea Kronborg he had allowed himself more liberty than he usually did in his friendships or gallantries with young artists, because she seemed to him distinctly not the marrying kind. She impressed him as equipped to be an artist and to be nothing else, already directed, concentrated, formed as to mental habit. He was generous and sympathetic, and she was lonely and needed friendship, needed cheerfulness. She had not much power of reaching out toward useful people or useful experiences, did not see opportunities. She had no tact about going after good positions or enlisting the interests of influential persons. She antagonized people rather than conciliated them. He discovered at once that she had a merry side, a robust humor that was deep and hearty, like her laugh, but it slept most of the time under her own doubts and the dullness of her life. She had not what is called a sense of humor. That is, she had no intellectual humor, no power to enjoy the absurdities of people, no relish of their pretentiousness and inconsistencies, which only depressed her. But her joviality, Fred felt, was an asset, and ought to be developed. He discovered that she was more receptive and more effective under a pleasant stimulus than she was under the great grind which she considered her salvation. She was still Methodist enough to believe that if a thing were hard and irksome, it must be good for her. And yet whatever she did well was spontaneous. Under the least glow of excitement, as at Mrs. Nathanmeyer's, he had seen the apprehensive, frowning drudge of Bower's studio flash into a resourceful and consciously beautiful woman. His interest in Thea was serious, almost from the first, and so sincere that he felt no distrust of himself. He believed that he knew a great deal more about her possibilities than Bowers knew, and he liked to think that he had given her a stronger hold on life. She had never seen herself or known herself as she did at Mrs. Nathanmeyer's musical evenings. She had been a different girl ever since. He had not anticipated that she would grow more fond of him than his immediate usefulness warranted. He thought he knew the ways of artists, and, as he said, she must have been at it from her cradle. He had imagined, perhaps, but never really believed, that he would find her waiting for him sometime as he found her waiting on the day he reached the Biltmore ranch. Once he found her so, well, he did not pretend to be anything more or less than a reasonably well-intentioned young man. A lovesick girl or a flirtatious woman he could have handled easily enough, but a personality like that, unconsciously revealing itself for the first time under the exaltation of a personal feeling, what could one do but watch it? As he used to say to himself in reckless moments back there in the canyon, you can't put out a sunrise. He had to watch it, and then he had to share it. Besides, was he really going to do her any harm? The Lord knew he would marry her if he could. Marriage would be an incident, not an end with her. He was sure of that. If it were not he, it would be someone else. Someone who would be a weight about her neck, probably, who would hold her back and beat her down and divert her from the first plunge for which he felt she was gathering all her energies. He meant to help her, and he could not think of another man who would. He went over his unmarried friends, east and west, and he could not think of one who would know what she was driving at, or care. The clever ones were selfish, the kindly ones were stupid. Damn it, if she's going to fall in love with somebody, it had better be me than any of the others, of the sort she'd find. Get her tied up with some conceited ass who'd try to make her over, train her like a puppy. Give one of them a big nature like that, and he'd be horrified. He wouldn't show his face in the clubs until he'd gone after her and combed her down to conform to some full ideas in his own head, put there by some other woman, too, his first sweetheart, or his grandmother, or a maiden aunt. At least, I understand her. I know what she needs and where she's bound, and I mean to see that she has a fighting chance. His own conduct looked crooked, he admitted, but he asked himself whether, between men and women, all ways were not more or less crooked. He believed those which are called straight were the most dangerous of all. They seemed to him, for the most part, to lie between windowless stone walls, and their rectitude had been achieved at the expense of light and air. In their unquestioned regularity lurked every sort of human cruelty and meanness, and every kind of humiliation and suffering. He would rather have any woman he cared for wounded than crushed. He would deceive her not once, he told himself fiercely, but 100 times, to keep her free. When Fred went back to the observation card at 1 o'clock, after the luncheon call, it was empty, and he found Thea alone on the platform. She put out her hand and met his eyes. "It's as I said. Things have closed behind me. I can't go back. So I'm going on to Mexico." She lifted her face with an eager, questioning smile. Fred met it with a sinking heart. Had he really hoped she would give him another answer? He would have given pretty much anything, but there, that did no good. He could give only what he had. Things were never complete in this world. You had to snatch at them as they came or go without. Nobody could look into her face and draw back. Nobody who had any courage. She had courage enough for anything. Look at her mouth and chin and eyes. Where did it come from, that light? How could a face, a familiar face, become so the picture of hope, be painted with the very colors of youth's exaltation? She was right. She was not one of those who draw back. Some people get on by avoiding dangers, others by riding through them. They stood by the railing looking back at the sand levels, both feeling that the train was steaming ahead very fast. Fred's mind was a confusion of images and ideas. Only 2 things were clear to him: the force of her determination, and the belief that, handicapped as he was, he could do better by her than another man would do. He knew he would always remember her, standing there with that expectant, forward-looking smile, enough to turn the future into summer. End of Part 4, Section 8. Recording by Shi Pingling.
Part 5 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather. Part 5, Sections 1 and 2. Part 5. Dr. Archie's Venture. 1. Dr. Howard Archie had come down to Denver for a meeting of the stockholders in the San Felipe silver mine. It was not absolutely necessary for him to come, but he had no very pressing cases at home. Winter was closing down in Moonstone, and he dreaded the dullness of it. On the 10th day of January, therefore, he was registered at the Brown Palace Hotel. On the morning of the 11th he came down to breakfast to find the streets white and the air thick with snow. A wild northwestern was blowing down from the mountains, one of those beautiful storms that wrap Denver in dry, furry snow and make the city a lodestone to thousands of men in the mountains and on the plains. The brakemen out on their box cars, the miners up in their diggings, the lonely homesteaders in the sand hills of Yucca and Kit Carson counties, begin to think of Denver, muffled in snow, full of food and drink and good cheer, and to yearn for her with that admiration which makes her, more than other American cities, an object of sentiment. Howard Archie was glad he had got in before the storm came. He felt as cheerful as if he had received a legacy that morning, and he greeted the clerk with even greater friendliness than usual when he stopped at the desk for his mail. In the dining room he found several old friends seated here and there before substantial breakfasts, cattlemen and mining engineers from odd corners of the state, all looking fresh and well pleased with themselves. He had a word with one and another before he sat down at a little table by a window, where the Austrian head waiter stood attentively behind a chair. After his breakfast was put before him, the doctor began to run over his letters. There was one directed in Thea Kronborg's handwriting, forwarded from Moonstone. He saw with astonishment, as he put another lump of sugar into his cup, that this letter bore a New York postmark. He had known that Thea was in Mexico, traveling with some Chicago people, but New York, to a Denver man, seems much further away than Mexico City. He put the letter behind his plate, upright against the stem of his water goblet, and looked at it thoughtfully while he drank his second cup of coffee. He had been a little anxious about Thea. She had not written to him for a long while. As he never got good coffee at home, the doctor always drank 3 cups for breakfast when he was in Denver. Oscar knew just when to bring him a second pot, fresh and smoking. "And more cream, Oscar, please. You know I like lots of cream," the doctor murmured, as he opened the square envelope, marked in the upper right-hand corner, Everett House, Union Square. The text of the letter was as follows: Dear Dr. Archie, I have not written to you for a long time, but it has not been unintentional. I could not write you frankly, and so I could not write at all. I can be frank with you now, but not by letter. It is a good deal to ask, but I wonder if you could come to New York to help me out. I have got into difficulties, and I need your advice. I need your friendship. I am afraid I must even ask you to lend me money, if you can, without serious inconvenience. I have to go to Germany to study, and it can't be put off any longer. My voice is ready. Needless to say, I don't want any word of this to reach my family. They are the last people I would turn to, though I love my mother dearly. If you can come, please telegraph me at this hotel. Don't despair of me. I'll make it up to you yet. Your old friend, Thea Kronborg. This in a bold, jagged handwriting, with a Gothic turn to the letters, something between a highly sophisticated hand and a very unsophisticated one, not in the least smooth or flowing. The doctor bit off the end of his cigar nervously, and read the letter through again, fumbling distractedly in his pockets for matches, while the waiter kept trying to call his attention to the box he had just placed before him. At last Oscar came out, as if the idea had just struck him. "Matches, sir?" "Yes, thank you." The doctor slipped a coin into his palm and rose, crumpling Thea's letter in his hand and thrusting the others into his pocket unopened. He went back to the desk in the lobby and beckoned to the clerk, upon whose kindness he threw himself apologetically. "Harry, I've got to pull out unexpectedly. Call up the Burlington, will you, and ask them to route me to New York the quickest way, and to let us know. Ask for the hour I'll get in. I have to wire." "Certainly, Dr. Archie. Have it for you in a minute." The young man's pallid, clean-scraped face was all sympathetic interest as he reached for the telephone. Dr. Archie put out his hand and stopped him. "Wait a minute. Tell me, first, is Captain Harris down yet?" "No, sir. The captain hasn't come down yet this morning." "I'll wait here for him. If I don't happen to catch him, nail him and get me. Thank you, Harry." The doctor spoke gratefully and turned away. He began to pace the lobby, his hands behind him, watching the bronze elevator doors like a hawk. At last Captain Harris issued from one of them, tall and imposing, wearing a Stetson and fierce mustaches, a fur coat on his arm, a solitaire glittering upon his little finger, and another in the black satin ascot. He was one of the grand old bluffers of those good old days. As gullible as a schoolboy, he had managed, with his sharp eye and knowing air, and twisted blond mustaches, to pass himself off for an astute financier, and the Denver papers respectfully referred to him as the Rothschild of Cripple Creek. Dr. Archie stopped the captain on his way to breakfast. "Must see you a minute, Captain. Can't wait. Want to sell you some shares in the San Felipe. Got to raise money." The captain grandly bestowed his hat upon an eager porter, who had already lifted his fur coat tenderly from his arm and stood nursing it. In removing his hat, the captain exposed a bald, flushed dome, thatched about the ears with yellowish gray hair. "Bad time to sell, doctor. You want to hold on to San Felipe and buy more. What have you got to raise?" "Oh, not a great sum. 5,000 or 6,000. I've been buying up close and have run short." "I see. Well, doctor, you'll have to let me get through that door. I was out last night, and I'm going to get my bacon, if you lose your mine." He clapped Archie on the shoulder and pushed him along in front of him. "Come ahead with me, and we'll talk business." Dr. Archie attended the captain and waited while he gave his order, taking the seat the old promoter indicated. "Now, sir," the captain turned to him, "you don't want to sell anything. You must be under the impression that I'm one of these damned New England sharks that get their pound of flesh off the widow and orphan. If you're a little short, sign a note and I'll write a check. That's the way gentlemen do business. If you want to put up some San Felipe as collateral, let her go, but I shan't touch a share of it. Pens and ink, please, Oscar." He lifted a large forefinger to the Austrian. The captain took out his checkbook and a book of blank notes and adjusted his nose nippers. He wrote a few words in one book and Archie wrote a few in the other. Then they each tore across perforations and exchanged slips of paper. "That's the way. Saves office rent," the captain commented with satisfaction, returning the books to his pocket. "And now, Archie, where are you off to?" "Got to go East to night. A deal waiting for me in New York." Dr. Archie rose. The captain's face brightened as he saw Oscar approaching with a tray, and he began tucking the corner of his napkin inside his collar, over his ascot. "Don't let them unload anything on you back there, doctor," he said genially, "and don't let them relieve you of anything either. Don't let them get any cripple stuff off you. We can manage our own silver out here, and we're going to take it out by the ton, sir." The doctor left the dining room, and after another consultation with the clerk, he wrote his first telegram to Thea. "Miss Thea Kronborg, Everett House, New York. Will call at your hotel 11 o'clock Friday morning. Glad to come. Thank you. Archie." He stood and heard the message actually clicked off on the wire, with the feeling that she was hearing the click at the other end. Then he sat down in the lobby and wrote a note to his wife and one to the other doctor in Moonstone. When he at last issued out into the storm, it was with a feeling of elation rather than of anxiety. Whatever was wrong, he could make it right. Her letter had practically said so. He tramped about the snowy streets, from the bank to the Union Station, where he shoved his money under the grating of the ticket window as if he could not get rid of it fast enough. He had never been in New York, never been farther east than Buffalo. "That's rather a shame," he reflected boyishly, as he put the long tickets in his pocket, for a man nearly 40 years old. However, he thought as he walked up toward the club, he was on the whole glad that his first trip had a human interest, that he was going for something and because he was wanted. He loved holidays. He felt as if he were going to Germany himself. Queer. He went over it with the snow blowing in his face. "But that sort of thing is more interesting than mines and making your daily bread. It's worth paying out to be in on it, for a fellow like me. And when it's oh, I back her." He laughed aloud as he burst in at the door of the athletic club, powdered with snow. Archie sat down before the New York papers and ran over the advertisements of hotels, but he was too restless to read. Probably he had better get a new overcoat, and he was not sure about the shape of his collars. "I don't want to look different to her from everybody else there," he mused. "I guess I'll go down and have Van look me over. He'll put me right." So he plunged out into the snow again and started for his tailor's. When he passed a florist's shop he stopped and looked in the window, smiling. How naturally pleasant things recalled one another. At the tailor's he kept whistling "Flow Gently, Sweet Afton," while Van Dusen advised him, until that resourceful tailor and haberdasher exclaimed, "You must have a date back there, doctor. You behave like a bridegroom," and made him remember that he wasn't one. Before he let him go, Van put his finger on the Masonic pin in his client's lapel. "Mustn't wear that, doctor. Very bad form back there." Fred Ottenburg, smartly dressed for the afternoon, with a long black coat and gaiters, was sitting in the dusty parlor of the Everett House. His manner was not in accord with his personal freshness, the good line of his clothes, and the shining smoothness of his hair. His attitude was one of deep dejection, and his face, though it had the cool, unimpeachable fairness possible only to a very blond young man, was by no means happy. A page shuffled into the room and looked about. When he made out the dark figure in a shadowy corner, tracing over the carpet pattern with a cane, he droned. "The lady says you can come up, sir." Fred picked up his hat and gloves and followed the creature, who seemed an aged boy in uniform, through dark corridors that smelled of old carpets. The page knocked at the door of Thea's sitting room and then wandered away. Thea came to the door with a telegram in her hand. She asked Ottenburg to come in and pointed to one of the clumsy, sullen-looking chairs that were as thick as they were high. The room was brown with time, dark in spite of two windows that opened on Union Square, with dull curtains and carpet, and heavy, respectable-looking furniture in somber colors. The place was saved from utter dismalness by a coal fire under the black marble mantelpiece, brilliantly reflected in a long mirror that hung between the two windows. This was the first time Fred had seen the room, and he took it in quickly as he put down his hat and gloves. Thea seated herself at the walnut writing desk, still holding a slip of yellow paper. "Dr. Archie is coming," she said. "He will be here Friday morning." "Well, that's good at any rate," her visitor replied with a determined effort at cheerfulness. Then, turning to the fire, he added blankly, "If you want him." "Of course I want him. I would never have asked such a thing of him if I hadn't wanted him a great deal. It's a very expensive trip." Thea spoke severely. Then she went on in a milder tone. "He doesn't say anything about the money, but I think his coming means that he can let me have it." Fred was standing before the mantel, rubbing his hands together nervously. "Probably. You are still determined to call on him?" He sat down tentatively in the chair Thea had indicated. "I don't see why you won't borrow from me, and let him sign with you, for instance. That would constitute a perfectly regular business transaction. I could bring suit against either of you for my money." Thea turned toward him from the desk. "We won't take that up again, Fred. I should have a different feeling about it if I went on your money. In a way I shall feel freer on Dr. Archie's, and in another way I shall feel more bound. I shall try even harder." She paused. "He is almost like my father," she added irrelevantly. "Still, he isn't, you know," Fred persisted. "It wouldn't be anything new. I've loaned money to students before, and got it back, too." "Yes, I know you're generous." Thea hurried over it. "But this will be the best way. He will be here on Friday, did I tell you?" "I think you mentioned it." "That's rather soon. May I smoke?" He took out a small cigarette case. "I suppose you'll be off next week?" he asked, as he struck a match. "Just as soon as I can," she replied with a restless movement of her arms, as if her dark blue dress were too tight for her. "It seems as if I'd been here forever." "And yet," the young man mused, "we got in only 4 days ago." Facts don't really count for much, do they? It's all in the way people feel, even in the little things." Thea winced, but she did not answer him. She put the telegram back in its envelope and placed it carefully in one of the pigeonholes of the desk. "I suppose," Fred brought out with effort, "that your friend is in your confidence?" "He always has been. I shall have to tell him about myself. I wish I could, without dragging you in." Fred shook himself. "Don't bother about where you drag me, please," he put in, flushing. "I don't give—" He subsided suddenly. "I'm afraid," Thea went on gravely, "that he won't understand. He'll be hard on you." Fred studied the white ash of his cigarette before he flicked it off. "You mean he'll see me as even worse than I am? Yes, I suppose I shall look very low to him. A fifth-rate scoundrel. But that only matters in so far as it hurts his feelings." Thea sighed. "We'll both look pretty low. And after all, we must really be just about as we shall look to him." "And after all, we must really be just about as we shall look to him." Ottenburg started up and threw his cigarette into the grate. "That I deny. Have you ever been really frank with this preceptor of your childhood, even when you were a child? Think a minute, have you? Of course not. From your cradle, as I once told you, you've been doing it on the side, living your own life, admitting to yourself things that would horrify him. You've always deceived him to the extent of letting him think you different from what you are. He couldn't understand then. He can't understand now. So why not spare yourself and him?" She shook her head. "Of course I've had my own thoughts. Maybe he has had his too. But I've never done anything before that he would much mind. I must put myself right with him, as right as I can, to begin over. He'll make allowances for me. He always has. But I'm afraid he won't for you. Leave that to him and me. I take it you want me to see him?" Fred sat down again and began absently to trace the carpet pattern with his cane. "At the worst," he spoke wonderingly, "I thought you'd perhaps let me go in on the business end of it, and invest along with you. You'd put in your talent and ambition and hard work, and I'd put in the money and—well, nobody's good wishes are to be scorned, not even mine. Then, when the thing panned out big, we could share together. Your doctor friend hasn't cared half as much about your future as I have." "He's cared a good deal. He doesn't know as much about such things as you do. Of course, you've been a great deal more help to me than anyone else ever has," Thea said quietly. The black clock on the mantel began to strike. She listened to the 5 strokes and then said, "I'd have liked your helping me 8 months ago. But now you'd simply be keeping me." "You weren't ready for it 8 months ago." Fred leaned back at last in his chair. "You simply weren't ready for it. You were too tired. You were too timid. Your whole tone was too low. You couldn't rise from a chair like that." She had started up apprehensively and gone toward the window. "You were fumbling and awkward. Since then you've come into your own personality. You were always locking horns with it before. You were a sullen little drudge 8 months ago, afraid of being caught at either looking or moving like yourself. Nobody could tell anything about you. A voice is not an instrument that's found ready-made. A voice is a personality. It can be as big as a circus and as common as dirt. There's good money in that kind, too, but I don't happen to be interested in them. Nobody could tell much about what you might be able to do last winter. I divined more than anybody else." "Yes, I know you did." Thea walked over to the old-fashioned mantel and held her hands down to the glow of the fire. "I owe so much to you, and that's what makes things hard. That's why I have to get away from you altogether. I depend on you for so many things. Oh, I did even last winter in Chicago." She knelt down by the grate and held her hands closer to the coals. "And one thing leads to another." Ottenburg watched her as she bent toward the fire. His glance brightened a little. "Anyhow, you couldn't look as you do now before you knew me. You were clumsy, and whatever you do now, you do splendidly. And you can't cry enough to spoil your face for more than 10 minutes. It comes right back, in spite of you. It's only since you've known me that you've let yourself be beautiful." Without rising, she turned her face away. Fred went on impetuously. "Oh, you can turn it away from me, Thea. You can take it away from me. All the same." His spurt died and he fell back. "How can you turn on me so, after all?" he sighed. "I haven't. But when you arranged with yourself to take me in like that, you couldn't have been thinking very kindly of me. I can't understand how you carried it through when I was so easy and all the circumstances were so easy." Her crouching position by the fire became threatening. Fred got up and Thea also rose. "No," he said, "I can't make you see that now. Sometime later, perhaps, you will understand better. For one thing, I honestly could not imagine that words, names, meant so much to you." Fred was talking with the desperation of a man who has put himself in the wrong, and who yet feels that there was an idea of truth in his conduct. "Suppose that you had married your brakeman and lived with him year after year, caring for him even less than you do for your doctor, or for Harsanyi. I suppose you would have felt quite all right about it, because that relation has a name in good standing. To me, that seems sickening." He took a rapid turn about the room, and then, as Thea remained standing, he rolled one of the elephantine chairs up to the hearth for her. "Sit down and listen to me for a moment, Thea." He began pacing from the hearth rug to the window and back again, while she sat down compliantly. "Don't you know most of the people in the world are not individuals at all? They never have an individual idea or experience. A lot of girls go to boarding school together, come out the same season, dance at the same parties, are married off in groups, have their babies at about the same time, send their children to school together, and so the human crop renews itself. Such women know as much about the reality of the forms they go through as they know about the wars they learn the dates of. They get their most personal experiences out of novels and plays. Everything is second hand with them. Why, you couldn't live like that." Thea sat looking toward the mantel, her eyes half closed, her chin level, her head set as if she were enduring something. Her hands, very white, lay passive on her dark gown. From the corner window Fred looked at them and at her. He shook his head and flashed an angry, tormented look out into the blue twilight over the square, through which muffled cries and calls and the clang of car bells came up from the street. He turned again and began to pace the floor, his hands in his pockets. "Say what you will, Thea Kronborg, you are not that sort of person. You will never sit alone with a pacifier and a novel. You won't subsist on what the old ladies have put into the bottle for you. You will always break through into the realities. That was the first thing Harsanyi found out about you, that you couldn't be kept on the outside. If you'd lived in Moonstone all your life and got on with the discreet brakeman, you'd have had just the same nature. Your children would have been the realities then, probably. If they'd been commonplace, you'd have killed them with driving. You'd have managed some way to live 20 times as much as the people around you." Fred paused. He sought along the shadowy ceiling and heavy moldings for words. When he began again, his voice was lower, and at first he spoke with less conviction, though again it grew on him. "Now I knew all this. Oh, knew it better than I can ever make you understand. You've been running a handicap. You've had no time to lose. I wanted you to have what you need and to get on fast. Get through with me, if need be. I counted on that. You've no time to sit around and analyze your conduct or your feelings. Other women give their whole lives to it. They've nothing else to do. Helping a man to get his divorce is a career for them, just the sort of intellectual exercise they like." Fred dived fiercely into his pockets, as if he could rip them out and scatter their contents to the winds. Stopping before her, he took a deep breath and went on again, this time slowly. "All that sort of thing is foreign to you. You'd be nowhere at it. You haven't that kind of mind. The grammatical niceties of conduct are dark to you. You're simple and poetic." Fred's voice seemed to be wandering about in the thickening dusk. "You won't play much. You won't perhaps love many times." He paused. "And you did love me, you know. Your railroad friend would have understood me. I could have thrown you back. The reverse was there. It stared me in the face, but I couldn't pull it. I let you drive ahead." He threw out his hands. What Thea noticed, oddly enough, was the flash of the firelight on his cuff link. He turned again. "And you'll always drive ahead," he muttered. "It's your way." There was a long silence. Fred had dropped into a chair. He seemed, after such an explosion, not to have a word left in him. Thea put her hand to the back of her neck and pressed it, as if the muscles there were aching. "Well," she said at last, "I at least overlook more in you than I do in myself. I am always excusing you to myself. I don't do much else." "Then why, in heaven's name, won't you let me be your friend? You make a scoundrel of me, borrowing money from another man to get out of my clutches." "If I borrow from him, it's to study. Anything I took from you would be different. As I said before, you'd be keeping me." "Keeping? I like your language. It's pure Moonstone, Thea, like your point of view. I wonder how long you'll be a Methodist." He turned away bitterly. "Well, I've never said I wasn't Moonstone, have I? I am, and that's why I want Dr. Archie. I can't see anything so funny about Moonstone, you know." She pushed her chair back a little from the hearth and clasped her hands over her knee, still looking thoughtfully into the red coals. "We always come back to the same thing, Fred. The name, as you call it, makes a difference to me how I feel about myself. You would have acted very differently with a girl of your own kind, and that's why I can't take anything from you now. You've made everything impossible. Being married is one thing, and not being married is the other thing, and that's all there is to it. I can't see how you reasoned with yourself, if you took the trouble to reason. You say I was too much alone, and yet what you did was to cut me off more than I ever had been. Now I'm going to try to make good to my friends out there. That's all there is left for me." "Make good to your friends!" Fred burst out. "What one of them cares as I care, or believes as I believe? I've told you I'll never ask a gracious word from you until I can ask it with all the churches in Christendom at my back." Thea looked up, and when she saw Fred's face, she thought sadly that he, too, looked as if things were spoiled for him. "If you know me as well as you say you do, Fred," she said slowly, "then you are not being honest with yourself. You know that I can't do things halfway. If you kept me at all, you'd keep me." She dropped her head wearily on her hand and sat with her forehead resting on her fingers. Fred leaned over her and said just above his breath, "Then, when I get that divorce, you'll take it up with me again? You'll at least let me know, warn me, before there is a serious question of anybody else?" Without lifting her head, Thea answered him, "Oh, I don't think there will ever be a question of anybody else. Not if I can help it. I suppose I've given you every reason to think there will be. At once, on shipboard, any time." Ottenburg drew himself up like a shot. "Stop it, Thea," he said sharply. "That's one thing you've never done. That's like any common woman." He saw her shoulders lift a little and grow calm. Then he went to the other side of the room and took up his hat and gloves from the sofa. He came back cheerfully. "I didn't drop in to bully you this afternoon. I came to coax you to go out for tea with me somewhere." He waited, but she did not look up or lift her head, still sunk on her hand. Her handkerchief had fallen. Fred picked it up and put it on her knee, pressing her fingers over it. "Good night, dear and wonderful," he whispered. "Wonderful and dear. How can you ever get away from me when I will always follow you, through every wall, through every door, wherever you go?" He looked down at her bent head and the curve of her neck that was so sad. He stooped and with his lips just touched her hair where the firelight made it ruddiest. "I didn't know I had it in me, Thea. I thought it was all a fairy tale. I don't know myself any more." He closed his eyes and breathed deeply. "The salt's all gone out of your hair. It's full of sun and wind again. I believe it has memories." Again she heard him take a deep breath. "I could do without you for a lifetime, if that would give you to yourself. A woman like you doesn't find herself alone." She thrust her free hand up to him. She kissed it softly, as if she were asleep and he were afraid of waking her. From the door he turned back irrelevantly. "As to your old friend, Thea, if he's to be here on Friday, why—" He snatched out his watch and held it down to catch the light from the grate. "He's on the train now. That ought to cheer you. Good night." She heard the door close. End of Part 5, Sections 1 and 2. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Part 5 of the Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather. Part 5, Sections 3 and 4. 3. On Friday afternoon, Thea Kronborg was walking excitedly up and down her sitting room, which at that hour was flooded by thin, clear sunshine. Both windows were open, and the fire in the grate was low, for the day was one of those false springs that sometimes blow into New York from the sea in the middle of winter, soft, warm, with a persuasive salty moisture in the air and a relaxing thaw underfoot. Thea was flushed and animated, and she seemed as restless as the sooty sparrows that chirped and cheeped distractingly about the windows. She kept looking at the black clock and then down into the square. The room was full of flowers, and she stopped now and then to arrange them or to move them into the sunlight. After the bellboy came to announce a visitor, she took some Roman hyacinths from a glass and stuck them in the front of her dark blue dress. When at last Fred Ottenberg appeared in the doorway, she met him with an exclamation of pleasure. "I am glad you've come, Fred. I was afraid you might not get my note, and I wanted to see you before you see Dr. Archie. He's so nice." She brought her hands together to emphasize her statement. "Is he? I'm glad. You see, I'm quite out of breath. I didn't wait for the elevator, but ran upstairs. I was so pleased at being sent for." He dropped his hat and overcoat. "Yes, I should say he is nice. I don't seem to recognize all of these," waving his handkerchief about at the flowers. "Yes, he brought them himself in a big box. He brought lots with him besides flowers. Oh, lots of things. The old Moonstone feeling." Thea moved her hand back and forth in the air, fluttering her fingers. "The feeling of starting out, early in the morning, to take my lesson." "And you've had everything out with him?" "No, I haven't." "Haven't?" He looked up in consternation. "No, I haven't." Thea spoke excitedly, moving about over the sunny patches on the grimy carpet. "I've lied to him, just as you said I had always lied to him, and that's why I'm so happy. I've let him think what he likes to think. Oh, I couldn't do anything else, Fred." She shook her head emphatically. "If you'd seen him when he came in, so pleased and excited. You see, this is a great adventure for him. From the moment I began to talk to him, he entreated me not to say too much, not to spoil his notion of me. Not in so many words, of course. But if you'd seen his eyes, his face, his kind hands. Oh, no, I couldn't." She took a deep breath, as if with a renewed sense of her narrow escape. "Then what did you tell him?" Fred demanded. Thea sat down on the edge of the sofa and began shutting and opening her hands nervously. "Well, I told him enough, and not too much. I told him about how good you were to me last winter, getting me engagements and things, and how you had helped me with my work more than anybody. Then I told him about how you sent me down to the ranch when I had no money or anything." She paused and wrinkled her forehead. "And I told him that I wanted to marry you and run away to Mexico with you, and that I was awfully happy until you told me that you couldn't marry me because—well, I told him why." Thea dropped her eyes and moved the toe of her shoe about restlessly on the carpet. "And he took it from you like that?" Fred asked almost with awe. "Yes, just like that, and asked no questions. He was hurt. He had some wretched moments. I could see him squirming and trying to get past it. He kept shutting his eyes and rubbing his forehead. But when I told him that I absolutely knew you wanted to marry me, that you would whenever you could, that seemed to help him a good deal." "And that satisfied him?" Fred asked wonderingly. He could not quite imagine what kind of person Dr. Archie might be. "He took me by the shoulders once and asked, oh, in such a frightened way, 'Thea, was he good to you, this young man?' When I told him you were, he looked at me again. 'And you care for him a great deal? You believe in him?' Then he seemed satisfied. Thea paused. "You see, he's just tremendously good, and tremendously afraid of some things. Otherwise he would have got rid of Mrs. Archie." She looked up suddenly. "You were right, though. One can't tell people about things they don't know already." Fred stood in the window, his back to the sunlight, fingering the jonquils. "Yes, you can, my dear. But you must tell it in such a way that they don't know you're telling it, and that they don't know they're hearing it." Thea smiled past him out into the air. "I see. It's a secret, like the sound in the shell." "What's that?" Fred was watching her and thinking how moving that far-away expression in her happened to be. "What did you say?" She came back. "Oh, something old and moonstony. I have almost forgotten it myself. But I feel better than I thought I ever could again. I can't wait to be off. Oh, Fred," she sprang up, "I want to get at it." As she broke out with this, she threw up her head and lifted herself a little on her toes. Fred colored and looked at her fearfully, hesitatingly. Her eyes, which looked out through the window, were bright. They had no memories. No, she did not remember. That momentary elevation had no associations for her. It was unconscious. He looked her up and down, and laughed and shook his head. "You are just all I want you to be, and that is not for me. Don't worry. You'll get at it. You are at it. My God, have you ever for one moment been at anything else?" Thea did not answer him, and clearly she had not heard him. She was watching something out in the thin light of the false spring and its treacherously soft air. Fred waited a moment. "Are you going to dine with your friend tonight?" "Yes. He has never been in New York before. He wants to go about." "Where shall I tell him to go?" "Wouldn't it be a better plan, since you wish me to meet him, for you both to dine with me? It would seem only natural and friendly." "You'll have to live up a little to his notion of us." Thea seemed to consider the suggestion favorably. "If you wish him to be easy in his mind," Fred went on, "that would help. I think, myself, that we are rather nice together. Put on one of the new dresses you got down there, and let him see how lovely you can be. You owe him some pleasure, after all the trouble he has taken." Thea laughed, and seemed to find the idea exciting and pleasant. "Oh, very well. I'll do my best. Only don't wear a dress coat, please. He hasn't one, and he's nervous about it." Fred looked at his watch. "Your monument up there is fast. I'll be here with a cab at 8. I'm anxious to meet him. You've given me the strangest idea of his callow innocence and aged indifference." She shook her head. "No, he's none of that. He's very good, and he won't admit things. I love him for it. Now, as I look back on it, I see that I've always, even when I was little, shielded him." As she laughed, Fred caught the bright spark in her eye that he knew so well, and held it for a happy instant. Then he blew her a kiss with his fingertips and fled. 4. At 9 o'clock that evening our three friends were seated in the balcony of a French restaurant, much gayer and more intimate than any that exists in New York today. This old restaurant was built by a lover of pleasure, who knew that to dine gaily human beings must have the reassurance of certain limitations of space and of a certain definite style, that the walls must be near enough to suggest shelter, the ceiling high enough to give the chandeliers a setting. The place was crowded with the kind of people who dine late and well, and Dr. Archie, as he watched the animated groups in the long room below the balcony, found this much the most festive scene he had ever looked out upon. He said to himself, in a jovial mood somewhat sustained by the cheer of the board, that this evening alone was worth his long journey. He followed attentively the orchestra, ensconced at the farther end of the balcony, and told Thea it made him feel quite musical to recognize the invitation to the dance, or the Blue Danube, and that he could remember just what kind of day it was when he heard her practicing them at home and lingered at the gate to listen. For the first few moments, when he was introduced to young Ottenburg in the parlor of the Everett House, the doctor had been awkward and unbending. But Fred, as his father had often observed, was not a good mixer for nothing. He had brought Dr. Archie around during the short cab ride, and in an hour they had become old friends. From the moment when the doctor lifted his glass and, looking consciously at Thea, said, "To your success," Fred liked him. He felt his quality, understood his courage in some directions and what Thea called his timidity in others, his unspent and miraculously preserved youthfulness. Men could never impose upon the doctor, he guessed, but women always could. Fred liked, too, the doctor's manner with Thea, his bashful admiration, and the little hesitancy by which he betrayed his consciousness of the change in her. It was just this change that, at present, interested Fred more than anything else, that he felt was his created value, and it was his best chance for any peace of mind. If that were not real, obvious to an old friend like Archie, then he cut a very poor figure indeed. Fred got a good deal, too, out of their talk about Moonstone. From her questions and the doctor's answers, he was able to form some conception of the little world that was almost the measure of Thea's experience, the one bit of the human drama that she had followed with sympathy and understanding. As the two ran over the list of their friends, the mere sound of a name seemed to recall volumes to each of them, to indicate mines of knowledge and observation they had in common. At some names they laughed delightedly, at some indulgently and even tenderly. "You two young people must come out to Moonstone when Thea gets back," the doctor said hospitably. "Oh, we shall." Fred caught it up. "I'm keen to know all these people. It is very tantalizing to hear only their names." "Would they interest an outsider very much, do you think, Dr. Archie?" Thea leaned toward him. "Isn't it only because we've known them since I was little?" The doctor glanced at her deferentially. Fred had noticed that he seemed a little afraid to look at her squarely, perhaps a trifle embarrassed by a mode of dress to which he was unaccustomed. "Well, you are practically an outsider yourself, Thea, now," he observed, smiling. "Oh, I know," he went on quickly in response to her gesture of protest. "I know you don't change toward your old friends, but you can see us all from a distance now. It's all to your advantage that you can still take your old interest, isn't it, Mr. Ottenburg?" "That's exactly one of her advantages, Dr. Archie. Nobody can ever take that away from her, and none of us who came later ever hope to rival Moonstone in the impression we make. Her scale of values will always be the Moonstone scale, and with an artist that is an advantage." Fred nodded. Dr. Archie looked at him seriously. "You mean it keeps them from getting affected?" "Yes, keeps them from getting off the track generally." While the waiter filled the glasses, Fred pointed out to Thea a big black French baritone who was eating anchovies by their tails at one of the tables below, and the doctor looked about and studied his fellow diners. "Do you know, Mr. Ottenburg," he said deeply, "these people all look happier to me than our Western people do. Is it simply good manners on their part, or do they get more out of life?" Fred laughed to Thea above the glass he had just lifted. "Some of them are getting a good deal out of it now, doctor. This is the hour when bench joy brightens." Thea chuckled and darted him a quick glance. "Bench joy? Where did you get that slang?" "That happens to be very old slang, my dear, older than Moonstone or the sovereign state of Colorado. Our old friend, Mr. Nathanmeyer, could tell us why it happens to hit you." He leaned forward and touched Thea's wrist. "See that fur coat just coming in, Thea? It's D'Albert. He just got back from his Western tour. Fine head, hasn't he?" "To go back," said Dr. Archie, "I insist that people do look happier here. I've noticed it even on the street, and especially in the hotels." Fred turned to him cheerfully. "New York people live a good deal in the fourth dimension, Dr. Archie. It's that you notice in their faces." The doctor was interested. "The fourth dimension?" he repeated slowly. "And is that slang, too?" "No," Fred shook his head. "That's merely a figure. I mean that life is not quite so personal here as it is in your part of the world. People are more taken up by hobbies, interests that are less subject to reverses than their personal affairs. If you're interested in Thea's voice, for instance, or in voices in general, that interest is just the same, even if your mining stocks go down." The doctor looked at him narrowly. "You think that's about the principal difference between country people and city people, don't you?" Fred was a little disconcerted at being followed up so resolutely, and he attempted to dismiss it with a pleasantry. "I've never thought about it much, doctor, but I should say, on the spur of the moment, that that is one of the principal differences between people anywhere. It's the consolation of fellows like me who don't accomplish much. The fourth dimension is not good for business, but we think we have a better time." Dr. Archie leaned back in his chair. His heavy shoulders were contemplative. "And she," he said slowly, "should you say that she is one of the kind you refer to?" He inclined his head toward the shimmer of the pale green dress beside him. Thea was leaning, just then, over the balcony rail, her head in the light from the chandeliers below. "Never, never!" Fred protested. "She's as hard-headed as the worst of you, with a difference." The doctor sighed. "Yes, with a difference. Something that makes a good many revolutions to the second. When she was little I used to feel her head to try to locate it." Fred laughed. "Did you, though? So you were on the track of it. Oh, it's there. We can't get round it, miss," as Thea looked back inquiringly. "Dr. Archie, there's a fellow townsman of yours I feel a real kinship for." He pressed a cigar upon Dr. Archie and struck a match for him. "Tell me about Spanish Johnny." The doctor smiled benignantly through the first waves of smoke. "Well, Johnny's an old patient of mine, and he's an old admirer of Thea's. She was born a cosmopolitan, and I expect she learned a good deal from Johnny when she used to run away and go to Mexican Town. We thought it a queer freak then." The doctor launched into a long story, in which he was often eagerly interrupted or joyously confirmed by Thea, who was drinking her coffee and forcing open the petals of the roses with an ardent and rather rude hand. Fred settled down into enjoying his comprehension of his guests. Thea, watching Dr. Archie and interested in his presentation, was unconsciously impersonating her suave, gold-tinted friend. It was delightful to see her so radiant and responsive again. She had kept her promise about looking her best, when one could so easily get together the colors of an apple branch in early spring. That was not hard to do. Even Dr. Archie felt, each time he looked at her, a fresh consciousness. He recognized the fine texture of her mother's skin, with the difference that, when she reached across the table to give him a bunch of grapes, her arm was not only white, but somehow a little dazzling. She seemed to him taller and freer in all her movements. She had now a way of taking a deep breath when she was interested that made her seem very strong, somehow, and brought her at one quite overpoweringly. If he seemed shy, it was not that he was intimidated by her worldly clothes, but that her greater positiveness, her whole augmented self, made him feel that his accustomed manner toward her was inadequate. Fred, on his part, was reflecting that the awkward position in which he had placed her would not confine or chafe her long. She looked about her at other people, at other women, curiously. She was not quite sure of herself, but she was not in the least afraid or apologetic. She seemed to sit there on the edge, emerging from one world into another, taking her bearings, getting an idea of the concerted movement about her, but with absolute self-confidence. So far from shrinking, she expanded. The mere kindly effort to please Dr. Archie was enough to bring her out. There was much talk of aura at that time, and Fred mused that every beautiful, every compellingly beautiful woman had an aura, whether other people did or no. There was certainly about the woman he had brought up from Mexico such an emanation. She existed in more space than she occupied by measurement. The enveloping air about her head and shoulders was subsidized, was more moving than she herself, for in it lived the awakenings, all the first sweetness that life kills in people. One felt in her such a wealth of Jugendzeit, all those flowers of the mind and the blood that bloom and perish by the myriad in the few exhaustless years when the imagination first kindles. It was in watching her as she emerged like this, in being near and not too near, that one got, for a moment, so much that one had lost. Among other legendary things, the legendary theme of the absolutely magical power of a beautiful woman. After they had left Thea at her hotel, Dr. Archie admitted to Fred, as they walked up Broadway through the rapidly chilling air, that once before he had seen their young friend flash up into a more potent self, but in a darker mood. It was in his office one night, when she was at home the summer before last. "And then I got the idea," he added simply, "that she would not live like other people, that, for better or worse, she had uncommon gifts." "Oh, we'll see that it's for better, you and I," Fred assured him. "Won't you come up to my hotel with me? I think we ought to have a long talk." "Yes, indeed," said Dr. Archie gratefully. "I think we ought." End of Part 5, Sections 3 and 4. Recording by Dion Gimes, Salt Lake City, Utah. Part 5 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gimes. The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather. Part 5, Section 5. Thea was to sail on Tuesday at noon, and on Saturday Fred Ottenberg arranged for her passage, while she and Dr. Archie went shopping. With rugs and sea clothes she was already provided. Fred had got everything of that sort she needed for the voyage up from Vera Cruz. On Sunday afternoon Thea went to see the Harsanyis. When she returned to her hotel she found a note from Ottenberg saying that he had called and would come again tomorrow. On Monday morning, while she was at breakfast, Fred came in. She knew by his hurried, distracted air as he entered the dining room that something had gone wrong. He had just got a telegram from home. His mother had been thrown from her carriage and hurt, a concussion of some sort, and she was unconscious. He was leaving for St. Louis that night on the 11 o'clock train. He had a great deal to attend to during the day. He would come that evening if he might, and stay with her until train time, while she was doing her packing. Scarcely waiting for her consent, he hurried away. All day Thea was somewhat cast down. She was sorry for Fred, and she missed the feeling that she was the one person in his mind. He had scarcely looked at her when they exchanged words at the breakfast table. She felt as if she were set aside, and she did not seem so important even to herself as she had yesterday. Certainly, she reflected, it was high time that she began to take care of herself again. Dr. Archie came for dinner, but she sent him away early, telling him that she would be ready to go to the boat with him at 10:30 the next morning. When she went upstairs, she looked gloomily at the open trunk in her sitting room and at the trays piled on the sofa. She stood at the window and watched a quiet snowstorm spending itself over the city. More than anything else, falling snow always made her think of Moonstone, of the Kohlers' garden, of Thor's sled, of dressing by lamplight and starting off to school before the paths were broken. When Fred came he looked tired, and he took her hand almost without seeing her. "I'm so sorry, Fred. Have you had any more word?" "She was still unconscious at 4 this afternoon. It doesn't look very encouraging." He approached the fire and warmed his hands. He seemed to have contracted, and he had not at all his habitual ease of manner. "Poor mother!" he exclaimed. "Nothing like this should have happened to her. She has so much pride of person. She's not at all an old woman, you know. She's never got beyond vigorous and rather dashing middle age." He turned abruptly to Thea, and for the first time really looked at her. "How badly things come out. She'd have liked you for a daughter-in-law. Oh, you'd have fought like the devil, but you'd have respected each other." He sank into a chair and thrust his feet out to the fire. "Still," he went on thoughtfully, seeming to address the ceiling, "it might have been bad for you. Our big German houses, our good German cooking. You might have got lost in the upholstery. That substantial comfort might take the temper out of you, dull your edge." "Yes," he sighed, "I guess you were meant for the jolt of the breakers." "I guess I'll get plenty of jolt," Thea murmured, returning to her trunk. "I'm rather glad I'm not staying over until tomorrow," Fred reflected. "I think it's easier for me to glide out like this. I feel now as if everything were rather casual anyhow. A thing like that dulls one's feelings." Thea, standing by her trunk, made no reply. Presently he shook himself and rose. "Want me to put those trays in for you?" "No, thank you. I'm not ready for them yet." Fred strolled over to the sofa, lifted a scarf from one of the trays, and stood abstractedly drawing it through his fingers. "You've been so kind these last few days, Thea, that I began to hope you might soften a little, that you might ask me to come over and see you this summer." "If you thought that, you were mistaken," she said slowly. "I've hardened, if anything. but I shan't carry any grudge away with me, if you mean that." He dropped the scarf. "And there's nothing at all you'll let me do?" "Yes, there is one thing, and it's a good deal to ask. If I get knocked out, or never get on, I'd like you to see that Dr. Archie gets his money back. I'm taking $3,000 of his." "Why, of course I shall. You may dismiss that from your mind. How fussy you are about money, Thea. You make such a point of it." He turned sharply and walked to the windows. Thea sat down in the chair he had quitted. "It's only poor people who feel that way about money, and who are really honest," she said gravely. "Sometimes I think that to be really honest, you must have been so poor that you've been tempted to steal." "To what?" "To steal. I used to be, when I first went to Chicago and saw all the things in the big stores there. Never anything big, but little things, the kind I'd never seen before and could never afford. I did take something once, before I knew it." Fred came toward her. For the first time she had his whole attention, in the degree to which she was accustomed to having it. "Did you? What was it?" he asked with interest. "A sachet, a little blue silk bag of orris root powder. There was a whole counterful of them, marked down to 50 cents. I'd never seen any before, and they seemed irresistible. I took one up and wandered about the store with it. Nobody seemed to notice, so I carried it off." Fred laughed. "Crazy child. Why, your things always smell of orris. Is it a penance?" "No, I love it. But I saw that the firm didn't lose anything by me. I went back and bought it there whenever I had a quarter to spend. I've got a lot to take to Arizona. I made it up to them." "I'll bet you did." Fred took her hand. "Why didn't I find you that first winter? I'd have loved you just as you came." Thea shook her head. "No, you wouldn't, but you might have found me amusing. The Harsanyis said yesterday afternoon that I wore such a funny cape and that my shoes always squeaked. They think I've improved. I told them it was your doing if I had, and then they looked scared." "Did you sing for Harsanyi?" "Yes, he thinks I've improved there too. He said nice things to me. Oh, he was very nice. He agrees with you about my going to Lehman, if she'll take me. He came out to the elevator with me, after we had said good-bye. He said something nice out there too, but seemed sad." "What was it that he said?" "He said, when people, serious people, believe in you, they give you some of their best. So take care of it, Miss Kronborg." Then he waved his hands and went back. "If you sang, I wish you had taken me along. Did you sing well?" Fred turned from her and went back to the window. "I wonder when I shall hear you sing again." He picked up a bunch of violets and smelled them. "You know, you're leaving me like this. Well, it's almost inhuman to be able to do it so kindly and unconditionally." "I suppose it is. It was almost inhuman to be able to leave home, too, the last time, when I knew it was for good. But all the same, I cared a great deal more than anybody else did. I lived through it. I have no choice now. No matter how much it breaks me up, I have to go. Do I seem to enjoy it?" Fred bent over her trunk and picked up something which proved to be a score, clumsily bound. "What's this? Did you ever try to sing this?" He opened it, and on the engraved title page read Wunsch's inscription, "Einst, O wonder." He looked up sharply at Thea. "Wunsch gave me that when he went away. I've told you about him, my old teacher in Moonstone. He loved that opera." Fred went to the fireplace, the book under his arm, singing softly, "Einst, O wonder, entblendet meinem Grabe eine Blume aschu meines Herzens." "You have no idea at all where he is, Thea?" He leaned against the mantel and looked down at her. "No, I wish I had. He may be dead by this time. That was 5 years ago, and he used himself hard. Miss Kohler was always afraid he would die off alone somewhere and be stuck under the prairie. When we last heard of him, he was in Kansas. If he were to be found, I'd like to do something for him. I seem to get a good deal of him from this." He opened the book again, where he kept the place with his finger, and scrutinized the purple ink. How like a German! Had he ever sung the song for you? No, I didn't know where the words were from until once, when Harsanyi sang it for me, I recognized them." Fred closed the book. "Let me see. What was your noble brakeman's name?" Thea looked up with surprise. "Ray Kennedy." "Ray Kennedy," he laughed. "It couldn't well have been better. Wunsch and Dr. Archie and Ray and I," he told them off on his fingers, "your whistling posts. You haven't done so badly. We've backed you as we could, some in our weakness and some in our might, in your dark hours, and you'll have them. You may like to remember us." He smiled whimsically and dropped the score into the trunk. "You are taking that with you?" "Surely I am. I haven't so many keepsakes that I can afford to leave that. I haven't got many that I value so highly." "That you value so highly?" Fred echoed her gravity playfully. "You are delicious when you fall into your vernacular." He laughed half to himself. "What's the matter with that? Isn't it perfectly good English?" "Perfectly good Moonstone, my dear. Like the ready-made clothes that hang in the windows, made to fit everybody and fit nobody. A phrase that can be used on all occasions. Oh," he started across the room again, "that's one of the fine things about your going. You'll be with the right sort of people, and you'll learn a good, live, warm German that will be like yourself. You'll get a new speech full of shades and color like your voice, alive like your mind. It will be almost like being born again, Thea." She was not offended. Fred had said such things to her before, and she wanted to learn. In the natural course of things, she would never have loved a man from whom she could not learn a great deal. "Harsanyi said once," she remarked thoughtfully, "that if one became an artist, one had to be born again, and that one owed nothing to anybody." "Exactly. And when I see you again, I shall not see you, but your daughter. May I?" He held up his cigarette case questioningly, and then began to smoke, taking up again the song which ran in his head. "Deutschland schimmert auf jedem purpurblattchen Adelaide. I have half an hour with you yet, and then exit Fred." He walked about the room, smoking and singing the words under his breath. "You'll like the voyage," he said abruptly. "That first approach to a foreign shore, stealing up on it and finding it, there's nothing like it. It wakes up everything that's asleep in you. You won't mind my writing to some people in Berlin? They'll be nice to you." "I wish you would." Thea gave a deep sigh. "I wish one could look ahead and see what is coming to one." "Oh, no." Fred was smoking nervously. "That would never do. It's the uncertainty that makes one try. You've never had any sort of chance, and now I fancy you'll make it up to yourself. You'll find the way to let yourself out in one long flight." Thea put her hand on her heart. "And then drop like the rocks we used to throw, anywhere." She left the chair and went over to the sofa, hunting for something in the trunk trays. When she came back, she found Fred sitting in her place. "Here are some handkerchiefs of yours. I've kept one or two. They're larger than mine and useful if one has a headache." "Thank you. How nicely they smell of your things." He looked at the white squares for a moment and then put them in his pocket. He kept the low chair, and as she stood beside him, he took her hands and sat looking intently at them, as if he were examining them for some special purpose, tracing the long round fingers with the tips of his own. Ordinarily, you know, there are reefs that a man catches to and keeps his nose above water, but this is a case by itself. There seems to be no limit as to how much I can be in love with you. I keep going." He did not lift his eyes from her fingers, which he continued to study with the same fervor. "Every kind of stringed instrument there is plays in your hands, Thea," he whispered, pressing them to his face. She dropped beside him and slipped into his arms, shutting her eyes and lifting her cheek to his. "Tell me one thing," Fred whispered. "You said that night on the boat, when I first told you, that if you could, you would crush it all up in your hands and throw it into the sea. Would you, all those weeks?" She shook her head. "Answer me. Would you?" "No, I was angry then. I'm not now. I'd never give them up. Don't make me pay too much." In that embrace they lived over again all the others. When Thea drew away from him, she dropped her face in her hands. "You are good to me," she breathed. "You are. Rising to his feet, he put his hands under her elbows and lifted her gently. He drew her toward the door with him. "Get all you can. Be generous with yourself. Don't stop short of splendid things. I want them for you more than I want anything else, more than I want one splendid thing for myself. I can't help feeling that you'll gain, somehow, by my losing so much, that you'll gain the very thing I lose. Take care of her, as Harsanyi said. She's wonderful." He kissed her and went out of the door without looking back, just as if he were coming again tomorrow. Thea went quickly into her bedroom. She brought out an armful of muslin things, knelt down, and began to lay them in the trays. Suddenly she stopped, dropped forward, and leaned against the open trunk, her head on her arms. The tears fell on the dark old carpet. It came over her how many people must have said good-bye and been unhappy in that room. Other people, before her time, had hired this room to cry in. Strange rooms and strange streets and faces, how sick at heart they made one. Why was she going so far, when what she wanted was some familiar place to hide in? The rock house, her little room in Moonstone, her own bed. Oh, how good it would be to lie down in that little bed, to cut the nerve that kept one struggling, that pulled one on, to sink into peace there, with all the family safe and happy downstairs. After all, she was a Moonstone girl, one of the preacher's children. Everything else was in Fred's imagination. Why was she called upon to take such chances? Any safe, humdrum work that did not compromise her would be better. But if she failed now, she would lose her soul. There was nowhere to fall, after one took that step, except into abysses of wretchedness. She knew what abysses, for she could still hear the old man playing in the snowstorm. It was released in her like a passion of longing. Every nerve in her body thrilled to it. It brought her to her feet, carried her somehow to bed, and into troubled sleep. That night she taught in Moonstone again. She beat her pupils in hideous rages. She kept on beating them. She sang at funerals and struggled at the piano with Harsanyi. In one dream she was looking into a hand glass and thinking that she was getting better looking, when the glass began to grow smaller and smaller, and her own reflection to shrink, until she realized that she was looking into Ray Kennedy's eyes, seeing her face in that look of his, which she could never forget. All at once the eyes were Fred Ottenburg's and not Ray's. All night she heard the shrieking of trains, whistling in and out of Moonstone, as she used to hear them in her sleep when they blew shrill in the winter air. But tonight they were terrifying, the spectral, fated trains that raced with death, about which the old woman from the depot used to pray. In the morning she wakened breathless after a struggle with Mrs. Livery Johnson's daughter. She started up with a bound, threw the blankets back, and sat on the edge of the bed, her nightdress open, her long braids hanging over her bosom, blinking in the daylight. After all, it was not too late. She was only 20 years old, and the boat sailed at noon. There was still time. End of Part 5. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Part 6 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather. Part 6, Sections 1 and 2. Part 6. Kronborg. 1. It is a glorious winter day. Denver, standing on her high plateau, under a thrilling green-blue sky, is masked in snow and glittering with sunlight. The Capitol building is actually in armor, and throws off the shafts of the sun until the beholder is dazzled, and the outlines of the building are lost in a blaze of reflected light. The stone terrace is a white field over which fiery reflections dance, and the trees and bushes are faithfully repeated in snow, on every black twig a soft, blurred line of white. From the terrace one looks directly over to where the mountains break in their sharp, familiar lines against the sky. Snow fills the gorges, hangs in scarves on the great slopes, and on the peaks the fiery sunshine is gathered up as by a burning glass. Howard Archie is standing at the window of his private room in the offices of the San Felipe Mining Company on the 6th floor of the Raton building, looking off at the mountain glories of his state while he gives dictation to his secretary. He is 10 years older than when we saw him last, and emphatically 10 years more prosperous. A decade of coming into things has not so much aged him as it has fortified, smoothed, and assured him. His sandy hair and imperial conceal whatever gray they harbor. He has not grown heavier, but more flexible, and his massive shoulders carry 50 years and the control of his great mining interests more lightly than they carried 40 years and a country practice. In short, he is one of the friends to whom we feel grateful for having got on in the world, for helping to keep up the general temperature and our own confidence in life. He is an acquaintance that one would hurry to overtake and greet among 100. In his warm handshake and generous smile there is the stimulating cordiality of good fellows come into good fortune and eager to pass it on, something that makes one think better of the lottery of life and resolve to try again. When Archie had finished his morning mail, he turned away from the window and faced his secretary. "Did anything come up yesterday afternoon while I was away, T.B.?" Thomas Burke turned over the leaf of his calendar. "Governor Alden sent down to say that he wanted to see you before he sends his letter to the Board of Pardons. Asked if you could go over to the State House this morning." Archie shrugged his shoulders. "I'll think about it." The young man grinned. "Anything else?" his chief continued. T.B. swung around in his chair with a look of interest on his shrewd, clean-shaven face. "Old Jasper Flight was in, Dr. Archie. I never expected to see him alive again. Seems he's tucked away for the winter with a sister who's a housekeeper at the Oxford. He's all crippled up with rheumatism, but as fierce after it as ever. Wants to know if you or the company won't grubstake him again. Says he's sure of it this time. Had located something when the snow shut down on him in December. He wants to crawl out at the first break in the weather, with that same old burro with the split ear. He got somebody to winter the beast for him. He's superstitious about that burro, too. Thinks it's divinely guided. You ought to hear the line of talk he put up here yesterday. Said when he rode in his carriage that burro was a goin' to ride along with him." Archie laughed. "Did he leave you his address?" "He didn't neglect anything," replied the clerk cynically. "Well, send him a line and tell him to come in again. I like to hear him. Of all the crazy prospectors I've ever known, he's the most interesting, because he's really crazy. It's a religious conviction with him, and with most of 'em it's a gambling fever or pure vagrancy. But Jasper Flight believes that the Almighty keeps the secret of the silver deposits in these hills and gives it away to the deserving. He's a downright noble figure. Of course I'll stake him, as long as he can crawl out in the spring. He and that burro are a sight together. The beast is nearly as white as Jasper, must be 20 years old." "If you stake him this time, you won't have to again," said T.B. knowingly. "He'll croak up there, mark my word. Says he never ties the burro at night now, for fear he might be called sudden and the beast would starve. I guess that animal could eat a lariat rope, all right, and enjoy it. I guess if we knew the things those two have eaten and haven't eaten in their time, T.B., it would make us vegetarians." The doctor sat down and looked thoughtful. "That's the way for the old man to go. It would be pretty hard luck if he had to die in a hospital. I wish he could turn up something before he cashes in. But his kind seldom do. They're bewitched. Still, there was Stratton. I've been meeting Jasper Flight and his side meat and tin pans up in the mountains for years, and I'd miss him. I always halfway believe the fairy tales he spins me. Old Jasper Flight," Archie murmured. as if he liked the name or the picture it called up. A clerk came in from the outer office and handed Archie a card. He sprang up and exclaimed, "Mr. Ottenburg! Bring him in." Fred Ottenburg entered, clad in a long, fur-lined coat, holding a checked cloth hat in his hand, his cheeks and eyes bright with the outdoor cold. The two men met before Archie's desk, and their handclasp was longer than friendship prompts, except in regions where the blood warms and quickens to meet the dry cold. Under the general keying up of the altitude, manners take on a heartiness, a vivacity, that is one expression of the half unconscious excitement which Colorado people miss when they drop into lower strata of air. The heart, we are told, wears out early in that high atmosphere, but while it pumps it sends out no sluggish stream. Our two friends stood gripping each other by the hand and smiling. "When did you get in, Fred? And what have you come for?" Archie gave him a quizzical glance. "I've come to find out what you think you're doing out here," the younger man declared emphatically. "I want to get next." "I do. When can you see me?" "Anything on tonight?" "Then suppose you dine with me. Where can I pick you up at 5:30?" "Bixby's office, general freight agent of the Burlington." Ottenburg began to button his overcoat and drew on his gloves. "I've got to have one shot at you before I go, Archie. Didn't I tell you Pinky Alden was a cheap squirt?" Alden's backer laughed and shook his head. "Oh, he's worse than that, Fred. It isn't polite to mention what he is, outside of the Arabian Nights. I guessed you'd come to rub it into me." Ottenburg paused, his hand on the doorknob, his high color challenging the doctor's calm. "I'm disgusted with you, Archie, for training with such a pup. A man of your experience." "Well, he's been an experience," Archie muttered. "I'm not coy about admitting it, am I?" Ottenburg flung open the door. "Small credit to you. Even the women are out for capital and corruption, I hear. Your governor's done more for the United Breweries in 6 months than I've been able to do in 6 years. He's the lily-livered sort we're looking for. Good morning." That afternoon at 5 o'clock, Dr. Archie emerged from the State House, after his talk with Governor Alden, and crossed the terrace under a saffron sky. The snow, beaten hard, was blue in the dusk. A day of blinding sunlight had not even started a thaw. The lights of the city twinkled pale below him in the quivering violet air, and the dome of the State House behind him was still red with the light from the west. Before he got into his car, the doctor paused to look about him at the scene of which he never tired. Archie lived in his own house on Colfax Avenue, where he had roomy grounds and a rose garden and a conservatory. His housekeeping was done by 3 Japanese boys, devoted and resourceful, who were able to manage Archie's dinner parties, to see that he kept his engagements, and to make visitors who stayed at the house so comfortable that they were always loath to go away. Archie had never known what comfort was until he became a widower, though with characteristic delicacy or dishonesty he insisted upon accrediting his peace of mind to the San Felipe, to time, to anything but his release from Mrs. Archie. Mrs. Archie died just before her husband left Moonstone and came to Denver to live, 6 years ago. The poor woman's fight against dust was her undoing at last. One summer day when she was rubbing the parlor upholstery with gasoline, the doctor had often forbidden her to use it on any account, so that was one of the pleasures she seized upon in his absence. An explosion occurred. Nobody ever knew exactly how it happened, for Mrs. Archie was dead when the neighbors rushed in to save her from the burning house. She must have inhaled the burning gas and died instantly. Moonstone's severity relented toward her somewhat after her death, but even while her old cronies at Mrs. Smiley's millinery store said that it was a terrible thing, they added that nothing but a powerful explosive could have killed Mrs. Archie, and that it was only right the doctor should have a chance. Archie's past was literally destroyed when his wife died. The house burned to the ground, and all those material reminders which have such power over people disappeared in an hour. His mining interests now took him to Denver so often that it seemed better to make his headquarters there. He gave up his practice and left Moonstone for good. 6 months afterwards, while Dr. Archie was living at the Brown Palace Hotel, the San Felipe mine began to give up that silver hoard which old Captain Harris had always accused it of concealing, and San Felipe headed the list of mining quotations in every daily paper, East and West. In a few years Dr. Archie was a very rich man. His mine was such an important item in the mineral output of the state, and Archie had a hand in so many of the new industries of Colorado and New Mexico, that his political influence was considerable. He had thrown it all, 2 years ago, to the new Reform Party, and had brought about the election of a governor of whose conduct he was now heartily ashamed. His friends believed that Archie himself had ambitious political plans. When Ottenburg and his host reached the house on Colfax Avenue, they went directly to the library, a long double room on the second floor, which Archie had arranged exactly to his own taste. It was full of books and mounted specimens of wild game, with a big writing table at either end, stiff, old-fashioned engravings, heavy hangings, and deep upholstery. When one of the Japanese boys brought the cocktails, Fred turned from the fine specimen of pecoree which he had been examining, and said, "A man is an owl to live in such a place alone, Archie. Why don't you marry?" As for me, just because I can't marry, I find the world full of charming, unattached women, any one of whom I could fit up a house for with alacrity. "You're more knowing than I." Archie spoke politely. "I'm not very wide awake about women. I'd be likely to pick out one of the uncomfortable ones, and there are a few of them, you know." He drank his cocktail and rubbed his hands together in a friendly way. "My friends here have charming wives, and they don't give me a chance to get lonely. They are very kind to me, and I have a great many pleasant friendships." Fred put down his glass. "Yes, I've always noticed that women have confidence in you. You have the doctor's way of getting next. And you enjoy that kind of thing? The friendship of attractive women? Oh dear, yes. I depend upon it a great deal." The butler announced dinner, and the two men went downstairs to the dining room. Dr. Archie's dinners were always good and well served, and his wines were excellent. "I saw the fuel and iron people today," Ottenburg said, looking up from his soup. "Their heart is in the right place. I can't see why in the mischief you ever got mixed up with that reform gang, Archie. You've got nothing to reform out here. The situation has always been as simple as 2 and 2 in Colorado, mostly a matter of a friendly understanding." "Well," Archie spoke tolerantly, "some of the young fellows seem to have red-hot convictions, and I thought it was better to let them try their ideas out." Ottenburg shrugged his shoulders. "A few dull young men who haven't ability enough to play the old game the old way, so they want to put on a new game, which doesn't take so much brains and gives away more advertising. That's what your anti-saloon league and vice commission amounts to. They provide notoriety for the fellows who can't distinguish themselves at running a business, or practicing law, or developing an industry. Here you have a mediocre lawyer with no brains and no practice, trying to get a look in on something. He comes up with the novel proposition that the prostitute has a hard time of it, puts his picture in the paper, and the first thing you know he's a celebrity. He gets the rake off, and she's just where she was before. How could you fall for a mousetrap like Pink Alden, Archie?" Dr. Archie laughed as he began to carve. "Pink seems to get under your skin. He's not worth talking about. He's gone his limit. People won't read about his blameless life any more. I knew those interviews he gave out would cook him. They were a last resort. I could have stopped him, but by that time I'd come to the conclusion that I'd let the reformers down. I'm not against a general shaking up, but the trouble with Pinky's crowd is they never get beyond a general writing up. We gave them a chance to do something, and they just kept on writing about each other and what temptations they had overcome." While Archie and his friend were busy with Colorado politics, the impeccable Japanese attended swiftly and intelligently to his duties. and the dinner, as Ottenburg at last remarked, was worthy of more profitable conversation. "So it is," the doctor admitted. "Well, we'll go upstairs for our coffee and cut this out. Bring up some cognac and arrack, Ty," he added as he rose from the table. They stopped to examine a moose's head on the stairway, and when they reached the library the pine logs in the fireplace had been lighted and the coffee was bubbling before the hearth. Ty placed 2 chairs before the fire and brought a tray of cigarettes. "Bring the cigars in my lower desk drawer, boy," the doctor directed. "Too much light in here, isn't there, Fred? Light the lamp there on my desk, Ty." He turned off the electric glare and settled himself deep into the chair opposite Ottenburg's. "To go back to our conversation, doctor," Fred began while he waited for the first steam to blow off his coffee, "why don't you make up your mind to go to Washington? There'd be no fight made against you. I needn't say the United Breweries would back you. There'd be some kudos coming to us, too, backing a reform candidate." Dr. Archie measured his length in his chair and thrust his large boots toward the crackling pitch pine. He drank his coffee and lit a big black cigar, while his guest looked over the assortment of cigarettes on the tray. "You say why don't I?" The doctor spoke with the deliberation of a man in the position of having several courses to choose from. "But on the other hand, why should I?" He puffed away and seemed, through his half-closed eyes, to look down several long roads with the intention of luxuriously rejecting all of them and remaining where he was. "I'm sick of politics. I'm disillusioned about serving my crowd, and I don't particularly want to serve yours. Nothing in it that I particularly want, and a man's not effective in politics unless he wants something for himself, and wants it hard. I can reach my ends by straighter roads. There are plenty of things to keep me busy. We haven't begun to develop our resources in this state. We haven't had a look in on them yet. That's the only thing that isn't fake, making men and machines go, and actually turning out a product." The doctor poured himself some white cordial and looked over the little glass into the fire with an expression which led Ottenburg to believe that he was getting at something in his own mind. Fred lit a cigarette and let his friend grope for his idea. "My boys here," Archie went on, "have got me rather interested in Japan. Think I'll go out there in the spring and come back the other way, through Siberia. I've always wanted to go to Russia." His eyes still hunted for something in his big fireplace. With a slow turn of his head he brought them back to his guest and fixed them upon him. "Just now, I'm thinking of running on to New York for a few weeks," he ended abruptly. Ottenburg lifted his chin. "Ah!" he exclaimed, as if he began to see Archie's drift. "Shall you see Thea?" "Yes." The doctor replenished his cordial glass. "In fact, I suspect I am going exactly to see her. I am getting stale on things here, Fred. Best people in the world, and always doing things for me. I'm fond of them too, but I've been with them too much. I'm getting ill-tempered, and the first thing I know I'll be hurting people's feelings. I snapped Mrs. Dandridge up over the telephone this afternoon when she asked me to go out to Colorado Springs on Sunday to meet some English people who are staying at the Antlers. Very nice of her to want me, and I was as sour as if she'd been trying to work me for something. I've got to get out for a while to save my reputation." To this explanation Ottenburg had not paid much attention. He seemed to be looking at a fixed point, the yellow glass eyes of a fine wildcat over one of the bookcases. "You've never heard her at all, have you?" he asked reflectively. "Curious, when this is her second season in New York." "I was going on last March, had everything arranged, and then old Cap Harris thought he could drive his car and me through a lamp post, and I was laid up with a compound fracture for 2 months, so I didn't get to see Thea." Ottenburg studied the red end of his cigarette attentively. "She might have come out to see you. I remember you covered the distance like a streak when she wanted you." Archie moved uneasily. "Oh, she couldn't do that. She had to get back to Vienna to work on some new parts for this year. She sailed 2 days after the New York season closed." "Well, then she couldn't, of course." Fred smoked his cigarette close and tossed the end into the fire. "I'm tremendously glad you're going now. If you're stale, she'll jack you up. That's one of her specialties." She got a rise out of me last December that lasted me all winter." "Of course," the doctor apologized. "You know so much more about these things. I'm afraid it will be rather wasted on me. I'm no judge of music." "Never mind that." The younger man pulled himself up in his chair. "She gets it across to people who aren't judges. That's just what she does." He relapsed into his former lassitude. "If you were stone deaf, it wouldn't all be wasted. It's a great deal to watch her. Incidentally, you know, she is very beautiful. Photographs give you no idea." Dr. Archie clasped his large hands under his chin. "Oh, I'm counting on that. I don't suppose her voice will sound natural to me. Probably I wouldn't know it." Ottenburg smiled. "You'll know it, if you ever knew it. It's the same voice, only more so. You'll know it. Did you, in Germany that time, when you wrote me? 7 years ago now. That must have been at the very beginning." "Yes, somewhere near the beginning. She sang one of the Rhine daughters." Fred paused and drew himself up again. "Sure, I knew it from the first note. I'd heard a good many young voices come up out of the Rhine, but, by gracious, I hadn't heard one like that." He fumbled for another cigarette. "Mahler was conducting that night. I met him as he was leaving the house and had a word with him. 'Interesting voice you tried out this evening,' I said. He stopped and smiled. 'Miss Kronborg, you mean?' 'Yes, very. She seems to sing for the idea. Unusual in a young singer. I'd never heard him admit before that a singer could have an idea. She not only had it, but she got it across. The Rhine music, that I'd known since I was a boy, was fresh to me, vocalized for the first time. You realize that she was beginning that long story, adequately, with the end in view. Every phrase she sang was basic. She simply was the idea of the Rhine music." Ottenburg rose and stood with his back to the fire. "And at the end, where you don't see the maidens at all, the same thing again. Two pretty voices, and the Rhine voice." Fred snapped his fingers and dropped his hand. The doctor looked up at him enviously. "You see, all that would be lost on me," he said modestly. "I don't know the dream, nor the interpretation thereof. I'm out of it. It's too bad that so few of her old friends can appreciate her." "Take a try at it," Fred encouraged him. "You'll get in deeper than you can explain to yourself. People with no personal interest do that." "I suppose," said Archie diffidently, "that college German, gone to seed, wouldn't help me out much. I used to be able to make my German patients understand me." "Sure it would," cried Ottenburg heartily. "Don't be above knowing your libretto. That's all very well for musicians, but common mortals like you and me have got to know what she's singing about. Get out your dictionary and go at it as you would any other proposition. Her diction is beautiful, and if you know the text you'll get a great deal. So long as you're going to hear her, get all that's coming to you. You bet in Germany people know their librettos by heart. You Americans are so afraid of stooping to learn anything." "I am a little ashamed," Archie admitted. "I guess that's the way we mask our general ignorance. However, I'll stoop this time. I'm more ashamed not to be able to follow her. The papers always say she's such a fine actress." He took up the tongs and began to rearrange the logs that had burned through and fallen apart. "I suppose she has changed a great deal?" he asked absently. "We've all changed, my dear Archie. She more than the rest of us." "Yes and no. She's all there, only there's a great deal more of her. I've had only a few words with her in several years. It's better not, when I'm tied up this way. The laws are barbarous, Archie." "Your wife is still the same?" the doctor asked sympathetically. "Absolutely. Hasn't been out of a sanitarium for 7 years now. No prospect of her ever being out, and as long as she's there, I'm tied hand and foot. What does society get out of such a state of things, I'd like to know, except a tangle of irregularities? If you want to reform, there's an opening for you." "It's bad. Oh, very bad. I agree with you." Dr. Archie shook his head. "But there would be complications under another system, too. The whole question of a young man's marrying has looked pretty grave to me for a long while. How have they the courage to keep on doing it? It depresses me now to buy wedding presents." For some time the doctor watched his guest, who was sunk in bitter reflections. "Such things used to go better than they do now, I believe. Seems to me all the married people I knew when I was a boy were happy enough." He paused again and bit the end off a fresh cigar. "You never saw Thea's mother, did you, Ottenburg? That's a pity. Mrs. Kronborg was a fine woman. I've always been afraid Thea made a mistake, not coming home when Mrs. Kronborg was ill, no matter what it cost her." Ottenburg moved about restlessly. "She couldn't, Archie. She positively couldn't. I felt you never understood that, but I was in Dresden at the time, and though I wasn't seeing much of her, I could size up the situation for myself. It was just by a lucky chance that she got to sing Elizabeth that time at the Dresden Opera, a complication of circumstances. If she'd run away for any reason, she might have waited for years for such a chance to come again. She gave a wonderful performance and made a great impression. They offered her certain terms. She had to take them and follow it up then and there. In that game you can't lose a single trick. She was ill herself, but she sang. Her mother was ill, and she sang. No, you mustn't hold that against her, Archie. She did the right thing there." Ottenburg drew out his watch. "Hello, I must be traveling. You hear from her regularly?" "More or less regularly. She was never much of a letter writer. She tells me about her engagements and contracts, but I know so little about that business that it doesn't mean much to me beyond the figures, which seem very impressive. We've had a good deal of business correspondence, about putting up a stone to her father and mother, and lately about her youngest brother, Thor. He is with me now. He drives my car. Today he's up at the mine." Ottenburg, who had picked up his overcoat, dropped it. "Drives your car?" he asked incredulously. "Yes. Thea and I have had a good deal of bother about Thor. We tried a business college and an engineering school, but it was no good. Thor was born a chauffeur before there were cars to drive. He was never good for anything else. Lay around home and collected postage stamps and took bicycles to pieces, waiting for the automobile to be invented. He's just as much a part of a car as the steering gear. I can't find out whether he likes his job with me or not, or whether he feels any curiosity about his sister. You can't find anything out from a Kronborg nowadays. The mother was different." Fred plunged into his coat. "Well, it's a queer world, Archie. But you'll think better of it if you go to New York. Wish I were going with you. I'll drop in on you in the morning at about 11. I want a word with you about this interstate commerce bill. Good night." Dr. Archie saw his guest to the motor which was waiting below, and then went back to his library, where he replenished the fire and sat down for a long smoke. A man of Archie's modest and rather credulous nature develops late, and makes his largest gain between 40 and 50. At 30, indeed, as we have seen, Archie was a soft-hearted boy under a manly exterior, still whistling to keep up his courage. Prosperity and large responsibilities, above all getting free of poor Mrs. Archie, had brought out a good deal more than he knew was in him. He was thinking tonight, as he sat before the fire, in the comfort he liked so well, that but for lucky chances and lucky holes in the ground, he would still be a country practitioner reading his old books by his office lamp. And yet he was not so fresh and energetic as he ought to be. He was tired of business and of politics. Worse than that, he was tired of the men with whom he had to do, and of the women who, as he said, had been kind to him. He felt as if he were still hunting for something, like old Jasper Flight. He knew that this was an unbecoming and ungrateful state of mind, and he reproached himself for it. But he could not help wondering why it was that life, even when it gave so much, after all gave so little. What was it that he had expected and missed? Why was he, more than anything else, disappointed? He fell to looking back over his life and asking himself which years of it he would like to live over again, just as they had been. And they were not many. His college years he would live again gladly, and after them was nothing he would care to repeat until he came to Thea Kronborg. There had been something stirring about those years in Moonstone, when he was a restless young man on the verge of breaking into larger enterprises, and when she was a restless child on the verge of growing up into something unknown. He realized now that she had counted for a great deal more to him than he knew at the time. It was a continuous sort of relationship. He was always on the lookout for her as he went about the town, always vaguely expecting her as he sat in his office at night. He had never asked himself then if it was strange that he should find a child of 12 the most interesting and companionable person in Moonstone. It had seemed a pleasant, natural kind of solicitude. He explained it then by the fact that he had no children of his own. But now, as he looked back on those years, the other interests were faded and inanimate. The thought of them was heavy. But wherever his life had touched the Kronborgs, there was still a little warmth left, a little sparkle. Their friendship seemed to run over those discontented years like a leafy pattern, still bright and fresh when the other patterns had faded into the dull background. Their walks and drives and confidences, the night they watched the rabbit in the moonlight. Why were these things stirring to remember? Whenever he thought of them, they were distinctly different from the other memories of his life, always seemed humorous, gay, with a little thrill of anticipation and mystery about them. They came nearer to being tender secrets than any others he possessed. Nearer than anything else, they corresponded to what he had hoped to find in the world, and had not found. It came over him now that the unexpected favors of fortune, no matter how dazzling, do not mean very much to us. They may excite or divert us for a time, but when we look back, the only things we cherish are those which in some way met our original want, the desire which formed in us in early youth, undirected and of its own accord. End of Part 6, Sections 1 and 2. Recording by Dion Gimes, Salt Lake City, Utah. Part 6 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gimes. The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather. Part 6, Sections 3 and 4. 3. For the first 4 years after Thea went to Germany, things went on as usual with the Kronborg family. Mrs. Kronborg's land in Nebraska increased in value and brought her in a good rental. The family drifted into an easy way of living, half without realizing it, as families will. Then Mr. Kronborg, who had never been ill, died suddenly of cancer of the liver, and after his death Mrs. Kronborg went, as her neighbors said, into a decline. Hearing discouraging reports of her from the physician who had taken over his practice, Dr. Archie went up from Denver to see her. He found her in bed, in the room where he had more than once attended her, a handsome woman of 60, with a body still firm and white, her hair, faded now to a very pale primrose, in 2 thick braids down her back, her eyes clear and calm. When the doctor arrived, she was sitting up in her bed knitting. He felt at once how glad she was to see him, but he soon gathered that she had made no determination to get well. She told him, indeed, that she could not very well get along without Mr. Kronborg. The doctor looked at her with astonishment. Was it possible that she could miss the foolish old man so much? He reminded her of her children. "Yes," she replied, "the children are all very well, but they are not father. We were married young." The doctor watched her wonderingly as she went on knitting, thinking how much she looked like Thea. The difference was one of degree rather than of kind. The doctor had a compelling enthusiasm, the mother had none. But their framework, their foundation, was very much the same. In a moment Mrs. Kronborg spoke again. "Have you heard anything from Thea lately?" During his talk with her, the doctor gathered that what Miss Kronborg really wanted was to see her daughter Thea. Lying there day after day, she wanted it calmly and continuously. He told her that, since she felt so, he thought they might ask Thea to come home. "I've thought a good deal about it," said Mrs. Kronborg slowly. "I hate to interrupt her, now that she's begun to get advancement. I expect she's seen some pretty hard times, though she was never one to complain. Perhaps she'd feel that she would like to come. It would be hard, losing both of us while she's off there." When Dr. Archie got back to Denver, he wrote a long letter to Thea, explaining her mother's condition and how much she wished to see her, and asking Thea to come, if only for a few weeks. Thea had repaid the money she had borrowed from him, and he assured her that if she happened to be short of funds for the journey, she had only to cable him. A month later he got a frantic sort of reply from Thea. Complications in the opera at Dresden had given her an unhoped-for opportunity to go on in a big part. Before this letter reached the doctor, she would have made her debut as Elizabeth in Tannhäuser. She wanted to go to her mother more than she wanted anything else in the world, but unless she failed, which she would not, she absolutely could not leave Dresden for 6 months. It was not that she chose to stay. She had to stay or lose everything. The next few months would put her 5 years ahead, or would put her back so far that it would be of no use to struggle further. As soon as she was free, she would go to Moonstone and take her mother back to Germany with her. Her mother, she was sure, could live for years yet, and she would like German people and German ways, and could be hearing music all the time. Thea said she was writing her mother and begging her to help her one last time, to get strength and to wait for her 6 months, and then she, Thea, would do everything. Her mother would never have to make an effort again. Dr. Archie went up to Moonstone at once. He had great confidence in Mrs. Kronborg's power of will, and if Thea's appeal took hold of her enough, he believed she might get better. But when he was shown into the familiar room off the parlor, his heart sank. Mrs. Kronborg was lying serene and fateful on her pillows. On the dresser at the foot of her bed there was a large photograph of Thea in the character in which she was to make her debut. Mrs. Kronborg pointed to it. "Isn't she lovely, doctor? It's nice that she hasn't changed much. I've seen her look like that many a time." They talked for a while about Thea's good fortune. Mrs. Kronborg had had a cablegram saying, "First performance well received. Great relief." In her letter Thea said, "If you'll only get better, dear mother, there's nothing I can't do. I will make a really great success, if you'll try with me. You shall have everything you want, and we will always be together. I have a little house all picked out where we are to live." "Bringing up a family is not all it's cracked up to be," Mrs. Kronborg said with a flicker of irony, as she tucked the letter back under her pillow. "The children you don't especially need you have always with you, like the poor. But the bright ones get away from you. They have to go their own way in the world. Seems like the brighter they are, the farther they go. I used to feel sorry that you had no family, doctor, but maybe you're as well off." "These plans seem sound to me, Mrs. Kronborg. There's no reason I can see why you shouldn't pull up and live for years yet, under proper care. You have the best doctors in the world over there, and it would be wonderful to live with anybody who looks like that." He nodded at the photograph of the young woman, who must have been singing "Dichter Holly I Gruß ich Weed," her eyes looking up, her beautiful hands outspread with pleasure. Mrs. Kronborg laughed quite cheerfully. "Yes, wouldn't it? If father were here, I might rouse myself, but sometimes it's hard to come back. Or if she were in trouble, maybe I could rouse myself." "But dear Mrs. Kronborg, she is in trouble," her old friend expostulated. "As she says, she's never needed you as she needs you now. I make my guess that she's never begged anybody to help her before." Mrs. Kronborg smiled. "Yes, it's pretty of her, but that will pass. When these things happen far away, they don't make such a mark, especially if your hands are full and you've duties of your own to think about. My own father died in Nebraska when Gunnar was born. We were living in Iowa then, and I was sorry, but the baby made it up to me. I was father's favorite, too. That's the way it goes, you see." The doctor took out Thea's letter to him and read it over to Mrs. Kronborg. She seemed to listen and not to listen. When he finished, she said thoughtfully, "I'd counted on hearing her sing again, but I always took my pleasures as they come. I always enjoyed her singing when she was here about the house. While she was practicing, I often used to leave my work and sit down in a rocker and give myself up to it, the same as if I'd been at an entertainment. I was never one of those housekeepers that let their work drive them to death. And when she had the Mexicans over here, I always took it in. First and last," she glanced judiciously at the photograph, I guess I got about as much out of Thea's voice as anybody will ever get." "I guess you did," the doctor assented heartily. "And I got a good deal myself. You remember how she used to sing those Scotch songs for me, and lead us with her head, her hair bobbing? 'Flow gently, sweet Afton.' I can hear it now," said Mrs. Kronborg. "And poor father never knew when he sang sharp. He used to say, 'Mother, how do you always know when they make mistakes practicing?'" Mrs. Kronborg chuckled. Dr. Archie took her hand, still firm like the hand of a young woman. "It was lucky for her that you did know. I always thought she got more from you than from any of her teachers." "Except Wunsch. He was a real musician," said Mrs. Kronborg respectfully. "I gave her what chance I could in a crowded house. I kept the other children out of the parlor for her. That was about all I could do. If she wasn't disturbed, she needed no watching. She went after it like a terrier after rats from the first, poor child. She was downright afraid of it. That's why I always encouraged her taking Thor off to outlandish places. When she was out of the house, then she was rid of it." After they had recalled many pleasant memories together, Mrs. Kronborg said suddenly, "I always understood about her going off without coming to see us that time. Oh, I know. You had to keep your own counsel. You were a good friend to her. I've never forgot that." She patted the doctor's sleeve and went on absently. "There was something she didn't want to tell me, and that's why she didn't come. Something happened when she was with those people in Mexico. I worried for a good while, but I guess she's come out of it all right. She's had a pretty hard time, scratching along alone like that, when she was so young, and my farms in Nebraska were down so low that I couldn't help her none. That's no way to send a girl out. But I guess, whatever there was, she wouldn't be afraid to tell me now." Mrs. Kronborg looked up at the photograph with a smile. "She doesn't look like she was beholding to anybody, does she?" "She isn't, Mrs. Kronborg. She never has been. That was why she borrowed the money from me. Oh, I knew she'd never have sent for you if she'd done anything to shame us. She was always proud." Mrs. Kronborg paused and turned a little on her side. "It's been quite a satisfaction to you and me, doctor, having her voice turn out so fine. The things you hope for don't always turn out like that by a long sight. As long as old Mrs. Kohler lived, she used always to translate what it said about thee in the German newspaper she sent. I could make some of it out myself. It's not very different from Swedish, but it pleased the old lady. She left thee her peace picture of the burning of Moscow. I've got it put away in mothballs for her, along with the oboe her grandfather brought from Sweden. I want her to take father's oboe back there some day." Mrs. Kronborg paused a moment and compressed her lips. "But I guess she'll take a finer instrument than that with her, back to Sweden," she added. Her tone fairly startled the doctor, it was so vibrating with a fierce, defiant kind of pride he had heard often in Thea's voice. He looked down wonderingly at his old friend and patient. After all, one never knew people to the core. Did she, within her, hide some of that still passion of which her daughter was all compact? "That last summer at home wasn't very nice for her," Mrs. Kronborg began as placidly as if the fire had never leaped up in her. "The other children were acting up because they thought I might make a fuss over her and give her the big head. We gave her the dare, somehow, the lot of us, because we couldn't understand her changing teachers and all that. That's the trouble about giving the dare to them quiet, unboastful children. You never know how far it'll take 'em. Well, we ought not to complain, doctor. She's given us a good deal to think about." The next time Dr. Archie came to Moonstone, he came to be a pallbearer at Mrs. Kronborg's funeral. When he last looked at her, she was so serene and queenly that he went back to Denver feeling almost as if he had helped to bury Thea Kronborg herself. The handsome head in the coffin seemed to him much more really Thea than did the radiant young woman in the picture, looking about at the Gothic vaultings and greeting the Hall of Song. One bright morning, late in February, Dr. Archie was breakfasting comfortably at the Waldorf. He had got into Jersey City on an early train, and a red, windy sunrise over the North River had given him a good appetite. He consulted the morning paper while he drank his coffee, and saw that Lohengrin was to be sung at the opera that evening. In the list of artists who would appear was the name Kronborg. Such abruptness rather startled him. Kronborg. It was impressive, and yet somehow disrespectful, somewhat rude and brazen on the back page of the morning paper. After breakfast he went to the hotel ticket office and asked the girl if she could give him something for Lohengrin, near the front. His manner was a trifle awkward, and he wondered whether the girl noticed it. Even if she did, of course, she could scarcely suspect. Before the ticket stand he saw a bunch of blue posters announcing the opera cast for the week. There was Lohengrin, and under it he saw Elsa von Brabant, Thea Kronborg. That looked better. The girl gave him a ticket for a seat, which she said was excellent. He paid for it and went out to the cab stand. He mentioned to the driver a number on Riverside Drive, and got into a taxi. It would not, of course, be the right thing to call upon Thea when she was going to sing in the evening. He knew that much, thank goodness. Fred Ottenburg had hinted to him that, more than almost anything else, that would put one in wrong. When he reached the number to which he directed his letters, he dismissed the cab and got out for a walk. The house in which Thea lived was as impersonal as the Waldorf, and quite as large. It was above 116th Street, where the drive narrows, and in front of it the shelving bank dropped to the North River. As Archie strolled about the paths which traversed this slope, below the street level, the 14 stories of the apartment hotel rose above him like a perpendicular cliff. He had no idea on which floor Thea lived, but he reflected, as his eye ran over the many windows, that the outlook would be fine from any floor. The forbidding hugeness of the house made him feel as if he had expected to meet Thea in a crowd and had missed her. He did not really believe that she was hidden away behind any of those glittering windows, or that he was to hear her this evening. His walk was curiously uninspiring and unsuggestive. Presently remembering that Ottenburg had encouraged him to study his lesson, he went down to the opera house and bought a libretto. He had even brought his old Adler's German and English in his trunk, and after luncheon he settled down in his gilded suite at the Waldorf with a big cigar and the text of Lohengrin. The opera was announced for 7:45, but at 7:30 Archie took his seat in the right front of the orchestra circle. He had never been inside the Metropolitan Opera House before, and the height of the audience room, the rich color, and the sweep of the balconies were not without their effect upon him. He watched the house fill with a growing feeling of expectation. When the steel curtain rose and the men of the orchestra took their places, he felt distinctly nervous. The burst of applause which greeted the conductor keyed him still higher. He found that he had taken off his gloves and twisted them to a string. When the lights went down and the violins began the overture, the place looked larger than ever, a great pit, shadowy and solemn. The whole atmosphere, he reflected, was somehow more serious than he had anticipated. After the curtains were drawn back upon the scene beside the Schveldt, he got readily into the swing of the story. He was so much interested in the bass, who sang King Henry, that he almost forgot for what he was waiting so nervously. When the herald began in stentorian tones to summon Elsa von Brabant, then he began to realize that he was rather frightened. There was a flutter of white at the back of the stage, and women began to come in. 2, 4, 6, 8, but not the right one. It flashed across him that this was something like buck fever, the paralyzing moment that comes upon a man when his first elk looks at him through the bushes, under its great antlers, the moment when a man's mind is so full of shooting that he forgets the gun in his hand until the buck nods adieu to him from a distant hill. All at once, before the buck had left him, she was there. Yes, unquestionably it was she. Her eyes were downcast, but the head, the cheeks, the chin, there could be no mistake. She advanced slowly, as if she were walking in her sleep. Someone spoke to her. She only inclined her head. He spoke again, and she bowed her head still lower. Archie had forgotten his libretto, and he had not counted upon these long pauses. He had expected her to appear and sing and reassure him. They seemed to be waiting for her. Did she ever forget? Why in thunder didn't she? She made a sound, a faint one. The people on the stage whispered together and seemed confounded. His nervousness was absurd. She must have done this often before. She knew her bearings. She made another sound, but he could make nothing of it. Then the king sang to her, and Archie began to remember where they were in the story. She came to the front of the stage, lifted her eyes for the first time, clasped her hands, and began, Ensam en Truben Tagen. Yes, it was exactly like buck fever. Her face was always there, toward the house now, before his eyes, and he positively could not see it. She was singing, at last, and he positively could not hear her. He was conscious of nothing but an uncomfortable dread, and a sense of crushing disappointment. He had, after all, missed her. Whatever was there, she was not there, for him. The king interrupted her. She began again, Lichter Waffenschein. Archie did not know when his buck fever passed, but presently he found that he was sitting quietly in a darkened house, not listening to, but dreaming upon a river of silver sound. He felt apart from the others, drifting alone on the melody, as if he had been alone with it for a long while, and had known it all before. His power of attention was not great just then, but in so far as it went, he seemed to be looking through an exalted calmness at a beautiful woman from far away, from another sort of life, and feeling and understanding than his own, who had in her face something he had known long ago, much brightened and beautified. As a lad he used to believe that the faces of people who died were like that in the next world, the same faces, but shining with the light of a new understanding. No, Ottenburg had not prepared him. What he felt was admiration and estrangement. The homely reunion that he had somehow expected now seemed foolish. Instead of feeling proud that he knew her better than all these people around him, he felt chagrined at his own ingenuousness, for he did not know her better. This woman he had never known. She had somehow devoured his little friend, as the wolf ate up Red Riding Hood. Beautiful, radiant, tender as she was, she chilled his old affection. That sort of feeling was not appropriate. She seemed much, much further away from him than she had seemed all those years when she was in Germany. The ocean he could cross, but there was something here he could not cross. There was a moment when she turned to the king and smiled that rare sunrise smile of her childhood, when he thought she was coming back to him. After the herald's second call for her champion, when she knelt in her impassioned prayer, there was something again familiar, a kind of wild wonder that she had had the power to call up long ago. But she merely reminded him of Thea. This was not the girl herself. After the tenor came on, the doctor ceased trying to make the woman before him fit into any of his cherished recollections. He took her, in so far as he could, for what she was then and there. When the knight raised the kneeling girl and put his mailed hand on her hair, when she lifted to him a face full of worship and passionate humility, Archie gave up his last reservation. He knew no more about her than did the hundreds around him, who sat in the shadow and looked on, as he looked, some with more understanding, some with less. He knew as much about Ortrud or Lohengrin as he knew about Elsa, more, because she went further than they. She sustained the legendary beauty of her conception more consistently. Even he could see that. Attitudes, movements, her face, her white arms and fingers, everything was suffused with a rosy tenderness, a warm humility, a gracious and yet to him wholly estranging beauty. During the balcony singing in the second act, the doctor's thoughts were as far away from Moonstone as the singers doubtless were. He had begun, indeed, to feel the exhilaration of getting free from personalities, of being released from his own past as well as from Thea Kronborg's. It was very much, he told himself, like a military funeral, exalting and impersonal. Something old died in one, and out of it something new was born. During the duet with Ortrud, with the splendors of the wedding processional, this new feeling grew and grew. At the end of the act there were many curtain calls, and Elsa acknowledged them, brilliant, gracious, spirited, with her far-breaking smile. But on the whole she was harder and more self-contained before the curtain than she was in the scene behind it. Archie did his part in the applause that greeted her, but it was the new and wonderful he applauded, not the old and dear. His personal, proprietary pride in her was frozen out. He walked about the house during the entr'acte, and here and there among the people in the foyer he caught the name Kronborg. On the staircase in front of the coffee room, a long-haired youth with a fat face was discoursing to a group of old women about Thea Kronborg. Dr. Archie gathered that he had crossed on the boat with her. After the performance was over, Archie took a taxi and started for Riverside Drive. He meant to see it through tonight. When he entered the reception hall of the hotel, before which he had strolled that morning, the hall porter challenged him. He said he was waiting for Miss Kronborg. The porter looked at him suspiciously and asked whether he had an appointment. He answered brazenly that he had. He was not used to being questioned by hall boys. Archie sat first in one tapestry chair and then in another, keeping a sharp eye on the people who came in and went up in the elevators. He walked about and looked at his watch. An hour dragged by. No one had come in from the street now for about 20 minutes, when two women entered, carrying a great many flowers and followed by a tall young man in chauffeur's uniform. Archie advanced toward the taller of the two women, who was veiled and carried her head very firmly. He confronted her just as she reached the elevator. Although he did not stand directly in her way, something in his attitude compelled her to stop. She gave him a piercing, defiant glance through the white scarf that covered her face. Then she lifted her hand and brushed the scarf back from her head. There was still black on her brows and lashes. She was very pale, and her face was drawn and deeply lined. She looked, the doctor told himself with a sinking heart, 40 years old. Her suspicious, mystified stare cleared slowly. "Pardon me," the doctor murmured, not knowing just how to address her here before the porters. "I came up from the opera. I merely wanted to say good night to you." Without speaking, still looking incredulous, she pushed him into the elevator. She kept her hand on his arm while the cage shot up, and she looked away from him, frowning, as if she were trying to remember or realize something. When the cage stopped, she pushed him out of the elevator through another door, which a maid opened, into a square hall. There she sank down on a chair and looked up at him. "Why didn't you let me know?" she asked in a hoarse voice. Archie heard himself laughing the old, embarrassed laugh that seldom happened to him now. "Oh, I wanted to take my chance with you, like anybody else. It's been so long now." She took his hand through her thick glove and her head dropped forward. "Yes, it has been long," she said in the same husky voice, "and so much has happened. And you were so tired, and I am a clumsy old fellow to break in on you tonight," the doctor added sympathetically. "Forgive me this time." He bent over and put his hand soothingly on her shoulder. He felt a strong shudder run through her from head to foot. Still bundled in her fur coat as she was, she threw both arms about him and hugged him. "Oh, Dr. Archie, Dr. Archie!" She shook him. "Don't let me go. Hold on, now you're here." She laughed, breaking away from him at the same moment and sliding out of her fur coat. She left it for the maid to pick up and pushed the doctor into the sitting room, where she turned on the lights. "Let me look at you. Yes. Hands, feet, head, shoulders, just the same. You've grown no older. You can't say as much for me, can you?" She was standing in the middle of the room in a white silk shirtwaist and a short black velvet skirt, which somehow suggested that they had cut off her petticoats all around about. She looked distinctly clipped and plucked. Her hair was parted in the middle and done very close to her head, as she had worn it under the wig. She looked like a fugitive who had escaped from something in clothes caught up at hazard. It flashed across Dr. Archie that she was running away from the other woman down at the opera house, who had used her hardly. He took a step toward her. "I can't tell a thing in the world about you, Thea, if I may still call you that." She took hold of the collar of his overcoat. "Yes, call me that. Do. I like to hear it. You frighten me a little, but I expect I frighten you more. I'm always a scarecrow after I sing a long part like that. So high, too." She absently pulled out the handkerchief that protruded from his breast pocket and began to wipe the black paint off her eyebrows and lashes. "I can't take you in much tonight, but I must see you for a little while." She pushed him to a chair. "I shall be more recognizable tomorrow. You mustn't think of me as you see me tonight. Come at 4 tomorrow afternoon and have tea with me, can you? That's good." She sat down in a low chair beside him and leaned forward, drawing her shoulders together. She seemed to him inappropriately young and inappropriately old, shorn of her long tresses at one end and of her long robes at the other. "How do you happen to be here?" she asked abruptly. "How can you leave a silver mine? I couldn't." "Sure nobody'll cheat you?" But you can explain everything tomorrow." She paused. "You remember how you sewed me up in a poultice once? I wish you could tonight. I need a poultice from top to toe. Something very disagreeable happened down there. You said you were out front? Oh, don't say anything about it. I always know exactly how it goes, unfortunately. I was rotten in the balcony. I never get that. You didn't notice it? Probably not, but I did." Here the maid appeared at the door, and her mistress rose. "My supper? Very well, I'll come. I'd ask you to stay, doctor, but there wouldn't be enough for two. They seldom send up enough for one." She spoke bitterly. "I haven't got a sense of you yet," turning directly to Archie again. "You haven't been here. You've only announced yourself and told me you are coming tomorrow. You haven't seen me either. This is not I. But I'll be here waiting for you tomorrow, my whole works. Good night, till then." She patted him absently on the sleeve and gave him a little shove toward the door. End of Part 6, Sections 3 and 4. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Part 6 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather. Part 6, Sections 5 and 6. 5. When Archie got back to his hotel at 2 o'clock in the morning, he found Fred Ottenberg's card under his door, with a message scribbled across the top: "When you come in, please call up room 811, this hotel." A moment later Fred's voice reached him over the telephone. "That you, Archie? Won't you come up? I'm having some supper, and I'd like company. Late? What does that matter? I won't keep you long." Archie dropped his overcoat and set out for room 811. He found Ottenberg in the act of touching a match to a chafing dish at a table laid for two in his sitting room. "I'm catering here," he announced cheerfully. "I let the waiter off at midnight, after he'd set me up. You'll have to account for yourself, Archie." The doctor laughed, pointing to 3 wine coolers under the table. "Are you expecting guests?" "Yes, 2." Ottenberg held up 2 fingers. "You and my higher self. He's a thirsty boy, and I don't invite him often. He has been known to give me a headache. Now, where have you been, Archie, until this shocking hour?" "Bah! You've been banting," the doctor exclaimed, pulling out his white gloves as he searched for his handkerchief and throwing them into a chair. Ottenberg was in evening clothes and very pointed dress shoes. His white waistcoat, upon which the doctor had fixed a challenging eye, went down straight from the top button, and he wore a camellia. He was conspicuously brushed and trimmed and polished. His smoothly controlled excitement was wholly different from his usual easy cordiality, though he had his face, as well as his figure, well in hand. On the serving table there was an empty champagne pint and a glass. He had been having a little starter, the doctor told himself, and would probably be running on high gear before he got through. There was even now an air of speed about him. "Ben, Freddie?" The doctor at last took up his question. "I expect I've been exactly where you have. Why didn't you tell me you were coming on?" "I wasn't, Archie." Fred lifted the cover of the chafing dish and stirred the contents. He stood behind the table, holding the lid with his handkerchief. "I had never thought of such a thing. But Landry, a young chap who plays her accompaniments, and who keeps an eye out for me, telegraphed me that Madame Rheinecker had gone to Atlantic City with a bad throat, and Thea might have a chance to sing Elsa. She has sung it only twice here before, and I missed it in Dresden. So I came on. I got in at 4 this afternoon and saw you registered, but I thought I wouldn't butt in." "How lucky you got here just when she was coming on for this. You couldn't have hit a better time." Ottenberg stirred the contents of the dish faster and put in more sherry. "And where have you been since 12 o'clock, may I ask?" Archie looked rather self-conscious as he sat down on a fragile gilt chair that rocked under him and stretched out his long legs. "Well, if you'll believe me, I had the brutality to go see her. I wanted to identify her. Couldn't wait." Ottenburg placed the cover quickly on the chafing dish and took a step backward. "You did, old sport? My word! None but the brave deserve the fair. Well," he stooped to turn the wine, "and how was she?" "She seemed rather dazed, and pretty well used up. She seemed disappointed in herself, and said she hadn't done herself justice in the balcony scene." "Well, if she didn't, she's not the first. Beastly stuff to sing right in there. Lies just on the break in the voice." Fred pulled a bottle out of the ice and drew the cork. Lifting his glass, he looked meaningly at Archie. "You know who, doctor. Here goes." He drank off his glass with a sigh of satisfaction. After he had turned the lamp low under the chafing dish, he remained standing, looking pensively down at the food on the table. "Well, she rather pulled it off. As a backer, you're a winner, Archie. I congratulate you." Fred poured himself another glass. "Now you must eat something, and so must I. Here, get off that bird cage and find a steady chair. This stuff ought to be rather good. Head waiter's suggestion. Smells all right." He bent over the chafing dish and began to serve the contents. Perfectly innocuous. Mushrooms and truffles and a little crab meat. "And now, on the level, Archie, how did it hit you?" Archie turned a frank smile to his friend and shook his head. "It was all miles beyond me, of course, but it gave me a pulse. The general excitement got hold of me, I suppose. I like your wine, Freddie." He put down his glass. "It goes to the spot tonight. She was all right then. You weren't disappointed?" "Disappointed? My dear Archie, that's the high voice we dream of. So pure and yet so virile and human. That combination hardly ever happens with sopranos." Ottenburg sat down and turned to the doctor, speaking calmly and trying to dispel his friend's manifest bewilderment. "You see, Archie, there's the voice itself, so beautiful and individual, and then there's something else, the thing in it which responds to every shade of thought and feeling, spontaneously, almost unconsciously. That color has to be born in a singer. It can't be acquired. Lots of beautiful voices haven't a vestige of it. It's almost like another gift, the rarest of all. The voice simply is the mind and is the heart. It can't go wrong in interpretation, because it has in it the thing that makes all interpretation. That's why you feel so sure of her. After you've listened to her for an hour or so, you weren't afraid of anything. All the little dreads you have with other artists vanish. You lean back and you say to yourself, 'No, that voice will never betray.' Trülich, Geffert, Trülich, bewahrt." Archie looked envyingly at Fred's excited, triumphant face. How satisfactory it must be, he thought, to really know what she was doing, and not to have to take it on hearsay. He took up his glass with a sigh. "I seem to need a good deal of cooling off tonight. I'd just as lief forget the reform party for once. Yes, Fred," he went on seriously, "I thought it sounded very beautiful, and I thought she was very beautiful too. I never imagined she could be as beautiful as that." "Wasn't she? Every attitude a picture, and always the right kind of picture, full of that legendary, supernatural thing she gets into. I never heard the prayer sung like that before. That look that came in her eyes, it went right out through the back of the roof. Of course, you get an Elsa who can look through walls like that, and visions and Grail nights happen naturally. She becomes an abbess, that girl, after Lohengrin leaves her. She's made to live with ideas and enthusiasms, not with a husband." Fred folded his arms, leaning back in his chair, and began to sing softly, "Ein Ritter noch da." "Doesn't she die then, at the end?" the doctor asked guardedly. Fred smiled, reaching under the table. "Some Elsas do. She didn't. She left me with the distinct impression that she was just beginning. Now, doctor, here's a cold one." He twirled a napkin smoothly about the green glass. The cork gave and slipped out with a soft explosion. "And now we must have another toast. It's up to you this time." The doctor watched the agitation in his glass. "The same," he said, without lifting his eyes. "That's good enough. I can't raise you." Fred leaned forward and looked sharply into his face. "That's the point. How could you raise me? Once again and always the same." The doctor put down his glass. "This doesn't seem to produce any symptoms in me tonight." He lit a cigar. "Seriously, Freddie, I wish I knew more about what she's driving at. It makes me jealous, when you are so in it and I'm not." "In it?" Fred started up. "My God, haven't you seen her this blessed night? When she'd have kicked any other man down the elevator shaft if I know her. Leave me something, at least what I can pay my $5 for." "Seems to me you get a good deal for your $5," said Archie ruefully. "And that, after all, is what she cares about, what people get." Fred lit a cigarette, took a puff or two, and then threw it away. He was lounging back in his chair, and his face was pale and drawn hard by that mood of intense concentration which lurks under the sunny shallows of the vineyard. In his voice there was a longer perspective than usual, a slight remoteness. "You see, Archie, it's all very simple, a natural development. It's exactly what Mahler said back there in the beginning, when she sang Wuglinde. It's the idea, the basic idea, pulsing behind every bar she sings. She simplifies a character down to the musical idea it's built on, and makes everything conform to that. The people who chatter about her being a great actress don't seem to get the notion of where she gets the notion. It all goes back to her original endowment, her tremendous musical talent. Instead of inventing a lot of business and expedients to suggest character, she knows the thing at the root, and lets the musical pattern take care of her. The score pours her into all those lovely postures, makes the light and shadow go over her face, lifts her and drops her. She lies on it, the way she used to lie on the Rhine music. Talk about rhythm!" The doctor frowned dubiously as a third bottle made its appearance above the cloth. "Aren't you going in rather strong?" Fred laughed. "No, I'm becoming too sober. You see, this is breakfast now. Kind of wedding breakfast. I feel rather weddingish. I don't mind. You know," he went on, as the wine gurgled out, "I was thinking tonight, when they sprung the wedding music, how any fool can have that stuff played over him when he walks up the aisle with some dough-faced little hussy who's hooked him, but it isn't every fellow who can see, well, what we saw tonight. There are compensations in life, Dr. Howard Archie, though they come in disguise. Did you notice her when she came down the stairs? Wonder where she gets that bright and morning star look? Carries to the last row of the family circle. I moved about all over the house. I'll tell you a secret, Archie. That carrying power was one of the first things that put me wise. Noticed it down there in Arizona in the open. That, I said, belongs only to the big ones." Fred got up and began to move rhythmically about the room, his hands in his pockets. The doctor was astonished at his ease and steadiness, for there were slight lapses in his speech. "You see, Archie, Elsa isn't a part that's particularly suited to Thea's voice at all, as I see her voice. It's over lyrical for her. She makes it, but there's nothing in it that fits her like a glove, except maybe that long duet in the third act. There, of course," he held out his hands as if he were measuring something, "we know exactly where we are. But wait until they give her a chance at something that lies properly in her voice, and you'll see me rosier than I am tonight." Archie smoothed the tablecloth with his hand. "I am sure I don't want to see you any rosier, Fred." Ottenburg threw back his head and laughed. "It's enthusiasm, doctor. It's not the wine. I've got as much inflated as this for a dozen trashy things, brewers' dinners and political orgies. You too have your extravagances, Archie. And what I like best in you is this particular enthusiasm, which is not at all practical or sensible, which is downright quixotic. You are not altogether what you seem, and you have your reservations. Living among the wolves, you have not become one. Lupibus vivendi non lupus sum." The doctor seemed embarrassed. "I was just thinking how tired she looked, plucked of all her fine feathers, while we get all the fun. Instead of sitting here carousing, we ought to go solemnly to bed." "I get your idea." Ottenburg crossed to the window and threw it open. Fine night outside, a hag of a moon just setting. It begins to smell like morning. After all, Archie, think of the lonely and rather solemn hours we've spent waiting for all this, while she's been reveling." Archie lifted his brows. "I somehow didn't get the idea tonight that she revels much." "I don't mean this sort of thing." Fred turned toward the light and stood with his back to the window. "That," with a nod toward the wine cooler, "is only a cheap imitation, that any poor stiff-fingered fool can buy and feel his shell grow thinner. But take it from me, no matter what she pays, or how much she may see fit to lie about it, the master revel is hers." He leaned back against the window sill and crossed his arms. "Anybody with all that voice and all that talent and all that beauty has her hour. Her hour," he went on deliberately, "when she can say, 'There it is, at last, wie im Traum, as in my dream I dreamed it, as in my will it was.'" He stood silent a moment, twisting the flower from his coat by the stem and staring at the blank wall with haggard abstraction. "Even I can say tonight, Archie," he brought out slowly, "'as in my dream I dreamed it, so as in my will it was.' Now, doctor, you may leave me. I'm beautifully drunk, but not with anything that ever grew in France." The doctor rose. Fred tossed his flower out of the window behind him and came toward the door. "I say," he called, "have you a date with anybody?" The doctor paused his hand on the knob. "With Thea, you mean? Yes, I'm to go to her at 4 this afternoon, if you haven't paralyzed me." "Well, you won't eat me, will you, if I break in and send up my card?" "She'll probably turn me down cold, but that won't hurt my feelings. If she ducks me, you tell her for me that to spite me now she'd have to cut off more than she can spare. Good night, Archie." 6. It was late on the morning after the night she sang Elsa, when Thea Kronborg stirred uneasily in her bed. The room was darkened by 2 sets of window shades, and the day outside was thick and cloudy. She turned and tried to recapture unconsciousness, knowing that she would not be able to do so. She dreaded waking stale and disappointed after a great effort. The first thing that came was always the sense of the futility of such endeavor, and of the absurdity of trying too hard. Up to a certain point, say 80 degrees, artistic endeavor could be fat and comfortable, methodical and prudent. But if you went further than that, if you drew yourself up toward 90 degrees, you parted with your defenses and left yourself exposed to mischance. The legend was that in those upper reaches you might be divine, but you were much likelier to be ridiculous. Your public wanted just about 80 degrees. If you gave it more, it blew its nose and put a crimp in you. In the morning especially, it seemed to her very probable that whatever struggle above the good average was not quite sound. Certainly very little of that superfluous ardor, which cost so dear, ever got across the footlights. These misgivings waited to pounce upon her when she wakened. They hovered about her bed like vultures. She reached under her pillow for her handkerchief, without opening her eyes. She had a shadowy memory there that there was to be something unusual, that this day held more disquieting possibilities than days commonly held. There was something she dreaded. What was it? Oh, yes, Dr. Archie was to come at 4. A reality like Dr. Archie, poking up out of the past, reminded one of disappointments and losses, of a freedom that was no more, reminded her of blue, golden mornings long ago, when she used to waken with a burst of joy at recovering her precious self and her precious world, when she never lay on her pillows at 11 o'clock like something the waves had washed up. After all, why had he come? It had been so long, and so much had happened. The things she had lost, he would miss readily enough. What she had gained, he would scarcely perceive. He, and all that he recalled, lived for her as memories. In sleep and in hours of illness or exhaustion, she went back to them and held them to her heart. But they were better as memories. They had nothing to do with the struggle that made up her actual life. She felt drearily that she was not flexible enough to be the person her old friend expected her to be, and the person she herself wished to be with him. Thea reached for the bell and rang twice, a signal to her maid to order her breakfast. She rose and ran up the window shades and turned on the water in her bathroom, glancing into the mirror apprehensively as she passed it. Her bath usually cheered her, even on low mornings like this. Her white bathroom, almost as large as her sleeping room, she regarded as a refuge. When she turned the key behind her, she left care and vexation on the other side of the door. Neither her maid, nor the management, nor her letters, nor her accompanist could get at her now. When she pinned her braids about her head, dropped her nightgown, and stepped out to begin her Swedish movements, she was a natural creature again, and it was so that she liked herself best. She slid into the tub with anticipation, and splashed and tumbled about a good deal. Whatever else she never hurried her bath. She used her brushes and sponges and soaps like toys, fairly playing in the water. Her own body was always a cheering sight to her. When she was careworn, when her mind felt old and tired, the freshness of her physical self, her long, firm lines, the smoothness of her skin, reassured her. This morning, because of awakened memories, she looked at herself more carefully than usual, and was not discouraged. While she was in the tub, she began to whistle softly the tenor aria, Ah, fuyes douce image, somehow appropriate to the bath. After a noisy moment under the cold shower, she stepped out on the rug flushed and glowing, threw her arms above her head, and rose on her toes, keeping the elevation as long as she could. When she dropped back on her heels and began to rub herself with the towels, she took up the aria again, and felt quite in the humor for seeing Dr. Archie. After she had returned to her bed, the maid brought her letters and the morning papers with her breakfast. "Telephone Mr. Landry and ask him if he can come up at 3:30, Teresa, and order tea to be brought up at 5." When Howard Archie was admitted to Thea's apartment that afternoon, he was shown into the music room back of the little reception room. Thea was sitting in a davenport behind the piano, talking to a young man whom she later introduced as a friend, Mr. Landry. As she rose and came to meet him, Archie felt a deep relief, a sudden thankfulness. She no longer looked clipped and plucked, or dazed and fleeing. Dr. Archie neglected to take account of the young man to whom he was presented. He kept Thea's hands and held her where he met her, taking in the light, lively sweep of her hair, her clear green eyes, and her throat that came up strong and dazzlingly white from her green velvet gown. The chin was as lovely as ever, the cheeks as smooth. All the lines of last night had disappeared. Only at the outer corners of her eyes, between the eye and the temple, were the faintest indications of a future attack. Mere kitten scratches that playfully hinted where one day the cat would claw her. He studied her without any embarrassment. Last night everything had been awkward, but now, as he held her hands, a kind of harmony came between them, a reestablishment of confidence. "After all, Thea, in spite of all, I still know you," he murmured. She took his arm and led him up to the young man who was standing beside the piano. "Mr. Landry knows all about you, Dr. Archie. He has known about you for many years." While the two men shook hands, she stood between them, drawing them together by her presence and her glances. "When I first went to Germany, Landry was studying there. He used to be good enough to work with me when I could not afford to have an accompanist for more than 2 hours a day. We got into the way of working together. He is a singer, too, and has his own career to look after, but he still manages to give me some time. I want you to be friends." She smiled from one to the other. The rooms, Archie noticed, full of last night's flowers, were furnished in light colors, the hotel bleakness of them a little softened by a magnificent Steinway piano, white bookshelves full of books and scores, some drawings of ballet dancers, and the very deep sofa behind the piano. "Of course," Archie asked apologetically. "You have seen the papers? Very cordial, aren't they? They evidently did not expect as much as I did. Elsa is not really in my voice. I can sing the music, but I have to go after it." "That is exactly," the doctor came out boldly, "what Fred Ottenburg said this morning." They had remained standing, the three of them, by the piano, where the gray afternoon light was strongest. Thea turned to the doctor with interest. "Is Fred in town?" "They were from him, them. Some flowers that came last night without a card." She indicated the white lilacs on the window sill. "Yes, he would know, certainly." She said thoughtfully, "Why don't we sit down? There will be some tea for you in a minute, Landry. He's very dependent upon it." disapprovingly to Archie. "Now tell me, doctor, did you really have a good time last night? Or were you uncomfortable? Did you feel as if I were trying to hold my hat on by my eyebrows?" He smiled. "I had all kinds of a time, but I had no feelings of the sort. I couldn't be quite sure that it was you at all. That was why I came up here last night. I felt as if I'd lost you." She leaned toward him and brushed his sleeve reassuringly. "Then I didn't give you an impression of painful struggle? Landry was singing at Weber and Field's last night. He didn't get in until the performance was half over. But I see the Tribune man felt that I was working pretty hard. Did you notice that, Oliver?" Dr. Archie looked closely at the red-headed young man for the first time, and met his lively brown eyes, full of a droll, confiding sort of humor. Mr. Landry was not prepossessing. He was undersized and clumsily made, with a red, shiny face and a sharp little nose that looked as if it had been whittled out of wood and was always in the air, on the scent of something. Yet it was this queer little beak, with his eyes, that made his countenance anything of a face at all. From a distance he looked like the grocery man's delivery boy in a small town. His dress seemed an acknowledgment of his grotesqueness. A short coat, like a little boy's roundabout, and a vest fantastically sprigged and dotted, over a lavender shirt. At the sound of a muffled buzz, Mr. Landry sprang up. "May I answer the telephone for you?" He went to the writing table and took up the receiver. "Mr. Ottenburg is downstairs," he said, turning to Thea and holding the mouthpiece against his coat. "Tell him to come up," she replied without hesitation. "How long are you going to be in town, Dr. Archie?" "Oh, several weeks, if you'll let me stay. I won't hang around and be a burden to you, but I want to try to get educated up to you, although I expect it's late to begin." Thea rose and touched him lightly on the shoulder. "Well, you'll never be any younger, will you?" "I'm not so sure about that," the doctor replied gallantly. The maid appeared at the door and announced Mr. Frederick Ottenburg. Fred came in, very much got up, the doctor reflected, as he watched him bending over Thea's hand. He was still pale and looked somewhat chastened, and the lock of hair that hung down over his forehead was distinctly moist. But his black afternoon coat, his gray tie, and gaiters were of a correctness that Dr. Archie could never attain for all the efforts of his faithful slave, Van Dusen, the Denver haberdasher. To be properly up to those tricks, the doctor supposed, you had to learn them young. If he were to buy a silk hat that was the twin of Ottenburg's, it would be shaggy in a week, and he could never carry it as Fred held his. Ottenburg had greeted Thea in German, and as she replied in the same language, Archie joined Mr. Landry at the window. "You know Mr. Ottenburg, he tells me?" Mr. Landry's eyes twinkled. "Yes, I regularly follow him about when he's in town. I would, even if he didn't send me such wonderful Christmas presents. Russian vodka by the half dozen." Thea called to them. "Come, Mr. Ottenburg is calling on all of us. Here's the tea." The maid opened the door, and two waiters from downstairs appeared with covered trays. The tea table was in the parlor. Thea drew Ottenburg with her and went to inspect it. "Where's the rum? Oh, yes, in that thing. Everything seems to be here, but send up some currant preserves and cream cheese for Mr. Ottenburg, and in about 15 minutes bring some fresh toast. That's all, thank you." For the next few minutes there was a clatter of teacups and responses about sugar. "Landry always takes rum. I'm glad the rest of you don't. I'm sure it's bad." Thea poured the tea standing and got through it as quickly as possible, as if it were a refreshment snatched between trains. The tea table and the little room in which it stood seemed to be out of scale with her long step, her long reach, and the energy of her movements. Dr. Archie, standing near her, was pleasantly aware of the animation of her figure. Under the clinging velvet, her body seemed independent and unsubdued. They drifted with their plates and cups back to the music room. When Thea followed them, Ottenburg put down his tea suddenly. "Aren't you taking anything? Please let me." He started back to the table. "No, thank you, nothing. I'm going to run over that aria for you presently, to convince you that I can do it. How did the duet go with Schlag?" She was standing in the doorway, and Fred came up to her. "That you'll never do any better. You've worked your voice into it perfectly. Every nuance. Wonderful." "Think so?" She gave him a sidelong glance and spoke with a certain gruff shyness which did not deceive anybody, and was not meant to deceive. The tone was equivalent to, "Keep it up. I like it, but I'm awkward with it." Fred held her by the door, and did keep it up furiously for full 5 minutes. She took it with some confusion, seeming all the while to be hesitating, to be arrested in her course and trying to pass him. But she did not really try to pass, and her color deepened. Fred spoke in German, and Archie caught from her an occasional "Ja? So?" muttered rather than spoken. When they rejoined Landry and Dr. Archie, Fred took up his tea again. "I see you're singing Venus Saturday night. Will they never let you have a chance at Elizabeth?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Not here. There are so many singers here, and they try us out in such a stingy way. Think of it, last year I came over in October, and it was the 1st of December before I went on at all. I'm often sorry I left Dresden." "Still," Fred argued, "Dresden is limited." "Just so, and I've begun to sigh for those very limitations. In New York everything is impersonal. Your audience never knows its own mind, and its mind is never twice the same. I'd rather sing where the people are pig-headed and throw carrots at you if you don't do it the way they like it. The house here is splendid, and the night audiences are exciting. I hate the matinees, like singing at Kaffeeklatsch." She rose and turned on the lights. "Ah," Fred exclaimed, "why do you do that? That is a signal that tea is over." He got up and drew out his gloves. "Not at all. Shall you be here Saturday night?" She sat down on the piano bench and leaned her elbow back on the keyboard. "Nectar sings Elizabeth. Make Dr. Archie go. Everything she sings is worth hearing." "But she's failing so. The last time I heard her she had no voice at all. She is a poor vocalist." Thea cut him off. "She's a great artist whether she's in voice or not, and she's the only one here. If you want a big voice, you can take my Ortrude of last night. That's big enough, and vulgar enough." Fred laughed and turned away, this time with decision. "I don't want her," he protested energetically. "I only wanted to get a rise out of you. I like Necker's Elizabeth well enough. I like your Venus well enough, too. It's a beautiful part, and it's often dreadfully sung. It's very hard to sing, of course." Ottenburg bent over the hand she held out to him. "For an uninvited guest, I've fared very well. You were nice to let me come up. I'd have been terribly cut up if you'd sent me away. May I?" He kissed her hand lightly and backed toward the door, still smiling and promising to keep an eye on Archie. "He can't be trusted at all, Thea. One of the waiters at Martin's worked a Turanian hair off on him at luncheon yesterday for $7.25. Thea broke into a laugh, the deep one he recognized. "Did he have a ribbon on, this hare? Did they bring him in a gilt cage?" "No," Archie spoke up for himself. "They brought him in a brown sauce, which was very good. He didn't taste very different from any rabbit. Probably came from a pushcart on the East Side." Thea looked at her old friend commiseratingly. "Yes, do keep an eye on him, Fred. I had no idea," shaking her head. "Yes, I'll be obliged to you." "Count on me." Their eyes met in a gay smile, and Fred bowed himself out. End of Part 6, Sections 5 and 6. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Part 6 of The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather. Part 6, Sections 7 and 8. 7. On Saturday night, Dr. Archie went with Fred Ottenburg to hear Tannhäuser. Thea had a rehearsal on Sunday afternoon, but as she was not on the bill again until Wednesday, she promised to dine with Archie and Ottenburg on Monday if they could make the dinner early. At a little after 8 on Monday evening, the three friends returned to Thea's apartment and seated themselves for an hour of quiet talk. "I'm sorry we couldn't have had Landry with us tonight," Thea said. but he's on at Weber and Field's every night now. You ought to hear him, Dr. Archie. He often sings the old Scotch airs you used to love." "Why not go down this evening?" Fred suggested hopefully, glancing at his watch. "That is, if you'd like to go. I can telephone and find what time he comes on." Thea hesitated. "No, I think not. I took a long walk this afternoon, and I'm rather tired. I think I can get to sleep early and be so much ahead. I don't mean at once, however," seeing Dr. Archie's disappointed look. "I always like to hear Landry," she added. "He never had much voice, and it's worn, but there's a sweetness about it, and he sings with such taste." "Yes, doesn't he? May I?" Fred took out his cigarette case. "It really doesn't bother your throat?" "A little doesn't, but cigar smoke does. Poor Dr. Archie. Can you do with one of those?" "I'm learning to like them," the doctor declared, taking one from the case Fred proffered him. "Landry's the only fellow I know in this country who can do that sort of thing," Fred went on, "like the best English ballad singers. He can sing even popular stuff by higher lights, as it were." Thea nodded. "Yes, sometimes I make him sing his most foolish things for me. It's restful, as he does it. That's when I'm homesick, Dr. Archie." "You knew him in Germany, Thea?" Dr. Archie had quietly abandoned his cigarette as a comfortless article. "When you first went over?" "Yes. He was a good friend to a green girl. He helped me with my German and my music and my general discouragement. Seemed to care more about my getting on than about himself. He had no money either. An old aunt had loaned him a little to study on. Will you answer that, Fred?" Fred caught up the telephone and stopped the buzz while Thea went on talking to Dr. Archie about Landry. Telling someone to hold the wire, he presently put down the instrument and approached Thea with a startled expression on his face. "It's the management," he said quietly. "Glockler has broken down. Fainting fits. Madame Rheinecker is in Atlantic City, and Schramm is singing in Philadelphia tonight. They want to know whether you can come down and finish Sieglinde." "What time is it?" 8:55. "The first act is just over. They can hold the curtain 25 minutes." Thea did not move. "25 and 35 make 60," she muttered. "Tell them I'll come if they hold the curtain until I am in the dressing room. Say I'll have to wear her costumes and the dresser must have everything ready. Then call a taxi, please." Thea had not changed her position since he first interrupted her, but she had grown pale and was opening and shutting her hands rapidly. She looked, Fred thought, terrified. He half turned toward the telephone, but hung on one foot. "Have you ever sung the part?" he asked. "No, but I've rehearsed it." "That's all right. Get the cab." Still she made no move. She merely turned perfectly blank eyes to Dr. Archie and said absently, "It's curious, but just at this minute I can't remember a bar of Walküre after the first act. And I let my maid go out." She sprang up and beckoned Archie without so much, he felt sure, as knowing who he was. "Come with me." She went quickly into her sleeping chamber and threw open a door into a trunk room. "See that white trunk? It's not locked. It's full of wigs, in boxes. Look until you find one marked Ring 2. Bring it quick." While she directed him, she threw open a square trunk and began tossing out shoes of every shape and color. Ottenburg appeared at the door. "Can I help you?" She threw him some white sandals with long laces and silk stockings pinned to them. "Put those in something, and then go to the piano and give me a few measures in there, you know." She was behaving somewhat like a cyclone now, and while she wrenched open drawers and closet doors, Ottenburg got to the piano as quickly as possible and began to herald the reappearance of the Volsung pair, trusting the memory. In a few moments Thea came out enveloped in her long fur coat, with a scarf over her head and knitted woolen gloves on her hands. Her glassy eye took in the fact that Fred was playing from memory, and even in her distracted state, a faint smile flicked over her colorless lips. She stretched out a woolly hand. "The score, please, behind you, there." Dr. Archie followed with a canvas box and a satchel. As they went through the hall, the men caught up their hats and coats. They left the music room, Fred noticed, just 7 minutes after he got the telephone message. In the elevator, Thea said in that husky whisper which had so perplexed Dr. Archie when he first heard it, "Tell the driver he must do it in 20 minutes, less if he can. He must leave the light on in the cab. I can do a good deal in 20 minutes. If only you hadn't made me eat. Damn that duck!" she broke out bitterly. "Why did you? Wish I had it back. But it won't bother you tonight. You need strength," he pleaded consolingly. But she only muttered angrily under her breath, "Idiot! Idiot!" Ottenburg shot ahead and instructed the driver, while the doctor put Thea into the cab and shut the door. She did not speak to either of them again. As the driver scrambled into his seat, she opened the score and fixed her eyes upon it. Her face, in the white light, looked as bleak as a stone quarry. As her cab slid away, Ottenburg shoved Archie into a second taxi that waited by the curb. "We'd better trail her," he explained. "There might be a holdup of some kind." As the cab whizzed off, he broke into an eruption of profanity. "What's the matter, Fred?" the doctor asked. He was a good deal dazed by the rapid evolutions of the last 10 minutes. "Matter enough," Fred growled, buttoning his overcoat with a shiver. "What a way to sing a part for the first time! That duck really is on my conscience. It will be a wonder if she can do anything but quack. Scrambling on in the middle of a performance like this, with no rehearsal! The stuff she has to sing in there is a fright. Rhythm, pitch, and terribly difficult intervals." "She looked frightened," Dr. Archie said thoughtfully. "But I thought she looked determined." Fred sniffed. "Oh, determined? That's the kind of rough deal that makes savages of singers. Here's a part she's worked on and got ready for years, and now they give her a chance to go on and butcher it. Goodness knows when she's looked at the score last, or whether she can use the business she's studied with this cast. Necker's singing Brunhild. She may help her, if it's not one of her sore nights." "Is she sore at Thea?" Dr. Archie asked wonderingly. "My dear man, Necker's sore at everything. She's breaking up. Too early. Just when she ought to be at her best. There's one story that she is struggling under some serious malady, another that she learned a bad method at the Prague Conservatory and has ruined her organ. She's the sorest thing in the world. If she weathers this winter, though, it'll be her last. She's paying for it with the last rags of her voice. And then," Fred whistled softly. "Well, what then?" "Then our girl may come in for some of it. It's dog eat dog, in this game as in every other." The cab stopped and Fred and Dr. Archie hurried to the box office. The Monday night house was sold out. They bought standing room and entered the auditorium just as the press representative of the house was thanking the audience for their patience and telling them that although Madame Glockler was too ill to sing, Miss Kronborg had kindly consented to finish her part. This announcement was met with vehement applause from the upper circles of the house. "She has her constituents," Dr. Archie murmured. "Yes, up there, where they're young and hungry. These people down here have dined too well. They won't mind, however. They like fires and accidents and divertissements. 2 Siglunds are more unusual than 1, so they'll be satisfied." After the final disappearance of the mother of Siegfried, Ottenburg and the doctor slipped out through the crowd and left the house. Near the stage entrance, Fred found the driver who had brought Thea down. He dismissed him and got a larger car. He and Archie waited on the sidewalk, and when Kronborg came out alone, they gathered her into the cab and sprang in after her. Thea sank back into a corner of the back seat and yawned. "Well, I got through, eh?" Her tone was reassuring. "On the whole, I think I've given you gentlemen a pretty lively evening, for one who has no social accomplishments." "Rather! There was something like a popular uprising at the end of the second act. Archie and I couldn't keep it up as long as the rest of them did. A howl like that ought to show the management which way the wind is blowing. You probably know you were magnificent." "I thought it went pretty well." She spoke impartially. "I was rather smart to catch his tempo there at the beginning of the first recitative, and when he came in too soon, don't you think? It's tricky in there without a rehearsal." "Oh, I was all right. He took that syncopation too fast in the beginning. Some singers take it fast there, think it sounds more impassioned. That's one way." She sniffed, and Fred shot a mirthful glance at Archie. Her boastfulness would have been childish in a schoolboy. In the light of what she had done, of the strain they had lived through during the last 2 hours, it made one laugh, almost cry. She went on, robustly, "And I didn't feel my dinner, really, Fred. I am hungry again, I'm ashamed to say, and I forgot to order anything at my hotel." Fred put his hand on the door. "Where to? You must have food." "Do you know any quiet place where I won't be stared at? I've still got makeup on." "I do. Nice English chop house on 44th Street. Nobody there at night but theater people after the show, and a few bachelors." He opened the door and spoke to the driver. As the car turned, Thea reached across to the front seat and drew Dr. Archie's handkerchief out of his breast pocket. "This comes to me naturally," she said, rubbing her cheeks and eyebrows. "When I was little, I always loved your handkerchiefs, because they were silk and smelled of cologne water. I think they must have been the only really clean handkerchiefs in Moonstone. You were always wiping my face with them. When you met me out in the dust, I remember. Did I never have any? I think you'd nearly always used yours up on your baby brother." Thea sighed. "Yes, Thor had such a way of getting messy. You say he's a good chauffeur?" She closed her eyes for a moment as if they were tired. Suddenly she looked up. "Isn't it funny how we travel in circles? Here you are still getting me clean, and Fred is still feeding me. I would have died of starvation at that boarding house on Indiana Avenue if he hadn't taken me out to the Buckingham and filled me up once in a while. What a cavern I was to fill, too. The waiters used to look astonished. I'm still singing on that food." Fred alighted and gave Thea his arm as they crossed the icy sidewalk. They were taken upstairs in an antiquated lift and found the cheerful chop room half full of supper parties. An English company playing at the Empire had just come in. The waiters, in red waistcoats, were hurrying about. Fred got a table at the back of the room in a corner and urged his waiter to get the oysters on at once. "Takes a few minutes to open them, sir," the man expostulated. "Yes, but make it as few as possible, and bring the ladies first. Then grilled chops with kidneys and salad." Thea began eating celery stalks at once, from the base to the foliage. "Necker said something nice to me tonight. You might have thought the management would say something, but not they." She looked at Fred from under her blackened lashes. "It was a stunt to jump in and sing that second act without rehearsal. It doesn't sing itself." Ottenburg was watching her brilliant eyes and her face. She was much handsomer than she had been early in the evening. Excitement of this sort enriched her. It was only under such excitement, he reflected, that she was entirely illuminated or wholly present. At other times there was something a little cold and empty, like a big room with no people in it. Even in her most genial moods there was a shadow of restlessness, as if she were waiting for something and were exercising the virtue of patience. During dinner she had been as kind as she knew how to be, to him and to Archie, and had given them as much of herself as she could. But clearly she knew only one way of being really kind, from the core of her heart out, and there was but one way in which she could give herself to people largely and gladly, spontaneously. Even as a girl she had been at her best in vigorous effort, he remembered, physical effort when there was no other kind at hand. She could be expansive only in explosions. Old Nathanmeyer had seen it. In the very first song Fred had ever heard her sing, she had unconsciously declared it. Thea Kronborg turned suddenly from her talk with Archie and peered suspiciously into the corner where Ottenburg sat with folded arms observing her. "What's the matter with you, Fred? I'm afraid of you when you're quiet. Fortunately, you almost never are. What are you thinking about?" "I was wondering how you got right with the orchestra so quickly there at first. I had a flash of terror," he replied easily. She bolted her last oyster and ducked her head. "So had I. I don't know how I did catch it. Desperation, I suppose. Same way the Indian babies swim when they're thrown into the river. I had to. Now it's over. I'm glad I had to. I learned a whole lot tonight." Archie, who usually felt that it behooved him to be silent during such discussions, was encouraged by her genealogy to venture. "I don't see how you can learn anything in such a turmoil, or how you can keep your mind on it, for that matter." Thea glanced about the room and suddenly put her hand up to her hair. "Mercy, I've no hat on. Why didn't you tell me? And I seem to be wearing a rumpled dinner dress with all this paint on my face. I must look like something you picked up on Second Avenue. I hope there are no Colorado reformers about, Dr. Archie. What a dreadful old pair these people must be thinking you. Well, I had to eat." She sniffed the savor of the grill as the waiter uncovered it. "Yes, draught beer, please. No, thank you, Fred, no champagne. To go back to your question, Dr. Archie, you can believe I keep my mind on it. That's the whole trick, insofar as stage experience goes, keeping right there every second. If I think of anything else for a flash, I'm gone, done for. But at the same time, one can take things in, with another part of your brain, maybe. It's different from what you get in study, more practical and conclusive. There are some things you learn best in calm and some in storm. You learn the delivery of a part only before an audience." "Heaven help us," gasped Ottenburg. "Weren't you hungry, though? It's beautiful to see you eat." "Glad you like it. Of course I'm hungry. Are you staying over for Rheingold Friday afternoon?" "My dear Thea," Fred lit a cigarette, "I'm a serious business man now. I have to sell beer. I'm due in Chicago on Wednesday. I'd come back to hear you, but Fricka is not an alluring part." "Then you've never heard it well done," she spoke up hotly. "That German woman scolding her husband, eh? That's not my idea. Wait till you hear my Fricka. It's a beautiful part." Thea leaned forward on the table and touched Archie's arm. "You remember, Dr. Archie, how my mother always wore her hair, parted in the middle and done low on her neck behind, so you got the shape of her head, and such a calm, white forehead? I wear mine like that for Fricka, a little more coronet effect, built up a little higher at the sides, but the idea's the same. I think you'll notice it." She turned to Ottenburg reproachfully. "It's noble music, Fred, from the first measure. There's nothing lovelier than the Waniger Hasra. It's all such comprehensive sort of music, fateful. Of course, Fricka knows," Thea ended quietly. Fred sighed. "There, you've spoiled my itinerary. Now I'll have to come back, of course. Archie, you'd better get busy about seats tomorrow. I can get you box seats somewhere. I know nobody here, and I never ask for any." Thea began hunting among her wraps. "Oh, how funny! I've only these short woolen gloves, and no sleeves. Put on my coat first. Those English people can't make out where you got your lady. She's so made up of contradictions." She rose laughing and plunged her arms into the coat Dr. Archie held for her. As she settled herself into it and buttoned it under her chin, she gave him an old signal with her eyelid. "I'd like to sing another part tonight. This is the sort of evening I fancy when there's something to do. Let me see. I have to sing in Trovatore Wednesday night, and there are rehearsals for the Ring every day this week. Consider me dead until Saturday, Dr. Archie. I invite you both to dine with me on Saturday night, the day after Rheingold. And Fred must leave early, for I want to talk to you alone. You've been here nearly a week, and I haven't had a serious word with you. Tak for Maud, Fred, as the Norwegians say." 8. The Ring of the Nibelungs was to be given at the Metropolitan on 4 successive Friday afternoons. After the first of these performances, Fred Ottenburg went home with Landry for tea. Landry was one of the few public entertainers who owned real estate in New York. He lived in a little 3-story brick house on Jane Street in Greenwich Village, which had been left to him by the same aunt who paid for his musical education. Landry was born and spent the first 15 years of his life on a rocky Connecticut farm not far from Cos Cob. His father was an ignorant, violent man, a bungling farmer and a brutal husband. The farmhouse, dilapidated and damp, stood in a hollow beside a marshy pond. Oliver had worked hard while he lived at home, although he was never clean or warm in winter and had wretched food all the year round. His spare, dry figure, his prominent larynx, and the particular red of his face and hands belonged to the chore boy he had never outgrown. It was as if the farm, knowing he would escape from it as early as he could, had ground its mark on him deep. When he was 15, Oliver ran away and went to live with his Catholic aunt on Jane Street, whom his mother was never allowed to visit. The priest of St. Joseph's Parish discovered that he had a voice. Landry had an affection for the house on Jane Street, where he had first learned what cleanliness and order and courtesy were. When his aunt died he had the place done over, got an Irish housekeeper, and lived there with a great many beautiful things he had collected. His living expenses were never large, but he could not restrain himself from buying graceful and useless objects. He was a collector for much the same reason that he was a Catholic, and he was a Catholic chiefly because his father used to sit in the kitchen and read aloud to his hired men disgusting exposures of the Roman Church, enjoying equally the hideous stories and the outrage to his wife's feelings. At first Landry bought books, then rugs, drawings, china. He had a beautiful collection of old French and Spanish fans. He kept them in an escritoire he had brought from Spain, but there were always a few of them lying about in his sitting room. While Landry and his guest were waiting for the tea to be brought, Ottenburg took up one of these fans from the low marble mantel-shelf and opened it in the firelight. One side was painted with a pearly sky and floating clouds. On the other was a formal garden where an elegant shepherdess with a mask and crook was fleeing on high heels from a satin-coated shepherd. "You ought not to keep these things about like this, Oliver. The dust from your grate might get at them." "It does, but I get them to enjoy them, not to have them. They're pleasant to glance at and to play with at odd times like this, when one is waiting for tea or something." Fred smiled. The idea of Landry stretched out before his fire, playing with his fans, amused him. Mrs. McGinnis brought the tea and put it before the hearth. Old teacups that were velvety to the touch, and a pot-bellied silver cream pitcher of an early Georgian pattern, which was always brought, though Landry took rum. Fred drank his tea, walking about, examining Landry's sumptuous writing table in the alcove, and the Booker drawing in red chalk over the mantel. "I don't see how you can stand this place without a heroine. It would give me a raging thirst for gallantries." Landry was helping himself to a second cup of tea. "Works quite the other way with me. It consoles me for the lack of her. It's just feminine enough to be pleasant to return to." "Not any more tea? Then sit down and play for me. I'm always playing for other people, and I never have a chance to sit here quietly and listen." Ottenburg opened the piano and began softly to boom forth the shadowy introduction to the opera they had just heard. "Will that do?" he asked jokingly. "I can't seem to get it out of my head." "Oh, excellently. Thea told me it was quite wonderful, the way you can do Wagner scores on the piano. So few people can give one any idea of the music. Go ahead, as long as you like. I can smoke, too." Landry flattened himself out on his cushions and abandoned himself to ease with the circumstance of one who has never grown quite accustomed to ease. Ottenburg played on, as he happened to remember. He understood now why Thea wished him to hear her in Rheingold. It had been clear to him as soon as Fricka rose from sleep and looked out over the young world, stretching one white arm toward the new Götterberg shining on the heights. Wotan, Jamal, Erwach. She was pure Scandinavian, this Fricka. Swedish summer! He remembered old Mr. Nathanmeyer's phrase. She had wished him to see her because she had a distinct kind of loveliness for this part, a shining beauty like the light of sunset on distant sails. She seemed to take on the look of immortal loveliness, the youth of the golden apples, the shining body and the shining mind. Fricka had been a jealous spouse to him for so long that he had forgotten she meant wisdom before she meant domestic order, and that in any event she was always a goddess. The Fricka of that afternoon was so clear and sunny, so nobly conceived, that she made a whole atmosphere about herself and quite redeemed from shabbiness the helplessness and unscrupulousness of the gods. Her approaches to Wotan were the pleadings of a tempered mind, a consistent sense of beauty. In the long silences of her part, her shining presence was a visible complement to the discussion of the orchestra. As the themes which were to help in weaving the drama to its end first came vaguely upon the ear, one saw their import and tendency in the face of this clearest vision of the gods. In the scene between Fricka and Wotan, Ottenburg stopped. "I can't seem to get the voices in there." Landry chuckled. "Don't try. I know it well enough. I expect I've been over that with her 1,000 times. I was playing for her almost every day when she was first working on it. When she begins with a part, she's hard to work with, so slow you'd think she was stupid if you didn't know her. Of course, she blames it all on her accompanist. It goes on like that for weeks sometimes. This did. She kept shaking her head and staring and looking gloomy. All at once she got her line. It usually comes suddenly, after stretches of not getting anywhere at all, and after that it kept changing and clearing. As she worked her voice into it, it got more and more of that gold quality that makes her Fricka so different. Fred began Fricka's first aria again. It's certainly different. Curious how she does it. Such a beautiful idea, out of a part that's always been so ungrateful. She's a lovely thing, but she was never so beautiful as that, really. Nobody is. He repeated the loveliest phrase. How does she manage it, Landry? You've worked with her. Landry drew cherishingly on the last cigarette he meant to permit himself before singing. Oh, it's a question of a big personality, and all that goes with it. Brains, of course, imagination, of course, but the important thing is that she was born full of color, with a rich personality. That's a gift of the gods, like a fine nose. You have it or you haven't. Against it, intelligence and musicianship and habits of industry don't count at all. Singers are a conventional race. When Thea was studying in Berlin, the other girls were mortally afraid of her. She has a pretty hard hand with women, dull ones, and she could be rude, too. The girls used to call her Die Wölfin. Fred thrust his hands into his pockets and leaned back against the piano. Of course, even a stupid woman could get effects with such machinery, such a voice and body and face, but they couldn't possibly belong to a stupid woman, could they? Landry shook his head. It's personality, that's as near as you can come to it. That's what constitutes real equipment. What she does is interesting because she does it. Even the things she discards are suggestive. I regret some of them. Her conceptions are colored in so many different ways. You've heard her Elizabeth? Wonderful, isn't it? She was working on that part years ago when her mother was ill. I could see her anxiety and grief getting more and more into the part. The last act is heartbreaking. It's as homely as a country prayer meeting. Might be any lonely woman getting ready to die. It's full of the thing every plain creature finds out for himself that never gets written down. It's unconscious memory, maybe. Inherited memory, like folk music. I call it personality." Fred laughed, and turning to the piano, began coaching the Fricka music again. "Call it anything you like, my boy. I have a name for it myself, but I shan't tell you." He looked over his shoulder at Landry, stretched out by the fire. "You have a great time watching her, don't you?" "Oh, yes," replied Landry simply. "I'm not interested in much that goes on in New York. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to dress." He rose with a reluctant sigh. "Can I get you anything? Some whiskey?" "Thank you, no. I'll amuse myself here. I don't often get a chance at a good piano when I'm away from home." "You haven't had this one long, have you? Action's a bit stiff. I say," he stopped Landry in the doorway, "has Thea ever been down here?" Landry turned back. "Yes, she came several times when I had erysipelas. I was a nice mess with 2 nurses. She brought down some inside window boxes, planted with crocuses and things. Very cheering, only I couldn't see them or her." "Didn't she like your place?" "She thought she did, but I fancy it was a good deal cluttered up for her taste. I could hear her pacing about like something in a cage. She pushed the piano back against the wall and the chairs into corners, and she broke my amber elephant." Landry took a yellow object some 4 inches high from one of his low bookcases. "You can see where his leg is glued on. A souvenir. Yes, he's lemon amber, very fine." Landry disappeared behind the curtains, and in a moment Fred heard the wheeze of an atomizer. He put the amber elephant on the piano beside him, and seemed to get a great deal of amusement out of the beast. End of Part 6, Sections 7 and 8. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Chapter 9 of Part 6, The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Sterner. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather, Chapter 9 of Part 6. When Archie and Ottenberg dined with Thea on Saturday evening, they were served downstairs in the hotel dining room, but they were to have their coffee in her own apartment. As they were going up in the elevator after dinner, Fred turned suddenly to Thea. "And why, please, did you break Landry's amber elephant?" She looked guilty and began to laugh. "Hasn't he gotten over that yet? I really didn't mean to break it. I was perhaps careless. His things are so over-petted that I was tempted to be careless with a lot of them." "How can you be so heartless when they're all he has in the world?" "He has me. I'm a great deal of diversion for him, all he needs. There," she said as she opened the door to her own hall. "I shouldn't have said that before the elevator boy. Even an elevator boy couldn't make a scandal about Oliver. He's such a catnip man." Dr. Archie laughed, but Thea, who seemed suddenly to have thought of something annoying, repeated blankly, "Catnip man?" "Yes, he lives on catnip and rum tea, but he's not the only one. You are like an eccentric old woman I know in Boston who goes about in the spring feeding catnip to street cats. You dispense it to a lot of fellows. Your pull seems to be more with men than with women, you know, with seasoned men about my age or older. Even on Friday afternoon I kept running into them, old boys I hadn't seen for years, thin at the part and thick at the girth, until I stood still in the draft and held my hair on. They're always there. I hear them talking about you in the smoking room. Probably we don't get to the point of apprehending anything good until we're about 40. Then, in the light of what is going, and of what, God help us, is coming, we arrive at something. I don't see why people go to the opera anyway, serious people." She spoke discontentedly. "I suppose they get something, or think they do. Here's the coffee. There, please," she directed the waiter. Going to the table, she began to pour the coffee, standing. She wore a white dress trimmed with crystals which had rattled a good deal during dinner, as all her movements had been impatient and nervous, and she had twisted the dark velvet rose at her girdle until it looked rumpled and weary. She poured the coffee as if it were a ceremony in which she did not believe. "Can you make anything of Fred's nonsense, Dr. Archie?" she asked, as he came to take his cup. Fred approached her. "My nonsense is all right. The same brand has gone with you before. It's you who won't be jollied. What's the matter? Have you something on your mind?" "I've a good deal. Too much to be an agreeable hostess." She turned quickly away from the coffee and sat down on the piano bench, facing the two men. "For one thing, there's a change in the cast for Friday afternoon. They're going to let me sing Sieglinde." Her frown did not conceal the pleasure with which she made this announcement. "Are you going to keep us dangling about there forever, Thea? Archie and I are supposed to have other things to do." Fred looked at her with an excitement quite as apparent as her own. "Here I've been ready to sing Sieglinde for 2 years, kept in torment, and now it comes off within 2 weeks, just when I want to be seeing something of Dr. Archie. I don't know what their plans are down there. After Friday they may let me cool for several weeks, and they may rush me. I suppose it depends on how things go Friday afternoon." "Oh, they'll go fast enough. It's better suited to your voice than anything you've sung here. That gives you every opportunity I've waited for." Ottenberg crossed the room, and standing beside her, began to play Du bist der Lenz. With a violent movement, Thea caught his wrists and pushed his hands away from the keys. "Fred, can't you be serious? 1,000 things may happen between this and Friday to put me out." "Something will happen. If that part were sung well, as it ought to be, it would be one of the most beautiful things in the world. That's why it is never sung right, and never will be." She clenched her hands and opened them despairingly, looking out of the open window. "It's inaccessibly beautiful," she brought out sharply. Fred and Dr. Archie watched her. In a moment she turned back to them. "It's impossible to sing a part like that well for the first time, except for the sort who will never sing it any better. Everything hangs on that first night, and that's bound to be bad. There you are," she shrugged impatiently. "For one thing, they changed the cast at the 11th hour and then rehearsed the life out of me." Ottenburg put down his cup with exaggerated care. "Still, you really want to do it, you know." "Want to?" she repeated indignantly. "Of course I want to. If this were only next Thursday night. But between now and Friday I'll do nothing but fret my strength away. Well, I'm not saying I don't need the rehearsals, but I don't need them strung out through a week. That system's well enough for phlegmatic singers. It only drains me. Every single feature of operatic routine is detrimental to me. I usually go on like a horse that's been fixed to lose a race. I have to work hard to do my worst, let alone my best. I wish you could hear me sing well once." She turned to Fred defiantly. "I have a few times in my life, when there was nothing to gain by it." Fred approached her again and held out his hand. "I recall my instructions, and now I leave you to fight it out with Archie. He can't possibly represent managerial stupidity to you, as I seem to have a gift for doing." As he smiled down at her, his good humor, his good wishes, his understanding, embarrassed her and recalled her to herself. She kept her seat, still holding his hand. "All the same, Fred, isn't it too bad that there are so many things—" She broke off with a shake of the head. "My dear girl, if I could bridge over the agony between now and Friday for you— But you know the rules of the game. Why torment yourself? You saw the other night that you had the part under your thumb. Now, walk, sleep, play with Archie, keep your tiger hungry, and she'll spring all right on Friday. I'll be there to see her, and there'll be more than I expect. Harsanyi's on the Wilhelm de Grossa. Gets in on Thursday." "Harsanyi?" Thea's eye lighted. "I haven't seen him for years. We always miss each other." She paused, hesitating. "Yes, I should like that. But he'll be busy, maybe." "He gives his first concert at Carnegie Hall week after next. Better send him a box if you can." "Yes, I'll manage it." Thea took his hand again. "Oh, I should like that, Fred," she said impulsively. "Even if I were put out, he'd get the idea." She threw back her head. "For there is an idea—" "Which won't penetrate here." He tapped his brow and began to laugh. "You are an ungrateful hussy, comme les autres." Thea detained him as he turned away. She pulled a flower out of a bouquet on the piano and absently drew the stem through the lapel of his coat. "I shall be walking in the park tomorrow afternoon on the reservoir path between 4 and 5, if you care to join me. You know that after Harsanyi, I'd rather please you than anyone else. You know a lot, but he knows even more than you." "Thank you. Don't try to analyze it. Schlafen Sie wohl." He kissed her fingers and waved from the door, closing it behind him. "He's the right sort, Thea." Dr. Archie looked warmly after his disappearing friend. "I've always hoped you'd make it up with Fred." "Well, haven't I?" "Oh, marry him, you mean?" "Perhaps it may come about some day. Just at present he's not in the marriage market any more than I am, is he?" "No, I suppose not. It's a damned shame that a man like Ottenburg should be tied up as he is, wasting all the best years of his life. A woman with general paresis ought to be legally dead." "Don't let's talk about Fred's wife, please. He had no business to get into such a mess, and he has no business to stay in it. He's always been a softy where women are concerned." "Most of us are, I'm afraid," Dr. Archie admitted weakly. "Too much light in here, isn't there? Tires one's eyes. The stage lights are hard on mine." Thea began turning them out. "We'll leave the little one over the piano." She sank down by Archie on the deep sofa. "We two have so much to talk about that we keep away from it altogether, haven't you noticed? We don't even nibble the edges. I wish we had Landry here tonight to play for us. He's very comforting." "I'm afraid you don't have enough personal life outside your work, Thea. The doctor looked at her anxiously. She smiled at him with her eyes half closed. "My dear doctor, I don't have any. Your work becomes your personal life. You are not much good until it does. It's like being woven into a big web. You can't pull away, because all your little tendrils are woven into the picture. It takes you up and uses you and spins you out, and that is your life. Not much else can happen to you." "Didn't you think of marrying several years ago?" "You mean Norquist? Yes, but I changed my mind. We had been singing a good deal together. He's a splendid creature." "Were you much in love with him, Thea?" the doctor asked hopefully. She smiled again. "I don't think I know just what that expression means. I've never been able to find out. I think I was in love with you when I was little, but not with anyone since then. There are a great many ways of caring for people. It's not, after all, a simple state like measles or tonsillitis. Nordquist is a taking sort of man. He and I were out in a rowboat once in a terrible storm. The lake was fed by glaciers, ice water, and we couldn't have swum a stroke if the boat had filled. If we hadn't both been strong and kept our heads, we'd have gone down. We pulled for every ounce there was in us, and we just got off with our lives. We were always being thrown together like that, under some kind of pressure. Yes, for a while I thought he would make everything all right." She paused and sank back, resting her head on a cushion, pressing her eyelids down with her fingers. "You see," she went on abruptly, "he had a wife and 2 children. He hadn't lived with her for several years, but when she heard that he wanted to marry again, she began to make trouble. He earned a good deal of money, but he was careless and always wretchedly in debt. He came to me one day and told me he thought his wife would settle for 100,000 marks and consent to a divorce. I got very angry and sent him away. Next day he came back and said he thought she'd take 50,000. Dr. Archie drew away from her to the end of the sofa. "Good God, Thea!" He ran his handkerchief over his forehead. "What sort of people—" He stopped and shook his head. Thea rose and stood beside him, her hand on his shoulder. "That's exactly how it struck me," she said quietly. "Oh, we have things in common, things that go way back, under everything. You understand, of course. Nordquist didn't. He thought I wasn't willing to part with the money. I couldn't let myself buy him from Fru Nordquist, and he couldn't see why. He had always thought I was close about money, so he attributed it to that. I am careful." She ran her arm through Archie's, and when he rose, began to walk about the room with him. "I can't be careless with money. I began the world on $600, and it was the price of a man's life. Ray Kennedy had worked hard and been sober and denied himself, and when he died he had $600 to show for it. I always measure things by that $600, just as I measure high buildings by the Moonstone standpipe. There are standards we can't get away from." Dr. Archie took her hand. "I don't believe we should be any happier if we did get away from them. I think it gives you some of your poise, having that anchor. You look," glancing down at her head and shoulders, "sometimes so like your mother." "Thank you. You couldn't say anything nicer to me than that. On Friday afternoon, didn't you think?" "Yes, but at other times, too. I love to see it. Do you know what I thought about that first night when I heard you sing? I kept remembering the night I took care of you when you had pneumonia, when you were 10 years old. You were a terribly sick child, and I was a country doctor without much experience. There were no oxygen tanks about then. You pretty nearly slipped away from me. If you had—" Thea dropped her head on his shoulder. "I'd have saved myself and you a lot of trouble, wouldn't I? Dear Dr. Archie," she murmured. "As for me, life would have been a pretty bleak stretch with you left out." The doctor took one of the crystal pendants that hung from her shoulder and looked into it thoughtfully. "I guess I'm a romantic old fellow underneath, and you've always been my romance. Those years when you were growing up were my happiest. When I dream about you, I always see you as a little girl." They paused by the open window. "Do you?" "Nearly all my dreams, except those about breaking down on the stage or missing trains, are about Moonstone. You tell me the old house has been pulled down, but it stands in my mind, every stick and timber. In my sleep I go all about it, and look in the right drawers and cupboards for everything. I often dream that I'm hunting for my rubbers in that pile of overshoes that was always under the hat rack in the hall. I pick up every overshoe and know whose it is, but I can't find my own. Then the school bell begins to ring and I begin to cry. That's the house I rest in when I'm tired. All the old furniture and the worn spots in the carpet, it rests my mind to go over them." They were looking out of the window. Thea kept his arm. Down on the river, 4 battleships were anchored in line, brilliantly lighted, and launches were coming and going, bringing the men ashore. A searchlight from one of the ironclads was playing on the great headland up the river, where it makes its first resolute turn. Overhead the night blue sky was intense and clear. "There's so much I want to tell you," she said at last. "It's hard to explain. My life is full of jealousies and disappointments, you know. You get to hating people who do contemptible work and who get on just as well as you do. There are many disappointments in my profession, and bitter, bitter contempts." Her face hardened and looked much older. "If you love the good thing vitally, enough to give up for it all that one must give up for it, then you must hate the cheap thing just as hard. I tell you there is such a thing as creative hate, a contempt that drives you through fire, makes you risk everything and lose everything, makes you a long sight better than you ever knew you could be." As she glanced at Dr. Archie's face, Thea stopped short and turned her own face away. Her eyes followed the path of the searchlight up the river and rested upon the illuminated headland. "You see," she went on more calmly, "voices are accidental things. You find plenty of good voices in common women, with common minds and common hearts. Look at that woman who sang Ortrude with me last week. She's new here, and people are wild about her. Such a beautiful volume of tone, they say. I give you my word she's as stupid as an owl and as coarse as a pig, and anyone who knows anything about singing would see that in an instant. Yet she's quite as popular as Necker, who is a great artist. How can I get much satisfaction out of the enthusiasm of a house that likes her atrociously bad performance at the same time that it pretends to like mine? If they like her, then they ought to hiss me off the stage. We stand for things that are irreconcilable, absolutely. You can't try to do things right and not despise the people who do them wrong. How can I be indifferent? If that doesn't matter, then nothing matters. Well, sometimes I've come home as I did the other night when you first saw me, so full of bitterness that it was as if my mind were full of daggers. And I've gone to sleep and wakened up in the Kohler's garden with the pigeons and the white rabbits, so happy, and that saves me." She sat down on the piano bench. Archie thought she had forgotten all about him until she called his name. Her voice was soft now and wonderfully sweet. It seemed to come from somewhere deep within her. There was such strong vibrations in it. "You see, Dr. Archie, what one really strives for in art is not the sort of thing you are likely to find when you drop in for a performance at the opera. What one strives for is so far away, so deep, so beautiful." She lifted her shoulders with a long breath, folded her hands in her lap, and sat looking at him with resignation that made her face noble. "That there's nothing one can say about it, Dr. Archie." Without knowing very well what it was all about, Archie was passionately stirred for her. "I've always believed in you, Thea. Always believed," he muttered. She smiled and closed her eyes. "They save me, the old things. Things like the Kohler's garden. They are in everything I do." "In what you sing, you mean?" "Yes. Not in any direct way." She spoke hurriedly. "The light, the color, the feeling. Most of all the feeling. It comes in when I'm working on a part, like the smell of a garden coming in at the window. I try all the new things and then go back to the old. Perhaps my feelings were stronger then. A child's attitude towards everything is an artist's attitude. I am more or less of an artist now, but then I was nothing else. When I went with you to Chicago that first time, I carried with me the essentials, the foundation of all I do now. The point to which I could go was scratched in me then. I haven't reached it yet, by a long way." Archie had a swift flash of memory. Pictures passed before him. "You mean," he asked wonderingly, "that you knew then you were so gifted?" Thea looked up at him and smiled. "Oh, I didn't know anything. Not enough to ask you for my trunk when I needed it. But you see, when I set out from Moonstone with you, I had had a rich, romantic past. I had lived a long, eventful life, and an artist's life, every hour of it. Wagner says, in his most beautiful opera, that art is only a way of remembering youth. And the older we grow, the more precious it seems to us, and the more richly we can present that memory. When we've got it all out, the finest thrill of it, the brightest hope of it," she lifted her hand above her head and dropped it. "Then we stop. We do nothing but repeat after that. The stream has reached the level of its source. That's our measure." There was a long, warm silence. Thea was looking hard at the floor, as if she were seeing down through years and years, and her old friend stood watching her bent head. His look was one with which he had used to watch her long ago, and which, even in thinking about her, had become a habit of his face. It was full of solicitude and a kind of secret gratitude, as if to thank her for some inexpressible pleasure of the heart. Thea turned presently toward the piano and began softly to waken an old air. "Caw the yos to the nose, caw them where the heather grows, caw them with a burnie rose, my bonnie dearie." Archie sat down and shaded his eyes with his hand. She turned her head and spoke to him over her shoulder. "Come on, you know the words better than I. That's right." "We'll gae down by Cloden's side, through the hazel spreading wide, o'er the waves that sweetly glide, to the moon so clearly. Geist nor bogle shalt thou fear, thou'rt to love and heaven sae dear, nocht of ill may come thee near, my bonnie dearie." "We can't get on without Landry. Let's try it again. I have all the words now. Then we'll have Sweet Afton. Come. Caw the yos to the nose." End of Chapter 9 of Part 6, recorded by Kate Sterner in Minneapolis, Minnesota, August 2013. Chapter 10 of Part 6, The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Sterner. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather. Chapter 10 of Part 6. Ottenberg dismissed his taxicab at the 91st Street entrance of the park and floundered across the drive through a wild spring snowstorm. When he reached the reservoir path, he saw Thea ahead of him, walking rapidly against the wind. Except for that one figure, the path was deserted. A flock of gulls were hovering over the reservoir, seeming bewildered by the driving currents of snow that swirled above the black water and then disappeared within it. When he had almost overtaken Thea, Fred called to her, and she turned and waited for him with her back to the wind. Her hair and furs were powdered with snowflakes, and she looked like some rich pelted animal with warm blood that had run in out of the woods. Fred laughed as he took her hand. "No use asking how you do. You surely needn't feel much anxiety about Friday when you can look like this." She moved close to the iron fence to make room for him beside her, and faced the wind again. "Oh, I'm well enough, in so far as that goes. But I'm not lucky about stage appearances. I'm easily upset, and the most perverse things happen." "What's the matter? Do you still get nervous?" "Of course I do. I don't mind nerves so much as getting numbed," Thea muttered, sheltering her face for a moment with her muff. "I'm under a spell, you know. Hoodooed. It's the thing I want to do that I can never do. Any other effects I can get easily enough." "Yes, you get effects, and not only with your voice. That's where you have it over all the rest of them. You're as much at home on the stage as you were down in Panther Canyon, as if you'd just been let out of a cage. Didn't you get some of your ideas down there?" Thea nodded. "Oh, yes, for heroic parts at least. Out of the rocks, out of dead people. You mean the idea of standing up under things, don't you? Meeting catastrophe. No fussiness. Seems to me they must have been a reserved, somber people, with only a muscular language, all their movements for a purpose. Simple, strong, as if they were dealing with fate barehanded. She put her gloved fingers on Fred's arm. "I don't know how I can ever thank you enough. I don't know if I'd ever have got anywhere without Panther Canyon. How did you know that was the one thing to do for me? It's the sort of thing nobody ever helps one to, in this world. One can learn how to sing, but no singing teacher can give anybody what I got down there. How did you know?" "I didn't know. Anything else would have done as well. It was your creative hour. I knew you were getting a lot, but I didn't realize how much." Thea walked on in silence. She seemed to be thinking. "Do you know what they really taught me?" She came out suddenly. "They taught me the inevitable hardness of human life. No artist gets far who doesn't know that. And you can't know it with your mind. You have to realize it in your body somehow, deep. It's an animal sort of feeling. Sometimes I think it's the strongest of all. Do you know what I'm driving at?" "I think so. Even your audiences feel it, vaguely, that you've some time or other faced things that make you different." Thea turned her back to the wind, wiping away the snow that clung to her brows and lashes. "Ugh!" she exclaimed. "No matter how long a breath you have, the storm has a longer. I haven't signed up for next season yet, Fred. I'm holding out for a big contract, 40 performances. Necker won't be able to do much next winter. It's going to be one of those between seasons. The old singers are too old, the new ones are too new. They might as well risk me as anybody. So I want good terms. The next 5 or 6 years are going to be my best." "You'll get what you demand, if you are uncompromising. I'm safe in congratulating you now." Thea laughed. "It's a little early. I may not get it at all. They don't seem to be breaking their necks to meet me. I can go back to Dresden." As they turned the curve and walked westward, they got the wind from the side, and talking was easier. Fred lowered his collar and shook the snow from his shoulders. "Oh, I don't mean on the contract particularly. I congratulate you on what you can do, Thea, and on what lies behind what you do. On the life that's led up to it, and on being able to care so much. That, after all, is the unusual thing." She looked at him sharply, with a certain apprehension. "Care? Why shouldn't I care? If I didn't, I'd be in a bad way. What else have I got?" She stopped with a challenging interrogation, but Ottenberg didn't reply. "You mean," she persisted, That you don't care as much as you used to?" "I care about your success, of course." Fred fell into a slower pace. Thea felt at once that he was talking seriously, and had dropped the tone of half-ironical exaggeration he had used with her of late years. "And I'm grateful to you for what you demand of yourself, when you might get off so easily. You demand more and more all the time, and you'll do more and more. One is grateful to anybody for that. It makes life in general a little less sordid. But as a matter of fact, I'm not much interested in how anybody sings anything." "That's too bad of you, when I'm just beginning to see what is worth doing, and how I want to do it." Thea spoke in an injured tone. "That's what I congratulate you on. That's the great difference between your kind and the rest of us. It's how long you're able to keep it up that tells the story. When you needed enthusiasm from the outside, I was able to give it to you. Now you must let me withdraw." "I'm not tying you, am I?" she flashed out. "But withdraw to what? What do you want?" Fred shrugged. "I might ask you, what have I got? I want things that wouldn't interest you, that you probably wouldn't understand. For one thing, I want a son to bring up." "I can understand that. It seems to me reasonable. Have you also found somebody you want to marry?" "Not particularly." They turned another curve which brought the wind to their backs, and they walked on in comparative calm, with the snow blowing past them. "It's not your fault, Thea, but I've had you too much in my mind. I've not given myself a fair chance in other directions. I was in Rome when you and Nordquist were there. If that had kept up, it might have cured me." "It might have cured a good many things," remarked Thea grimly. Fred nodded sympathetically and went on. "In my library in St. Louis, over the fireplace, I have a property spear that I copied from one in Venice, years ago, after you first went abroad, while you were studying. You'll probably be singing Brunhilde pretty soon now, and I'll send it on to you if I may. You can take it and its history for what they're worth. But I'm nearly 40 years old, and I've served my turn. You've done what I hoped for you, what I was honestly willing to lose for then. I'm older now, and I think I was an ass. I wouldn't do it again if I had the chance. Not much. But I'm not sorry. It takes a great many people to make one. Brunhilde." Thea stopped by the fence and looked over into the black choppiness on which the snowflakes fell and disappeared with magical rapidity. Her face was both angry and troubled. "So you feel I've been ungrateful. I thought you sent me out to get something. I didn't know you wanted me to bring in something easy. I thought you wanted something—" She took a deep breath and shrugged her shoulders. "But there, nobody on God's earth wants it, really. If one other person wanted it—" She thrust her hand out before him and clenched it. "My God, what I could do!" Fred laughed dismally. "Even in my ashes I feel myself pushing you. How can anybody help it? My dear girl, can't you see that anyone else who wanted it as you do would be your rival, your deadliest danger? Can't you see that it's your great good fortune that other people can't care about it so much?" But Thea seemed not to take in his protest at all. She went on vindicating herself. "It's taken me a long while to do anything, of course, and I've only begun to see daylight. But anything good is expensive. It hasn't seemed long. I've always felt responsible to you." Fred looked at her face intently, through the veil of snowflakes, and shook his head. "To me? You are a truthful woman, and you don't mean to lie to me. But after the one responsibility you do feel, I doubt if you've enough left to feel responsible to God. Still, if you've ever in an idle hour fooled yourself with thinking that I had anything to do with it, heaven knows I'm grateful." "Even if I'd married Nordquist," Thea went on, turning down the path again, "there would have been something left out. There always is. In a way, I've always been married to you. I'm not very flexible. Never was and never shall be. You caught me young. I could never have that over again. One can't, after one begins to know anything. But I look back on it. My life hasn't been a gay one, any more than yours. If I shut things out from you, you shut them out from me. We've been a help and a hindrance to each other. I guess it's always that way, the good and the bad all mixed up. There's only one thing that's all beautiful, and always beautiful. That's why my interest keeps up. Yes, I know. Fred looked sideways at the outline of her head against the thickening atmosphere. And you give one the impression that that is enough. I've gradually given you up. See, the lights are coming out. Thea pointed where they flickered, flashes of violet through the gray treetops. Lower down, the globes along the drive were becoming a pale lemon color. Yes, I don't see why anybody wants to marry an artist anyhow. I remember Ray Kennedy used to say he didn't see how any woman could marry a gambler, for she would only be marrying what the game left. She shook her shoulders impatiently. Who marries who is a small matter after all. But I hope I can bring back your interest in my work. You've cared longer and more than anybody else, and I'd like to have somebody human to make a report to once in a while. You can send me your spear. I'll do my best. If you're not interested, I'll do my best anyhow. I've only a few friends, but I can lose every one of them if it has to be. I learned how to lose when my mother died. We must hurry now. My taxi must be waiting. The blue light about them was growing deeper and darker, and the falling snow and the faint trees had become violet. To the south, over Broadway, there was an orange reflection in the clouds. Motors and carriage lights flashed by on the drive below the reservoir path, and the air was strident with horns and shrieks from the whistles of the mounted policemen. Fred gave Thea his arm as they descended from the embankment. I guess you'll never manage to lose me or Archie, Thea. You do pick up queer ones. But loving you is a heroic discipline. It wears a man out. Tell me one thing. Could I have kept you once, if I'd put on every screw? Thea hurried him along, talking rapidly, as if to get it over. You might have kept me in misery for a while, perhaps. I don't know. I have to think well of myself to work. You could have made it hard. I'm not ungrateful. I was a difficult proposition to begin with. I understand now, of course. Since you didn't tell me the truth in the beginning, you couldn't very well turn back after I'd set my head. At least, if you'd been the sort who could, you wouldn't have had to, for I'd not have cared a button for that sort even then. She stopped beside a car that waited at the curb and gave him her hand. There, we part friends? Fred looked at her. You know. 10 years. I'm not ungrateful, Thea repeated as she got into her cab. Yes, she reflected, as the taxi cut into the park carriage road. We don't get fairy tales in this world, and he has, after all, cared more and longer than anybody else. It was dark outside now, and the light from the lamps along the drive flashed into the cab. The snowflakes hovered like swarms of white bees about the globes. Thea sat motionless in one corner, staring out of the window at the cab lights that wove in and out among the trees, all seeming to be bent on joyous courses. Taxicabs were still new in New York, and the theme of popular minstrelsy. Landry had sung her a ditty he heard in some theater on 3rd Avenue about, "But there passed him a bright-eyed taxi with the girl of his heart inside." Almost inaudibly, Thea began to hum the air, though she was thinking of something serious, something that had touched her deeply. At the beginning of the season, when she was not singing often, she had gone one afternoon to hear Paderewski's recital. In front of her sat an old German couple, evidently poor, who had made sacrifices to pay for their excellent seats. Their intelligent enjoyment of the music and their friendliness with each other had interested her more than anything on the program. When the pianist began a lovely melody in the first movement of the Beethoven D minor sonata, the old lady put out her plump hand and touched her husband's sleeve, and they looked at each other in recognition. They both wore glasses, but such a look, like forget-me-nots, and so full of happy recollections. Thea wanted to put her arms around them and ask them how they had been able to keep a feeling like that, like a nosegay in a glass of water. End of Chapter 10 of Part 6, recorded by Kate Sterner in Minneapolis, Minnesota, August 2013. Chapter 11 of Part 6, The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Sterner. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather. Chapter 11, Part 6. Dr. Archie saw nothing of Thea during the following week. After several fruitless efforts, he succeeded in getting a word to her over the telephone, but she sounded so distracted and driven that he was glad to say good night and hang up the instrument. There were, she told him, rehearsals not only for Valkyrie, but also for Gotterdammerung, in which she was to sing Waltraud 2 weeks later. On Thursday afternoon, Thea got home late after an exhausting rehearsal. She was in no frame of mind. Madame Necker, who had been very gracious to her that night when she went on to complete Glücker's performance of Sieglinde, had, since Thea was cast to sing the part instead of Glücker in the production of The Ring, had been chilly and disapproving, distinctly hostile. Thea had always felt that she and Necker stood for the same sort of endeavor, and that Necker recognized it and had a cordial feeling for her. In Germany she had several times sung Brangäne to Necker's Isolde, and the older artist had let her know that she thought she sang it beautifully. It was a bitter disappointment to find that the approval of so honest an artist as Necker could not stand the test of any significant recognition by the management. Madame Necker was 40, and her voice was failing just when her powers were at their height. Every fresh young voice was an enemy, and this one was accompanied by gifts which she could not fail to recognize. Thea had her dinner sent up to her apartment, and it was a very poor one. She tasted the soup, and then indignantly put on her wraps to go out and hunt a dinner. As she was going to the elevator, she had to admit that she was behaving foolishly. She took off her hat and coat and ordered another dinner. When it arrived, it was no better than the first. There was even a burnt match under the milk toast. She had a sore throat, which made swallowing painful and boded ill for the morrow. Although she had been speaking in whispers all day to save her throat, she now perversely summoned the housekeeper and demanded an account of some laundry that had been lost. The housekeeper was indifferent and impertinent, and Thea got angry and scolded violently. She knew it was very bad for her to get into a rage just before bedtime, and after the housekeeper left she realized that for $10 worth of underclothing she had been unfitting herself for a performance which might eventually mean many thousands. The best thing now was to stop reproaching herself for her lack of sense, but she was too tired to control her thoughts. While she was undressing, Therese was brushing out her Sieglinde wig in the trunk room. She went on chiding herself bitterly. "And how am I ever going to get to sleep in this state?" she kept asking herself. "If I don't sleep, I'll be perfectly worthless tomorrow. I'll go down there tomorrow and make a fool of myself. If I'd let that laundry alone with what a has stolen it, Why did I undertake to reform the management of this hotel tonight? After tomorrow I could pack up and leave the place. There's the Philemon. I liked the rooms there better anyhow. And the Umberto. She began going over the advantages and disadvantages of different apartment hotels. Suddenly she checked herself. What am I doing this for? I can't move into another hotel tonight. I'll keep this up till morning. I shan't sleep a wink. Should she take a hot bath, or shouldn't she? Sometimes it relaxed her, and sometimes it roused her and fairly put her beside herself. Between the conviction that she must sleep and the fear that she shouldn't, she hung paralyzed. When she looked at her bed, she shrank from it in every nerve. She was much more afraid of it than she had ever been of the stage of any opera house. It yawned before her like the sunken road at Waterloo. She rushed into her bathroom and locked the door. She would risk the bath, and defer the encounter with the bed a little longer. She lay in the bath half an hour. The warmth of the water penetrated to her bones, induced pleasant reflections, and a feeling of well-being. It was very nice to have Dr. Archie in New York, after all, and to see him get so much satisfaction out of the little companionship she was able to give him. She liked people who got on, and who became more interesting as they grew older. There was Fred. He was much more interesting now than he had been at 30. He was intelligent about music. He must be very intelligent in his business, or he would not be at the head of the Brewers' Trust. She respected that kind of intelligence and success. Any success was good. She herself had made a good start, at any rate, and now, if she could get to sleep— Yes, they were all more interesting than they used to be. Look at Harsanyi, who had been so long retarded. What a place he had made for himself in Vienna. If she could get to sleep, she would show him something tomorrow that he would understand. She got quickly into bed and moved about freely between the sheets. Yes, she was warm all over. A cold, dry breeze was coming in from the river, thank goodness. She tried to think about her little rock house and the Arizona sun and the blue sky, but that led to memories which were still too disturbing. She turned on her side, closed her eyes, and tried an old device. She entered her father's front door, hung her hat and coat on the rack, and stopped in the parlor to warm her hands at the stove. Then she went out through the dining room, where the boys were getting their lessons at the long table, through the sitting room where Thor was asleep on his cot bed, his dress and stocking hanging on a chair. In the kitchen she stopped for her lantern and her hot brick. She hurried up the back stairs and through the windy loft to her own glacial room. The illusion was marred only by the consciousness that she ought to brush her teeth before she went to bed, and that she never used to do it. Why? The water was frozen solid in the pitcher, so she got over that. Once between the red blankets there was a short, fierce battle with the cold. Then warmer, warmer. She could hear her father shaking down the hard coal burner for the night, and the wind rushing and banging down the village street. The boughs of the cottonwood, hard as bone, rattled against her gable. The bed grew softer and warmer. Everybody was warm and well downstairs. The sprawling old house had gathered them all in, like a hen, and had settled down over its brood. They were all warm in her father's house, softer and softer. She was asleep. She slept 10 hours without turning over. From sleep like that, one awakes in shining armor. On Friday afternoon there was an inspiring audience. There was not an empty chair in the house. Ottenberg and Dr. Archie had seats in the orchestra circle, got from a ticket broker. Landry had not been able to get a seat, so he roamed about in the back of the house, where he usually stood when he dropped in after his own turn in vaudeville was over. He was there so often and at such irregular hours that the ushers thought he was a singer's husband, or had something to do with the electrical plant. Harsanyi and his wife were in a box, near the stage, in the second circle. Mrs. Harsanyi's hair was noticeably gray, but her face was fuller and handsomer than in those early years of struggle, and she was beautifully dressed. Harsanyi himself had changed very little. He had put on his best afternoon coat in honor of his pupil, and wore a pearl in his black ascot. His hair was longer and more bushy than he used to wear it, and there was now one gray lock on the right side. He had always been an elegant figure, even when he went out in shabby clothes and was crushed with work. Before the curtain rose he was restless and nervous, and kept looking at his watch and wishing he had got a few more letters off before he left his hotel. He had not been in New York since the advent of the taxicab, and had allowed himself too much time. His wife knew that he was afraid of being disappointed this afternoon. He did not often go to the opera because the stupid things that singers did vexed him so, and it always put him in a rage if the conductor held the tempo or in any way accommodated the score to the singer. When the lights went out and the violins began to quaver their long D against the rude figure of the basses, Mrs. Harsanyi saw her husband's fingers fluttering on his knee in a rapid tattoo. At the moment when Sieglinde entered from the side door, she leaned toward him and whispered in his ear, "Oh, the lovely creature!" But he made no response, either by voice or gesture. Throughout the first scene he sat sunk in his chair, his head forward and his one yellow eye rolling restlessly and shining like a tiger's in the dark. His eye followed Sieglinde about the stage like a satellite, and as she sat at the table listening to Siegmund's long narrative, it never left her. When she prepared the sleeping draught and appeared after Hunding, Harsanyi bowed his head still lower and put his hand over his eye to rest it. The tenor, a young man who sang with great vigor, went on, "Walse, Walse, wo ist dein Schwert?" Harsanyi smiled, but he did not look forth again until Sieglinde reappeared. She went through the story of her shameful bridal feast, and into the Walhall music, which she always sang so nobly, and at the entrance of the one-eyed stranger. Mir allein wächte das Auge. Mrs. Harsanyi glanced at her husband, wondering whether the singer on the stage could not feel his commanding glance. On came the crescendo. Was je ich verlor, was je ich beweint, war mir gewonnen. All that I have lost, all that I have mourned, would I then have won. Harsanyi touched his wife softly. Seated in the moonlight, the Volsung pair began their loving inspection of each other's beauties, and the music born of murmuring sound passed into her face, as the old poet said, and into her body as well. Into one lovely attitude after another the music swept her, love impelled her, and the voice gave out all that was best in it. Like the spring, indeed, it blossoms into memories and prophecies. It recounted and it foretold, as she sang the story of her friendless life, and of how the thing which was truly herself, bright as the day, rose to the surface, when in the hostile world she for the first time beheld her friend. Fervently she rose into the hardier feeling of action and daring, the pride in hero strength and hero blood, until in a splendid burst, tall and shining like a victory, she christened him, "Siegmund, so nenn ich dich." Her impatience for the sword swelled with her anticipation of his act, and throwing her arms above her head, she fairly tore a sword out of the empty air for him, before nothing had left the tree. In höchster Trunkenheit, indeed, she burst out with the flaming cry of their kinship, "If you are Siegmund, I am Sieglinde." Laughing, singing, bounding, exulting, with their passion and their swords, the Volsungs rang out into the spring night. As the curtain fell, Harsanyi turned to his wife. "At last," he sighed, "somebody with enough voice and talent and beauty, enough physical power, and such a noble, noble style." "I can scarcely believe it, Andor. I can see her now, that clumsy girl, hunched up over your piano. I can see her shoulders. She always seemed to labor so with her back, and I shall never forget that night when you found her voice." The audience kept up its clamor until, after many reappearances with the tenor, Kronborg came before the curtain alone. The house met her with a roar, a greeting that was almost savage in its fierceness. The singer's eyes, sweeping the house, rested for a moment on Harsanyi, and she waved her long sleeve toward his box. "She ought to be pleased that you are here," said Mrs. Harsanyi. "I wonder if she knows how much she owes to you." "She owes me nothing," replied her husband quickly. "She paid her way. She always gave something back, even then." "I remember you said once that she would do nothing common," said Mrs. Harsanyi thoughtfully. "Just so. She might fail, die, get lost in the pack, but if she achieved, it would be nothing common. There are people whom one can trust for that. There is only one way in which they will ever fail." Harsanyi retired into his own reflections. After the second act, Fred Ottenberg brought Archie to the Harsanyi's box and introduced him as an old friend of Miss Kronborg. The head of the musical publishing house joined them, bringing with him a journalist and the president of a German singing society. The conversation was chiefly about the new Sieglinde. Mrs. Harsanyi was gracious and enthusiastic, her husband nervous and uncommunicative. He smiled mechanically and politely answered the questions addressed to him. "Yes, quite so. Oh, certainly." Everyone, of course, said very usual things with great conviction. Mrs. Harsanyi was used to hearing and uttering the commonplaces which such occasions demanded. When her husband withdrew into the shadow, she covered his retreat by her sympathy and cordiality. In reply to a direct question from Ottenberg, Harsanyi said, flinching, "Isolde? Yes, why not? She will sing all the great roles, I should think." The chorus director said something about dramatic temperament. The journalist insisted that it was explosive force, projecting power. Ottenberg turned to Harsanyi. "What is it, Mr. Harsanyi? Miss Kronborg says if there is anything in her, you are the man who can say what it is." The journalist scented copy and was eager. "Yes, Harsanyi, you know all about her. What's her secret?" Harsanyi rumpled his hair irritably and shrugged his shoulders. "Her secret? It is every artist's secret." He waved his hand. "Passion. That is all. It is an open secret and perfectly safe. Like heroism, it is inimitable in cheap materials." The lights went out. Fred and Archie left the box as the second act came on. Artistic growth is, more than anything else, a refining of the sense of truthfulness. The stupid believe that to be truthful is easy. Only the artist, the great artist, knows how difficult it is. That afternoon nothing new came to Thea Kronborg, no enlightenment, no inspiration. She merely came into full possession of the things she had been refining and perfecting for so long. Her inhibitions chanced to be fewer than usual, and within herself she entered into the inheritance that she herself had laid up, into the fullness of the faith she had kept before she knew its name or its meaning. Often when she sang, the best she had was unavailable. She could not break through to it, and every sort of distinction and mischance came between it and her. But this afternoon the closed roads opened, the gates dropped. What she had so often tried to reach lay under her hand. She had only to touch an idea to make it live. While she was on the stage, she was conscious that every movement was the right movement, that her body was absolutely the instrument of her idea. Not for nothing had she kept it so severely, kept it filled with such energy and fire. All that deep-rooted vitality flowered in her voice, her face, in her very fingertips. She felt like a tree bursting into bloom, and her voice was as flexible as her body, equal to any command, capable of every nuance. With the sense of its perfect companionship, its entire trustworthiness, she had been able to throw herself into the dramatic exigencies of the part, everything in her at its best, and everything working together. The third act came on, and the afternoon slipped by. Thea Kronborg's friends, old and new, seated about the house on different floors and levels, enjoyed her triumph according to their natures. There was one there whom nobody knew, who perhaps got greater pleasure out of that afternoon than Harsanyi himself. Up in the top gallery, a gray-haired little Mexican, withered and bright as a string of peppers beside adobe door, kept praying and cursing under his breath, beating on the brass railing and shouting "Bravo! Bravo!" until he was repressed by his neighbors. He happened to be there because a Mexican band was to be a feature of Barnum and Bailey's circus that year. One of the managers of the show had traveled about in the Southwest, signing up a lot of Mexican musicians at low wages, and had brought them to New York. Among them was Spanish Johnny. After Mrs. Telemantes died, Johnny had abandoned his trade and went out with his mandolin to pick up a living for one. His irregularities had become his regular mode of life. When Thea Kronborg came out of the stage entrance on 40th Street, the sky was still flaming with its last rays of the sun that was sinking off behind the North River. A little crowd of people was lingering about the door. Musicians from the orchestra who were waiting for their comrades, curious young men, and some poorly dressed girls who were hoping to get a glimpse of the singer. She bowed graciously to the group through her veil, but she did not look to the right or left as she crossed the sidewalk to her cab. Had she lifted her eyes an instant and glanced out through her white scarf, she must have seen the only man in the crowd who had removed his hat when she emerged, and who stood with it crushed up in his hand. And she would have known him, changed as he was. His lustrous black hair was full of gray, and his face was a good deal worn by the ecstasy, so that it seemed to have shrunk away from his shining eyes and teeth and left them too prominent. But she would have known him. She passed so near that he could have touched her, and he did not put on his hat until her taxi had snorted away. Then he walked down Broadway with his hands in his overcoat pockets, wearing a smile which embraced all the stream of life that passed him and the lighted towers that rose into the limpid blue of the evening sky. If the singer, going home exhausted in her cab, was wondering what was the good of it all, that smile, could she have seen it, would have answered her. It is the only commensurate answer. Here we must leave Thea Kronborg. From this time on, the story of her life is the story of her achievement. The growth of an artist is an intellectual and spiritual development which can scarcely be followed in a personal narrative. This story attempts to deal only with the simple and concrete beginnings which color and accent an artist's work, and to give some account of how a Moonstone girl found her way out of a vague, easy-going world into a life of disciplined endeavor. Any account of the loyalty of young hearts to some exalted ideal and the passion with which they strive will always, in some of us, rekindle generous emotions. End of Chapter 11 of Part 6, recorded by Kate Sterner in Minneapolis, Minnesota, August 2013. Epilogue, The Song of the Lark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Sterner. The Song of the Lark by Willa Cather. Epilogue. Moonstone again, in the year 1909. The Methodists are giving an ice cream sociable in the grove about the new courthouse. It is a warm summer night of full moon. The paper lanterns which hang among the trees are foolish toys, only dimming in little lurid circles the great softness of the lunar light that floods the blue heavens and the high plateau. To the east the sand hills shine white as of old, but the empire of the sand is gradually diminishing. The grass grows thicker over the dunes than it used to, and the streets of the town are harder and firmer than they were 25 years ago. The old inhabitants will tell you that the sandstorms are infrequent now, that the wind blows less persistently in the spring and plays a middler tune. Cultivation has modified the soil and the climate as it modifies human life. The people seated about under the cottonwoods are much smarter than the Methodists we used to know. The interior of the new Methodist church looks like a theater, with a sloping floor, and, as the congregation proudly say, opera chairs. The matrons who attend to serving their refreshment tonight look younger for their years than did the women of Mrs. Kronborg's time, and the children all look like city children. The little boys wear Buster Browns, and the little girls Russian blouses. The country child, in made-overs and cut-downs, seems to have vanished from the face of the earth. At one of the tables, with her Dutch-cut twin boys, sits a fair-haired, dimpled matron who was once Lily Fisher. Her husband is president of the new bank, and she goes east for her summers, a practice which causes envy and discontent among her neighbors. The twins are well-behaved children, biddable, meek, neat about their clothes, and always mindful of the proprieties they have learned at summer hotels. While they are eating their ice cream and trying not to twist the spoon in their mouths, a little shriek of laughter breaks out from an adjacent table. The twins look up. There sits a spry little old spinster whom they know well. She has a long chin, a long nose, and is dressed like a young girl, with a pink sash and a lace garden hat with pink rosebuds. She is surrounded by a crowd of boys, loose and lanky, short and thick, who are joking with her roughly, but not unkindly. "Mamma," one of the twins comes out with a shrill treble, "why is Tilly Kronborg always talking about $1,000? The boys, hearing this question, break into a roar of laughter. The women titter behind their paper napkins, and even from Tilly there is a little shriek of appreciation. The observing child's remarks had made everyone suddenly realize that Tilly never stopped talking about that particular sum of money. In the spring, when she went to buy early strawberries and was told that they were 30 cents a box, she was sure to remind the grocer that though her name was Kronborg, she didn't get $1,000 a night. In the autumn, when she went to buy her coal for the winter, she expressed amazement at the price quoted her, and told the dealer he must have got her mixed up with her niece to think she could pay such a sum. When she was making her Christmas presents, she never failed to ask the women who came into her shop what you could make for anybody who got $1,000 a night. When the Denver papers announced that Thea Kronborg had married Frederick Ottenberg, the head of the Brewers' Trust, Moonstone people expected that Tilly's vaingloriousness would take another form. But Tilly had hoped that Thea would marry a title, and she did not boast much about Ottenberg, at least not until after her memorable trip to Kansas City to hear Thea sing. Tilly is the last Kronborg left in Moonstone. She lives alone in a little house with a green yard, and keeps a fancy-work and millinery store. Her business methods are informal, and she would never come out even at the end of the year if she did not receive a draft for a good round sum from her niece at Christmas time. The arrival of this draft always renews the discussion as to what Thea would do for her aunt if she really did the right thing. Most of the Moonstone people think Thea ought to take Tilly to New York and keep her as a companion. While they are not feeling sorry for Tilly because she does not live at the plaza, Tilly is trying not to hurt their feelings by showing too plainly how much she realizes the superiority of her position. She tries to be modest when she complains to the postmaster that her New York paper is more than 3 days late. It means enough, surely, on the face of it, that she is the only person in Moonstone who takes a New York paper, or who has any reason for taking one. A foolish young girl, Tilly lived in the splendid sorrows of Wanda and Strathmore. A foolish old girl, she lives in her niece's triumphs. As she often says, she just missed going on the stage herself. That night after the sociable, as Tilly tripped home with a crowd of noisy boys and girls, she was perhaps a shade troubled. The twins' question rather lingered in her ears. Did she, perhaps, insist too much on that $1,000? Surely people didn't for a minute think it was the money she cared about. As for that, Tilly tossed her head. She didn't care a rap. They must understand that this money was different. When the laughing little group that brought her home had gone weaving down the sidewalk through the leafy shadows and had disappeared, Tilly brought out a rocking chair and sat down on her porch. On glorious, soft summer nights like this, when the moon is opulent and full, the day submerged and forgotten, she loves to sit there behind her rose vine and let her fancy wander where it will. If you chanced to be passing down that Moonstone street and saw that alert white figure rocking there behind the screen of roses and lingering late into the night, you might feel sorry for her, but how mistaken you would be. Tilly lives in a little magic world, full of secret satisfactions. Thea Kronborg has given much noble pleasure to a world that needs all it can get, but to no individual has she given more than to her queer old aunt in Moonstone. The legend of Kronborg, the artist, fills Tilly's life. She feels rich and exalted in it. What delightful things happen in her mind as she sits there rocking. She goes back to those days of sand and sun, when Thea was a child and Tilly was herself, so it seems to her, young. When she used to hurry to church to hear Mr. Kronborg's wonderful sermons, and when Thea used to stand up by the organ of a bright Sunday morning and sing, "Come, ye disconsolate." Or she thinks about that wonderful time when the Metropolitan Opera Company sang a week's engagement in Kansas City, and Thea had sent for her and had her stay with her at the Coates house and go to every performance at Convention Hall. Thea let Tilly go through her costume trunks and try on her wigs and jewels. And the kindness of Mr. Ottenberg. When Thea dined in her own room, he went down to dinner with Tilly, and never looked bored or absent-minded when she chattered. He took her to the hall the first time Thea sang there, and sat in the box with her and helped her through Lohengrin. After the first act, when Tilly turned tearful eyes to him and burst out, "I don't care. She always seemed grand like that, even when she was a girl. I expect I'm crazy, but she just seems to me full of all them old times." Ottenberg was so sympathetic and patted her hand and said, "But that's just what she is, full of the old times, and you are a wise woman to see it." Yes, he had said that to her. Tilly often wondered how she had been able to bear it when Thea came down the stairs in the wedding robe embroidered in silver, with a train so long it took 6 women to carry it. Tilly had lived 50-odd years for that week, but she got it, and no miracle was ever more miraculous than that. When she used to be working in the fields on her father's Minnesota farm, she couldn't help believing that she would someday have to do with the wonderful, though her chances for it had then looked so slender. The morning after the sociable, Tilly, curled up in bed, was roused by the rattle of the milk cart down the street. Then a neighbor boy came down the sidewalk outside her window singing Casey Jones, as if he hadn't a care in the world. By this time Tilly was wide awake. The twins' question and the subsequent laughter came back with a faint twinge. Tilly knew she was short-sighted about facts, but this time, why, there were her scrap-books full of newspaper and magazine articles about Thea, and half-tone cuts, snapshots of her on land and sea, and photographs of her in all her parts. There, in her parlor, was the phonograph that had come from Mr. Ottenberg last June, on Thea's birthday. She had only to go in there and turn it on and let Thea speak for herself. Tilly finished brushing her white hair and laughed as she gave it a smart turn and brought it into her usual French twist. If Moonstone doubted, she had evidence enough, in black and white, in figures and photographs, evidence in hair lines on metal discs. For one who had so often seen 2 and 2 as making 6, who had so often stretched a point, added a touch, in the good game of trying to make the world brighter than it is, there was positive bliss in having such deep foundations of support. She need never tremble in secret lest she might sometime stretch a point in Thea's favor. Oh, the comfort, to a soul too zealous, of having at last a rose so red it could not be further painted, a lily so truly auriferous that no amount of gilding could exceed the fact. Tilly hurried from her bedroom, threw open the doors and windows, and let the morning breeze blow through her little house. In 2 minutes a cob fire was roaring in her kitchen stove. In 5 she had set the table. At her household work, Tilly was always bursting out with shrill snatches of song, and as suddenly stopping, right in the middle of a phrase, as if she had been struck dumb. She emerged upon the back porch with one of these bursts, and bent down to get her butter and cream out of the ice-box. The cat was purring on the bench, and the morning glories were thrusting their purple trumpets through the lattice-work in a friendly way. They reminded Tilly that while she was waiting for the coffee to boil, she could get some flowers for her breakfast table. She looked out uncertainly at a bush of sweetbrier that grew at the edge of her yard, off across the long grass and the tomato vines. The front porch, to be sure, was dripping with crimson ramblers that ought to be cut for the good of the vines, but never the rose in the hand for Tilly. She caught up the kitchen shears, and off she dashed, through the grass and drenching dew. Snip, snip, the short-stemmed sweetbriers, salmon pink and golden-hearted, with their unique and inimitable woody perfume, fell into her apron. After she put the eggs and toast on the table, Tilly took last Sunday's New York paper from the rack beside the cupboard and sat down with it for company. In the Sunday paper there was always a page about singers, even in summer, and that week the musical page began with a sympathetic account of Madame Kronborg's first performance of Isolde in London. At the end of the notice there was a short paragraph about her having sung for the king at Buckingham Palace, and having been presented with a jewel by His Majesty. Singing for the king! But goodness! She was always doing things like that. Tilly tossed her head. All through breakfast she kept sticking her sharp nose down into the glass of sweetbrier, with the old incredible lightness of heart, like a child's balloon tugging at its string. She had always insisted, against all evidence, that life was full of fairy tales, and it was. She had been feeling a little down, perhaps, and Thea had answered her from so far. From a common person now, if you were troubled, you might get a letter. But Thea almost never wrote letters. She answered everyone, friends and foes alike, in one way, her only way. Once more Tilly has to remind herself that it is all true, and is not something she has made up. Like all romances, she is a little terrified at seeing one of her wildest conceits admitted by the hard-headed world. If our dream comes true, we are almost afraid to believe it, for that is the best of all good fortune, and nothing better can happen to any of us. When the people on Sylvester Street tire of Tilly's stories, she goes over to the east part of town, where her legends are always welcome. The humbler people of Moonstone still live there. The same little houses sit under the cottonwoods. The men smoke their pipes in the front doorways, and the women do their washing in the backyard. The older women remember Thea, and how she used to come kicking her express wagon along the sidewalk, steering by the tongue and holding Thor in her lap. Not much happens in that part of town, and the people have long memories. A boy grew up on one of those streets who went to Omaha and built up a great business, and is now very rich. Moonstone people always speak of him and Thea together, as examples of Moonstone enterprise. They do, however, talk oftener of Thea. A voice has even wider appeal than a fortune. It is the one gift that all creatures would possess if they could. Dreary Maggie Evans, dead nearly 20 years, is still remembered because Thea sang at her funeral after she had studied in Chicago. However much they may smile at her, the old inhabitants would miss Tillie. Her stories give them something to talk about and to conjecture about, cut off as they are from the restless currents of the world. The many naked little sandbars which lie between Venice and the mainland, in the seemingly stagnant water of the lagoons, are made habitable and wholesome only because every night 1.5 feet of tide creeps in from the sea and winds its fresh brine up through all that network of shiny waterways. So into all the little settlements of quiet people, tidings of what their boys and girls are doing in the world bring real refreshment, bring to the old memories and to the young dreams. End of epilogue. Recorded by Kate Sterner in Minneapolis, Minnesota, August 2013. End of The Song of the Lark by Willa, Cather.